good evening, good whatever it is, wherever you are. And hope you're all doing well. Hope Valentine's Day treated you well last night. And you all filled with chocolate, filled with love, filled with a little more sleep than I am. But at least I was late yesterday. I'm early today. So you can't say anything now, Brandon. Dog Daddy, good morning. How are you? And nice Mrs. Christine. And Christy, Stalin, all the regulars. Bee Gees is staying alive, staying alive. Ooh, 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 staying alive. And it's a beautiful day in Southwest Florida. Well, it's a foggy day in Denmark. So that's. I wish we had sun. Oh, and it's freezing in Cincinnati. Lolita smiles. Good morning to you. And Irish. Good morning, Irish. Cool Gamer, Sue, Bulpy, all of you. Good morning. 38 degrees north Georgia. That's cold. Hey, Farrell, how are you this morning? And Palola's mom, Golden Girl, all the good ones. Short night for Baker, hang in there. Well, just to make it even better, I was I had set my alarm because I had a massage appointment. And I thought, well, I'm just gonna hit that, then go back and get some more sleep. And then I got a phone call at 9 a.m. I had to be in court, so I've been in court till roughly 12:30 my time. So that wasn't that nice. So we're gonna hang in there. Hopefully, a little more action today, or you might hear a light snoring from me. Tobadamon and Tuyanonja. And K squared, how are you this fine morning? Snowy in Wisconsin? Yeah. Well, B will behave. Ditch Pickle Huntress. And it's raining in Brisbane. But it's probably hot because it's summer down there. Sunny, very cold day in the northeast. I was seeing on some of the local Massachusetts feeds that there've been snow up there, so I don't know if there is any potential that they snowed out of court. Penilla, nice to see you. And so sorry I didn't see your 3 corner kisses yesterday, but they will go on the board today. I had forgot to turn my notification on my phone. No, I'm gonna try to make it funny and lighthearted. Peter, good morning. Interesting day today for you and for all of us about how the Karen Reed case will be going today. 72 in South Texas. Sounds hot. No, Farrell, that was so interesting. T-Rex. 76 in Massachusetts. Yeah, that's a little more like Denmark. It's colder than Denmark then. 6-degree morning in Minnesota. Oh. No snow in New Hampshire. Well, then I thought it said New Hampshire. Well, I might have mistaken it. We should be getting the DNA expert talking about the DNA evidence on the ceiling tiles. Other than that, I'm having a really hard time figuring out who they're going to bring. Are they going to do the entire case, even though he pled to most of it? And again, they have no witnesses other than Kayla. They had no, as I read through the affidavits, there's no physical evidence other than the toothbrush and the ceiling tiles. So I'm sitting here thinking, what the if are they just going to bring in? It's something we see in a lot of cases. If they don't have a lot of evidence, they just put in a lot of people saying, "Yeah, I was there. I saw something. I heard something." Not about this case, but I was at the house 5 weeks later. And I'm a bit afraid they're just going to overwhelm the jury with a lot of people. So well, the jury will think, oh, they had a lot of evidence, because I remember we sat for 4 weeks listening to people not saying anything because they don't take notes. They don't know what's going on. So I'm I'm just afraid it's going to be a ball fest. 64 in Middle Texas at Melissa T's. 63 North Carolina by Aaron. I'm sure it'll be an interesting day because Dog Daddy and I are going to the movies at noon, so we'll miss it. You're welcome. Christy, if you go into the movies are gonna speed things up and make it very interesting, I'll pay the popcorns. No, because he's not a bad Rexy. He's a nice T-Rex. Yeah, wherever you are, I hope the driving conditions are better than in Denmark. Oh, you're first getting the snow tonight. Tom will be live. I just watched the LTL show. He will be live from court today, or outside of court. Yeah, leave a little trace DNA on the like button. That would be nice. You're in Eastern North Carolina. That's around here, I believe. Morning, Christine in Florida. It's better when Baldo says it. Well, he has that Aussie accent. Do you all watch Court TV at night at 8 p.m.? Connie was angry last night going over Harmony's death timeline and body travels. I was so sad thinking about it. Sadly, 8 p.m. Is 2 a.m. my time, so I didn't watch it. Sometimes I do it in the morning, but not all the days. But what I wanted to do today was going over, because the nice Ariel made another graphic that kind of, because I have a timeline problem as well, and she made this timeline that you can see over at my Discord with how, who, and what, when saw her, and nobody saw Harmony during this time based on testimony so far, and that's from between the 29th and 30th. And remember, according to Kayla, she died on December 7th. So I thought we should go through this one because I find it a little bit interesting to see it graphically. It's easier to put up that way. Jules has 42 degrees in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Buenos dias, Betsy. 57 in Florida, 52 in West Texas. We need 27. Oh, yeah, that's. Ooh. Clip what? Did I say something stupid again? You're in North Carolina too, in the foothills. I'm not sure I know anything about how North Carolina looks. It is very, very cool that we can connect this far, from this far away, because I'm 7,000 miles away from Tennessee. I know because I'm traveling there, but still, I get to have an almost live connection to all of you. That's amazing. And thank all of you for showing up for my Valentine's Day yesterday, even though I might have overslept and been a little late. But we did it. My first ever Valentine's Day. And the Wolf Master, good morning to you. T-Rex, you're still a little upset. You tricked me into going on a date with you last night, Baker. Well, you wouldn't be the first. There's a lot of ladies out there with the same feeling. But thank you so much for the super chat, T-Rex. And thank you for showing up. It's always a pleasure to be on a date with you. You're not as bad as the ladies said. 48 at. Oh, I could live in that. You like that. It seems like the prosecution didn't change their game plan after he pled guilty to the two charges. The only evidence he unalived her was Kayla's testimony, which was filled with conflicting. Exactly. and that's why I don't like it. Oh, it's foggy and 7 degrees in Malmö. Yeah, we have the same weather today. Your husband and I had a perfect night last night. Sat on the couch, ate McDonald's, and listened to old country music. Isn't that the dream? Instead of all of this shenanigans, getting dressed up, just sit next to each other and remember why you love each other. Well, I had some searing pain in one of them, so I might have fallen in love yesterday. Yeah, and that's we're going to go through that all of that, Palolas, because we have a little time before court's about to start. If I can start yapping, you're thinking prosecution is doing a great job, and even though it can seem slow, we can't assume all jurors understand these trials. Like, exactly, Gene. But I'm just afraid that they're going to put in. I think they are doing what they're supposed to do. The problem is just that the only timeline of the murder is Kayla, and the evidence is not showing it from the other witnesses. My problem is I'm not thinking Kayla is a trustworthy witness, and and most of all because I hate a woman who allegedly stayed with a man for years after she saw him punch a 5-year-old to death, even had another kid with her. So I have a very high dislike for that woman. But I think they are checking all the boxes. The only problem is it's so boring with all of these expert witnesses, and they don't really prove the murder. They are proving all of the falsifying evidence. They're proving all of the abuse of a corpse, but they're not really proving. I think the second degree assault, the uncle's testimony was pretty good for that, and that guy who was outside with him, pretty good for that. The murder part, I'm missing the murder part. Good morning, Booth. Because punching someone so much in the face would leave DNA. But again, a car has been sitting outside for 2 years. It's really very hard to get good DNA out of it. Holly, how are you this morning? Oh, -3 degrees. Oh, it's too cold. Too cold. But if we go through what the testimony have said so far, November 27th, that's when Kayla said they got evicted and stayed in Colonial Bullets. Bodero didn't know if they were staying in the parking lot, never saw them staying in the Sebring. Kayla didn't say anything. And Kimberly Frayne didn't see Harmony, and that goes all the way through. Courtney Garcia, no, none of these. Then the November 28th, doesn't know where she was. Bodero didn't see Harmony, and he never sees her again. Courtney Garcia saw Harmony, said they were staying at the Pistatuaquake apartment parking lot in the Sebring. So that's another place they were at. On the Friday 29th, went to the aunt's house, went to the mom's, didn't stay at mom's. Kayla's mom says she saw Harmony and the boys. Officer Pentendian, because that's when they had the first accident, said he only saw 2 kids in the car. And then we come to the day where only Kayla can testify. She claims Saturday, Colonial Village parking lot. No one else saw her. December 1st, Colonial Village parking lot. December 2, car accident. No kids. Maybe mom or Tiffany was babysitting. She couldn't remember. No kids in the car, according to the police officer. Tuesday, Colonial parking lot. Colonial parking lot. Colonial parking lot. Colonial parking lot. And then we come to, come on down. I really need you to move. Thank you. And then you have December 7th is when they borrow Bodero's Audi. And no one saw her, but then you had the boss who said they asked for about jumper cables at 12:58 a.m. That's for the Audi that they wasted the battery for. And you had the tow truck driver saying he saw 2 men and didn't see the kids. You could add up here that Kayla claimed that she was with them at the tow truck. So again, my biggest problem in this entire case is I don't know how well you can see it on this screen, but other than Kayla, no one sees Harmony alive after November 29th. No one. And that's a week prior to the supposed death of Harmony. That's that's a long time where Kayla is the only witness, and you have one witness saying no kids. You have another witness saying only saw two men, but she said they were walking back, so they could be back at the colonial village. But then who had the kids? And this is troubling to me. And this is Ariel. Ariel is a master of spreadsheets. It's all in my Discord. I'm just a good thief, so I stole it. But I think when you put it up like this again, if I was Elaine, you have to focus on this part of it, because Kayla's mom is the last person to see Harmony alive, other than Adam and Kayla. And you even have the car accident. We need uh, what we need to know is, because you have the car accident here, and we know Letitia is supposedly in the car when the car crashes, where Kayla claims Harmony was in the car as well. So we need her to corroborate that Harmony was in the car. Or else, this is the last time Harmony allegedly is seen alive by anyone else not connected to the murder. So Letitia for me will be, because all of the I have read the reports. I know what the technical evidence says, but Letitia to me could be a star witness in this case. But I don't know, how do you feel when you see it like that? Because thank you so much, Ariel. I really need things visualized to understand it better. Birdman, good morning. Rosman Rand. Well, 4 inches of snow. That's about, well, that's about that much. That's a lot of snow. But get out and clear it. Then you're back in to get into the heat. Imagine being a pen pal with Kayla. No, no, thank you. Um, I'm not sure she would be a great pen pal. I'm sorry to say. Not that I've a. She's probably she can probably read and write, but not much more than that. And it looks like we have a whole ceiling still standing over here, but we saw that yesterday. Hopefully, they don't have to unpack that again, because that was stupid. Them unpacking all the parts of the ceiling they didn't need. You're not sure I trust the memory of that tow truck driver. He probably towed thousands of cars. Can he really remember every one of those times? Mass, you have a point, but then I would still be hung up with the officers. No, he said no kids in the car. Then where were the kids? Yeah, well, a good point. Do we believe a woman who supposedly can't smell decomp in a cooler? No. And to me, she kind of didn't we get like a feeling that she said it maybe in a kind of a way to give credibility to Kayla? That's I don't know. Yeah, it's a little crazy to me. Hey, Wendy, you. Thank you so much, Ariel. Thank for the great work. Why would they walk back to Colonial Village if their home was broken down? Yeah, it's again, and the police must be at the scene because it was a busy intersection. And the tow truck driver said it was the police who called them. So they just emptied the car, walked away, and then the police arrived and called the tow truck driver. Mm. Uh, the worst part about this case is whenever I'm setting up the next stream for the next day, I'm sitting here thinking, and it just doesn't make sense in my head. And they didn't know they could live in the Audi. No, but they still went back there in the hopes that they could. So is Mr. Bodero maybe less than truthful? Hmm. T-Rex. I have a big female audience, but just a thought: is it possible that the testimony keeps changing because Kayla's brain is so damaged from the drugs he doesn't know what really happened? Yes, I see her as an emotionally stunted human being who hasn't moved mentally since she was like 15 years old. Uh, and she had a massive problem. If you see the pictures taken when she was arrested the last time, she was so busted on drugs. So yeah, I think her brain could be gone, but also her story keeps changing for whatever evidence is found. So again, is the police saying something to her that makes her change to? She has changed to this description of what happened at least 3 times. So maybe it's because she gets some information. She's just trying to. She has right now. She has a lot of square pegs, and but whenever the police tells her, "Well, we found this. Oh, there's a round hole that square peg can go into." Maybe I don't know. They are all trash people. All should go into the sun. Yes. Officer and mom only sees 2 boys. Why have a sitter for just harmony and the member? Yeah, and then her excuse is, well, we had thrown. Again, I go back to the whenever we were outside, we did this. An officer would see this in the back seat, even if he wasn't really looking inside the car. He would see a big blanket sitting there. To me, that doesn't make sense. Hey, Fat, how are you this morning? You watch Adam's weapons trial. She's still in love with Adam at this time. I can see her eyeing Adam while she's on the stand. Kayla was addicted to him and addicted to drugs. Yeah, that's why I say she's a 15-year-old emotionally, because
The new witness. Please be seated.
Oh, I guess, yes.
agrees.
Good morning, Your
Good
Honor.
morning.
Apologies.
Okay. I was told you were going to file something, but I don't see any, but I just checked with the clerk's office.
Yes, Your Honor, if you could approach.
Yes.
Addicts are addicts. Yeah, exactly. Hey, the lovely hospice Jess is here. Good morning, hospice. Mm, 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 mm. Kayla was so emotionally stunted and so addicted that time with Harmony body must have been just frantic and chaotic. Could be, yeah. Or they just did so many drugs that they kind of forgot about her. Because again, why tow a body around for it? Now I can't even get my timeline straight, but I think 5 or 6 months towing a body around, that's weird. Yeah, it's because StreamYard will try and figure out who's talking. So it happens whenever another audio comes in. No, but again, if you're looking into the car, you have Sean, you have Declan, and then next to it you have something bigger covered in a blanket. And you know Adam Montgomery. Adam Montgomery was known in that town. Probably Kayla as well, because Adam had done a lot of time. You would know what you would, that something was off when you saw that. Hey, Becca Lynn, good morning. So something I should have picked up on. Not in this case. You've never seen her, so I don't know. But she was really bad. That's why I covered the gun trial. Yeah, they're filing a motion. I covered the gun trial exactly because I knew she would be the star witness in this one, and I wanted to gauge her credibility, and I didn't find her credible. Back then, she seems like she have done a deal, and it's kind of those where absolutely this would never happen. Police are good people. I trust the state 100%, as every other socialist in the world. But they said, couldn't you just write down your testimony? Um, because we have this story so far, and we're just going to leave it next to you, and then you can write your testimony. I kind of, whenever she testifies, I feel like she got the bullet points and just fills in the holes. Good morning, Gina. Did prosecution decide to charge Kyle? Nope, absolutely not. They need her as the only witness. All these bench conferences are interfering with your noisiness. Well, yeah. I would agree with Baker. They were so drugged up, really didn't care about any of the kids. They only cared about the next fix. And that's why I think that night, I think what I have gotten into my head over the last week is she got into a drug test and OD'd. Yeah, we need to hear from the guy who rented the U-Haul. Because I believe he or his girlfriend said they saw the CMC bag sticking out of a freezer at a, I believe it was an Econo Lodge. Since you annoyed me, good morning, Baker. Well, good morning, Whiskey. How are you this morning? I'm so sorry, but I was a little behind, so I was speed reading. But thank you so much. Oh, and he didn't show again today. Thank you so much, Bebop.
Who's the first witness? Oh, right. DNA.
DNS or DNA. Exactly. She just want to get out. Yeah, Karen Reed, I still think it will just be a hearing about the continuance. I don't think there will be, I know Tom thinks there will be a lot of evidence talked about. I just think it'll be a continuous hearing, but I don't know. Anton Hemingway, I haven't seen you in a while. What up? Oh. Well, Jamie is working, so she will be here. And how the trial's coming along? We're getting into the experts part of the trial, so it's a little slow now. But I think the first couple of days they didn't do anything. But then when Kayla hit the stand, it got interesting because there was a lot to try to keep track of. Yeah, I think you could hear, but again, I don't know. I don't understand. You think I think she did too, and they both buried the body. I think she stayed at home with the boys, but she knows where he would drive with it. Kayla never cared about the stepdaughter. No, and that's an angle I would have used as Elaine, saying you were so infuriated that you had to look at Crystal's face all day long when you saw Harmony. That's why you killed her. They should both have been charged. That's why I said yesterday there will never be justice for Harmony, because one person will never face the justice. Well, she probably will in a dark alley sometimes. We're all trying to be patient, yeah. Det går fint. Jeg er lidt tabt, men ellers fint. Stephanie, no, thank you all for making my first Valentine's Day a fun one. And look, I still got the roses.
What do we put your... Oh, it's a different witness. Never mind.
Your Honor, if you wish to get the jury in, that's fine. I'll be
Say hi to Nicholas for me.
Please bring in the jurors. All rise for the jury, please.
Jane, I can't read these people because drug addicts doesn't have the emotional, what do we call it, the normal emotional scales you and I have. They brought it up during the gun case, but nothing really was implied that was on it. It was just like it was stolen phones or something. Good morning, genitals. How are you this morning? Yeah, why only this? Well, if he was starting to get paranoid, and that's why he threw it away. But She didn't say that. She said he started getting paranoid after he disposed of the body.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Mm,
You may be seated.
I hate this case.
State may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls
I know.
Alan Ackroyd Gonzalez.
Gonzalez? Well, the problem with if a Swede and a Dane would talk for that long, we would start a war. Guten Tag, schöne Helene. Wie geht's? Asia stand, you came in right at the right time. We are getting started right now.
Mr. Allen.
Oh, he has a folder.
You can remain standing and just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you're about to provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
You have a seat. Make yourself comfortable. Is there some water in front of you? And when you're ready, if you can just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Excuse me. Alan Ackroyd Gonzalez, ALAN ACKROYD hyphen ISALES.
What?
Mr. Ackroyd Gonzalez, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by DNA Labs International.
And how long have you been employed there?
I've worked at DNA Labs International for roughly the last 2.5 years.
What is your current assignment with that organization?
I'm currently a senior DNA analyst.
And what is a senior DNA analyst? What do you do?
DNA analyst examines evidence connected to crime scenes for the presence of biological material and seeks
Yes,
to
that's
obtain
good
DNA
for all of it.
profiles from whatever biological material they find.
And what's your current role and responsibility in that as a senior DNA analyst?
Well, as I said, I conduct analyses on evidence, write up reports as to my conclusions, testify as necessary. In addition to that, I also participate in continuing education, proficiency testing, training newer
Thank you,
analysts
Emil.
in the protocols and procedures of the laboratory, and any other duties I can perform to help the lab function smoothly.
Before you were employed by DNA Labs International, where were you employed?
Prior to DNA Labs International, I worked for the Defense Forensic Science Center, which is the forensic laboratory for the armed forces.
And let me back up for just a moment. DNA Labs International, where's that organization based out of?
That's based out of Deerfield Beach, Florida.
You mentioned your prior role
Yes.
with.
I think
you
he's in
mentioned the
protective
defense. Can you just
custody.
repeat?
Defense Forensic Science Center.
Defense Forensic Science Center. How long were you employed by then?
I worked there for roughly 10 years.
And when did you start with them? What year?
I started with them in 2011.
Yeah, because if they get their
Can you
eyes
tell
on
these
him,
jurors
well, they
about
should
your
know him.
background,
But
your
I think he's in
education?
protective custody, or else he would
Well, I
be
got a
stabbed.
bachelor's in science in biology from Haverford College, and then a master's in forensic science from Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what year did you graduate from? Did you say Haverford College?
Haverford College, yes. I graduated in 2008.
Cute.
And what specialized training and experience do you have for your current position?
Well, every laboratory will have its own training plan for DNA analysts. So my first job with the Defense Forensic Science Center, I passed their specific qualifications. And after that, when I was employed at DNA Labs International, I then passed their specific training plan. And in addition to that, I participate in proficiency testing, continuing education, keeping abreast of developments in my field.
Have you testified previously? I know you said that that's a function of your current role, but have you testified in a superior court?
Yes, I have.
Can you tell the jurors what your experience includes with that? How many times have you testified?
To date, not including depositions, I've testified in 2 hearings and 2 trials, not in this jurisdiction, however.
DNA Labs International, is that
Yes,
an
weird
accredited
voice,
organization?
Yes, it is.
And what is its accreditation?
Well, it's recognized as a laboratory that can be trusted to follow proper protocols and procedures, keep to guidelines set
Thank
by
you.
the FBI. And this was accreditation was given by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
You mentioned proficiency testing. Can you tell the jurors what that is?
Essentially, a proficiency test is a mock case submitted by an organization outside my laboratory, in which they know what results I should get from DNA analysis on the evidence they send us. And I have to properly follow my lab's protocols and procedures to get those correct results. That demonstrates
Already?
I can properly do the job.
So that's proficiency testing in general. Have you completed proficiency testing?
Yes, I have.
What were the results?
I passed every proficiency test.
Approximately how many samples have you performed DNA analysis on in your career?
This is a very rough estimate,
Fine.
but I would say that I've worked on approximately 30,000 samples in my career at this point.
30,000?
Yes.
Have you ever been recognized as an expert in the field of forensic analysis, DNA analysis?
Yes, because I've qualified as an expert witness in other jurisdictions.
Your Honor, the state moves to qualify Mr. Ackroyd-Azales as an expert in the field of DNA analysis.
I have no objection to him giving his opinion.
Oh, that
The
was
court finds him
fast,
so
but yeah.
qualified.
And you mentioned
Hey,
testifying
Bleakin.
in depositions. Did you testify in a deposition in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
And during that deposition, did you reference reports that you had written in this specific matter?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors how many reports you've authored in this case?
I wrote 6 reports for this case.
The material that you referenced during that deposition, that was the defense's opportunity to ask you questions. Do you have those here with you today?
Yes, I have them.
And would referring to those items, those reports, the material that you authored in this case, would that help your testimony?
Yes, it
Being
would.
able to refer to that information.
It would be helpful.
Your Honor, I'd ask that this witness be allowed to reference his case material as necessary.
Haven't-
Upon request as
Haven't the
necessary.
garden gnome
Thank you.
done most of the technical ones?
So, Mr. Ackroyd-Azales, this jury's already heard from an analyst, a DNA analyst before, but just generally, can you describe what DNA is?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the basic building block of life. It's present in all living things.
And can you tell the jurors where it's found in the human body?
I might be
DNA
this
is found in the
done or
nucleus
might
of
do
the
it
cells within a
later on a
body.
delay.
And does DNA differ cell to cell?
Within a single organism, DNA does not differ from cell to cell.
How about person to person?
Person to person, yes, the DNA does differ. That's the basis of DNA analysis.
And can you just explain for the jurors, can you just walk them through the steps of DNA analysis?
So there's a couple key steps that had to be performed once a sample is collected from evidence. First is extraction, in which that sample is exposed to a combination of heat and chemicals. Now that serves to break open whatever cells are present in a sample and purify the DNA within it. Following that is quantitation. All that means is just measuring how much DNA is present in that extracted sample. And if there's enough DNA, the step after that is amplification. Now, the human genome, that's a lot of information. I don't need to look at every bit of that. I'm just interested in roughly 20 or so
I'm
genetic
just still
markers.
thinking today
But,
will
I
just
call
be a
loci,
hearing about the continuum.
And that's enough
I
for
don't
me to
think we will
differentiate the
get into
DNA
any
from one person to
evidence.
another. So the way amplification works is that it makes millions upon millions of
I'll
copies
keep an eye
of
on
just
it.
those genetic markers in the sample. So once that's been done, the last step is injecting that amplified sample into a genetic analyzer. And essentially this instrument just translates that amplified sample into a DNA profile that I can interpret and analyze.
And you mentioned your lab's accreditation. Does your lab follow standardized protocols and procedures?
Yes, it does.
And you mentioned a review process. Can you just describe what that review process is for the jurors?
Well, a review that my reports always have to go through is a technical review. So another qualified analyst has to review my work, make sure that they agree with my conclusions, and that I wrote up my results appropriately.
That's why I'll keep an eye on it, but I might not covering live. I'll go live after.
Mr. Akarodizales, I want to switch gears and I want to talk about your work on this case. And again, if you need to refer,
Again, as with all experts, I don't understand the American system, because in Denmark we believe an expert is an expert, but in America you have a different way where the defense can attack people in another way. In Denmark, it's more like it's a business like setup with the prosecution and the defense. They don't hassle that. In a case like that, they wouldn't have to go into that. They will just state to it. Then, if there's a big case and there's some mistakes in it, they will of course attack it. But we don't voir dire experts for every case, other than, well, he works with DNA. Okay, that's fine.
to your notes at any point, just let us know. But did you conduct DNA analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what known DNA samples were you provided during the course of your work on this case?
To be clear, DNA sample references that the laboratory worked at, or DNA profiles that were provided but from another agency.
Let's first talk about DNA profiles that were provided by another agency.
If I can refer to the reports.
But maybe we'll know today why they talked about
DNA
all this
profiles
yesterday.
for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery were provided by the New Hampshire Department of Safety Forensic Laboratory.
And that DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery, do you know where that came from? What that was, where that profile was developed from?
That was taken from a toothbrush, presumed to have been Harmony Montgomery's property, and as such was taken as an alternate reference for Harmony Montgomery.
Two known
That's why we talk so much about
profiles
toothbrush
is
yesterday.
what you mentioned receiving. During your work on this case, your involvement on this case, did you develop another profile?
Yes, we
Go ahead.
we received a reference sample for crystal sorry, and we developed a DNA profile from that sample within my laboratory.
And was that from a buccal swab?
Yes, it was.
So now that we know about these known samples that you received, I want to talk about your work on this case, specific items that you processed and analyzed.
I'll take notes for you.
Before we get there, though, can you just describe the 4 steps that you go through when you receive a swab, when you start with a swab or a cutting of an unknown DNA sample?
Well, as I explained earlier, for the DNA process, we go through extraction, separating the DNA within the cells in the sample from the rest of it, quantitation, measuring how much DNA there is, amplification, making copies of just the genetic markers that I look at in a DNA profile, and then injecting that amplified sample into a genetic analyzer. And that's what gives me a DNA profile that I can look at and interpret.
During the course of your involvement on this case, did
Very
you
airy.
receive an item, MER 3D RL13?
Yes.
Okay. And so let's begin with that item. That's already been admitted in this case as State's Exhibit 74, and it's marked MER 3D RL13. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors,
If I can go to the report.
please?
That item is pieces of sheetrock with heavy stains. A piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, excuse me.
Piece of sheetrock with heavy stains. Did you perform DNA analysis on that item?
I performed DNA analysis on samples taken from this item.
Okay. And how many samples were taken from that item?
2 samples were taken from this piece of sheetrock, one from the left bottom corner of the staining, and one from the center edge of the staining. And these 2 samples were combined together to go through the DNA process as one sample.
And can you just explain why you do that and how it works?
Well, why 2 samples were combined?
Yes.
In this case, it was presumptive that staining all came from the same source. It also tested as indicative of blood. So we went on treating that as from being from the same
Yeah,
person.
today we'll get into the really gross
And
gross
you
part.
said it tested as indicative of blood.
Euthanasia.
What does that mean for the jurors?
So we did what is called a presumptive test for the presence of blood. So that's generally considered a presumptive test is very sensitive for whatever material it's testing for, but it's not considered confirmatory, as in it's not considered specific to that material. So in this case, we only did a presumptive testing. So all I can say is that blood was indicated on this item.
So you combined the two samples that you received. What were the results of your testing?
At the end of the DNA process for that sample, the resulting DNA profile indicated at least one female contributor. However, due to some ambiguity in the profile, I interpreted it as two contributors.
And what was the ambiguity? Can you explain that?
Well, there are known side effects of the DNA process that can at times indicate that there's another contributor present. Basically, those signs weren't conclusive enough for me to say that there was definitely at least two people there, but it was suggesting that there were two people. So as a result, my language was that I interpreted that profile as two people.
What other conclusions were you able to draw from those samples in your analysis?
In comparing that DNA profile to the reference profiles from Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorey, and Adam Montgomery, none of them were able to be ruled out as possible contributors to that mixture.
Did you perform a likelihood ratio on those results?
Yes. A likelihood ratio is essentially a comparison of two competing ideas. In this case, I'm saying that for this DNA mixture, one idea is that the DNA profile is explained by the presence of one of the references and an unknown person, versus the other idea being that the DNA profile is made up of two unknown people. So by comparing those two contrasting ideas to explain the evidence, I can generate a likelihood ratio which says which of those propositions we say is more likely than the other.
And what was the likelihood ratio with respect to the profile that you received from Harmony Montgomery?
The DNA, I'm reading directly from the report, if that's all right.
Any objection?
No objection.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The DNA profile from the sample is approximately 4.1 billion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it originated from two unknown persons. And this analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from this sample.
And you just said very strong support. Why use that phrase, very strong support?
Well,
So this, for me, 4.1 billion times more likely. That would say that statistically it can only be her DNA, and the reason there is mixture of both atoms and crystals is because their DNA markers is mixed together. But that's a very clear indication that she was there. Let's just say it in that way. And thank you, Irish, for the 5 gifted memberships to Christine, Blair, Jules, I'm just saying, Emma, and Atheist End. And now, if you want, you can go and see the amazing work M. Young and Ariel has made over on our Discord in a break. But thank you so much, Irish.
we use a verbal scale to describe the strength of likelihood ratios, and the strongest language that I'm allowed to use is very strong support. And that begins when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater. And in this case, as I said, the likelihood ratio is 4.1 billion.
And can you explain the significance of that number, 4.1 billion?
So much, Irish.
Well, just to give us a scale, a sense of the numbers, a million is a 1 followed by 6 zeros, if you're ever lucky enough to see it on a check. A billion, on the other hand, is a 1 followed by 9 zeros.
Sheetrock.
So we're still talking about States Exhibit 74. That's MER 3D RL 13, the piece of sheetrock that you mentioned. Did you conduct further analysis of that item?
Yes, as I said, I also conducted comparisons to Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey. In comparing Crystal Sorey to this DNA profile from the piece of sheetrock, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 12 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Crystal Sorey and an unknown person. In this case, this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Crystal Sorey is not a contributor to the mixture obtained from this sample.
Any other analysis that you performed with respect to those samples?
In comparing Adam Montgomery, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 18 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Adam Montgomery and an unknown person. And this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery is not a contributor to this DNA profile.
Still with respect to States Exhibit 74 MER 3D 13, RL 13, which the jury saw yesterday, just for clarification. Did you test another sample of that item at some point during your involvement in this case?
Yes, in a report after this one that I just described the results from.
He tested the atoms and crystals, and they were not likely to be the one there. It was because, again, 4.1 billion times more likely to be harmony.
Another sample was
That's wrong.
taken for testing.
And why was another sample taken for testing?
Well, we received permission to use a amplification kit different from the one that is originally approved for the New Hampshire State Police.
Can you walk us through the process of that second sample that you took, or third sample rather, that you took?
Well, I should say that we requested this permission because the DNA was very degraded, we could see on the sheetrock. And the kit that we wanted to use was an upgraded version of the one we had used before. So it tested for more genetic markers, and we would be able to perform more conclusive analysis, I should say.
Now, you just mentioned the DNA that you observed on that item. It's being degraded. Can you explain to the jurors what that means?
Well, DNA is not a very strong molecule, I should say. There's a lot of different environmental factors that can break it down. That includes ultraviolet light, exposure to heat, chemicals, cleaning agents, strong
New
acids
Hampshire
and
guys
bases,
had to send it to Florida.
prolonged immersion in water, bacteria. So all that can serve to break down DNA. So there's not many places just out in the world where DNA won't be attacked in some fashion.
How about time? Does time have anything to do with
Well,
degradation of DNA samples?
Generally speaking, yes. The longer DNA is exposed to any of those elements, DNA is going to break down even further, with more time, with more exposure.
The third piece that you tested, can you walk us through your analysis, the process that you used?
Yes, just flipping to that report. So this is still that item, the piece of sheetrock with the heavy staining. An additional sample was collected from approximately 3 inches of the bottom of the stained area. And again, blood was indicated on that sample. And the DNA profile obtained from this sample definitively indicated a mixture of at least 2 individuals.
Were you able to draw any conclusions based on your analysis?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Sorey, and Adam Montgomery to this new mixture, again, I wasn't able to conclusively exclude, they could not be conclusively ruled out as possible contributors to the mixture.
Did you perform a likelihood ratio as you did with the prior samples?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that likelihood ratio?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery to this mixture, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.1 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery and 1 unknown person than if it originated from 2 unknown persons. And this analysis provides very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
And that terminology that you just used, the very strong support, that again is the highest level of support that you can provide. Is that correct?
That is the strongest language that I'm allowed to use.
And can you explain the significance of that number, 1.1 trillion?
Well, a trillion is a million multiplied by another million. Or to put it another way, as I was saying, a million is a 1 followed by 6 zeros. A trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
You need
You
more than
mentioned
one Earth to find another
two
person with the
contributors,
same
two
DNA.
potential contributors. Was there a second profile that you were able to obtain from that item?
Sorry, do you mean was I able to perform a likelihood ratio for that second contributor in the mixture?
Correct, yes.
I wasn't able to conclusively. I was able to perform a
will be a
likelihood
test
ratio
in the
for
end.
Adam Montgomery and Crystal Sorey to that mixture. For Crystal Sorey, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.5 times more probable if the sample originated from Crystal Sorey and one unknown person than if it originated from two unknown persons. But we consider that uninformative if a likelihood ratio is between 1.1 and 2, because that's just not strong support for either proposition. In comparing Adam Montgomery to that mixture, the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 69 times more probable if the sample originated from two unknown persons than if it originated from Adam Montgomery and one unknown person. And this analysis provides limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery is not a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Just to clarify, from that third sample that you took, how many profiles were you able to obtain? How many profiles did you obtain? DNA profiles.
It was only one DNA profile, but I could see that there were at least two individuals within it.
And what does that mean for the jurors?
Well, essentially, I was only able to, we treat it as identifying Harmony Montgomery in that mixture, given the likelihood ratio, but I was not able to conclusively identify the additional second contributor in that mixture.
The second contributor, what can you tell the jurors about that profile?
Well, it was a very partial person. There was not a lot of genetic information for that person in the DNA profile. So I would not honestly expect to be able to identify that person, even if we had obtained the reference that.
No, because he has to make a likelihood of it, and whenever we are presented DNA evidence in Denmark, because we have a smaller population, but still we always get the numbers. But again, he likes to hear himself talk, and they want to put in all the big numbers so the jury sits there and think, oh, 1 billion is more than 1 trillion, or the other way around, because they can't take notes. But still, it's very, very, very high indications. Harmony have been on that ceiling, less so that Adam and Crystal is there. But it just takes a very long time to say that.
Match that person in the evidence.
What does that mean scientifically, a partial person?
Well, essentially that there just wasn't a lot of genetic data. There wasn't a lot of DNA from that second contributor present in the DNA profile.
So I want to turn your attention now to another item. Did you have occasion to test samples from MER 3D RL14 and 12? That's DLI number 22-07495.01.
I'm sorry, can you say it again?
The DLI number or
The DLI number.
Yep, it's 22-07495.01. And just to clarify, DLI applies its own numbers to items that it receives. Is that right?
Yes, I did have occasion to perform DNA analysis on that item.
Okay. And sorry, you were looking at your notes when I asked, but DLI, when you process items, you apply your own item numbers to evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And so this item has previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 81. What is that item? Can you tell the jurors?
That item, 22-07495.01, that is two rails screwed together.
And I think you answered this already, but did you perform analysis on that item?
Yes, I did.
How did you perform analysis of that item?
Well, there was staining visible on this item, so blood was indicated on the rails that were screwed together. And following that, the sample was collected from that staining for DNA analysis. And already went through the DNA process, and the resulting DNA profile of that indicated at least one contributor.
One contributor, no.
Yeah, a single contributor.
What results and conclusions were you able to draw from that?
Harmony Montgomery could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that DNA profile.
And just as with the prior samples, were you able to perform a likelihood ratio?
Yes, I was, in comparing Harmony Montgomery to that DNA profile. The result of which was the DNA profile obtained from the sample is approximately 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person. And this analysis provides, again, very strong support for the proposition that Harmony Montgomery is a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the sample.
Again, can you explain the significance of 1.4 trillion?
Well, again, the language for very strong support for a proposition that starts when a likelihood ratio is 1 million or greater.
Do it all the time.
And a trillion can be explained as a million multiplied by another million, or a million is again a 1 followed by 6 zeros, and a trillion is a 1 followed by 12 zeros.
I want to turn to the other items that you analyzed during the course.
Jane, you have to remember they can't ask the judge, what was the number he said? She can only say you have to rely on your memories. That's why I don't like the note taking.
Course of your involvement with this investigation. And so I want to go through those items individually and talk about the conclusions that you were able to draw, starting with an item LH, 1LH, a pillow with rope drawstring.
Yes, I have that in front of me.
What conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Well, staining was visible on the pillow with the drawstring, but no blood was indicated on this item. And following that, 2 samples were collected from the item for DNA analysis, one from the rope and one from the exterior of the pillow. However, no DNA was detected on either sample, so we didn't do any further analysis past that point.
How about item BE017, BE017?
BE017 was a clear, thin zip tie. Again, there was staining, visible staining, but no blood was indicated on the zip tie, and an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample collected from it. So again, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to item number JP88. Did you test that item?
Yes.
And what conclusions, if any, were you able to draw from your results?
This item was a pink child sock. Apparent hairs were visible on the sock. We did not conduct any analysis on that. We did take a DNA sample from the interior of the sock, and the DNA profile obtained indicated a mixture of at least 3 individuals with at least 1 male contributor. And furthermore, crystal sorry could not be ruled out as a possible contributor to that mixed DNA profile.
And did you further analyze that in another report?
Yes, I did.
What were the results of that additional analysis?
If I can flip to it. And further reports, I was also able to compare the DNA profile for Harmony Montgomery and Adam Montgomery to the DNA profile obtained from the sock.
What conclusions were you able to draw from that comparison?
Well, first, in comparing crystal sorry, probabilistic genotyping results supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered. In comparing Harmony Montgomery, again, the probabilistic genotyping results for Harmony Montgomery supported their exclusion, again, as a contributor to the DNA profile obtained from the interior of the sock. In comparing Adam Montgomery,
Well, right now we're talking about evidence not being on the evidence.
the probabilistic genotyping results for Adam Montgomery, again, supported their exclusion as a contributor to the DNA profile previously obtained from the interior of the sock when a proposition of 3 overall contributors was considered.
Any other conclusions you were able to draw from that item?
No, that was all the analysis that was done on that item.
I want to turn your attention to JP 216-C. Did you have an opportunity to review and analyze that item?
Yes, I did. This item. Sorry, one moment. This item was a cutting from a sweater.
I'm sorry.
This item was a cutting from a sweater, JP 216-C.
Okay. What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your analysis of that item?
Blood was indicated on that cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from a sample taken from the cutting. And because of that, no further analysis was performed.
I want to turn your attention to MER 3D1A. Did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a metal cutting.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to MER 3D-B, were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a lab cutting of stained drywall backing.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
Blood was indicated on this cutting, but an insufficient amount of DNA was detected, and therefore no further analysis was performed.
Turning your attention to
Why are we going
JP
through all the evidence with no
251-1,
DNA on it?
were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, this was a section of string.
And
Blood
what
was. I apologize. Blood was indicated on the string, and the DNA profile obtained from the string indicated at least one male contributor. Crystal Sorey and Harmony Montgomery were excluded as contributors to that DNA profile, and Adam Montgomery as well was excluded as a contributor to that DNA profile.
And that was in a later analysis, is that right?
Yes.
And just to clarify, you said the defendant Adam Montgomery was excluded, Crystal Sorey was excluded, and Harmony Montgomery, they were all excluded from that DNA profile?
That's correct.
Understood. Turning your attention to MER 3D-A2, did you have an opportunity to analyze that item?
Yes, this was another lab cutting of stained drywall backing. Blood was indicated on the cutting, and the resulting DNA profile obtained from the cutting indicated a mixture of at least two individuals with at least one male contributor. However, due to the complex nature of this mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Yeah, but there's no DNA on the clothes.
Turning your attention to JP 216.
Again,
JP 216, were you able to analyze that item?
the only DNA is from the roof.
I'd have to go to
ceiling.
the report that was in.
So why are we going through all of this inconclusive just to imply that there are DNA on it? Is it
JP
again
216.
Correct.
to put things in the head of the jurors?
Okay, this was a sweater with stains.
Were you able to analyze that item?
Yes, blood was indicated on the sweater, and a sample was collected from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side for DNA analysis. However, the resulting DNA profile obtained from that sample indicated a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least one male contributor. And due to the complex nature of that mixed DNA profile, it was inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Turning your attention to MER 3D-RL3, do you have an opportunity to analyze that item? And if it helps, it's DLI item number 22-07494.01.
Okay, yes, I have it. Yes, I did have opportunity to analyze this item. It is screws and a rail.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that item?
From the rail, blood was indicated on the rail, and the result was the result.
As we talked about earlier, where I can't remember which one of you said that you think they had a strong case. Why do they start with the best evidence and then go on to talk for 30 minutes about no evidence? Because again, they have her on the sheetrock 4.1 billion times, and I don't know how many trillion more times. We know she was in the attic. Now we're going through all the evidence they found without any evidence that she was there. They're even ruling her out. And a sweater with 4 different people's DNA on it is nasty, but it's a drug den. they probably didn't have laundry day once a week like normal people. To me, this seems like the state isn't trusting their case. So they are just overwhelming the jury with the information. But I might be wrong. I just don't like it.
which was that a sample was collected from the staining. However, an insufficient amount of DNA was detected from that sample, so no further analysis was performed.
Yeah, but
I want to turn your attention to a
you
final
don't put
item,
anything in that's not
TSC,
relevant.
TSC 8. Did you have an opportunity to analyze TSC 8?
I'm sorry, can you give me the DLI item number?
No, because the bloody nose, there's no evidence anywhere else than the ceiling.
It's 22-11851.
Penela, uno más, por favor.
Yes, I did perform analysis on this item.
And what was that item, or what is that item?
It is the carpeted floorboard from an Audi.
You said from an Audi?
Yes.
Yeah, it's out.
What, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from that sample?
No blood was indicated on that carpeted floorboard, and a sample was collected from the entire surface of the item for DNA analysis. But no DNA profile was obtained from the sample.
So, Mr. Ackroyd-Azalis, I just want to summarize. You were able to develop a profile from MER 3D RL13.
Sorry, I need to flip back and see what item that is.
Judge said no. To me, it's just we don't have enough.
Yes, I was.
You have very strong evidence.
And that was 4.1 billion times more likely to be Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person.
From one of the samples taken from that item, which was the piece of sheetrock with heavy stains, yes, that was the resulting likelihood ratio.
And when you tested another location on that item, you were able to obtain another likelihood ratio.
That is correct, yes.
Specific with respect
Jane,
to Harmony Montgomery.
that's why I love
what was that
having
likelihood
people
ratio?
That
throw
likelihood
different
ratio
things into chat, because I can be very wrong.
was 1.1 trillion times more likely if that
Please agree and disagree.
DNA profile originated from Harmony Montgomery and an unknown person than if it originated from two unknown people.
And you were able to develop a profile on item MER 3D RL4 and 12.
Yes.
And can you remind the jurors what that what the likelihood ratio was for that item with respect to Harmony Montgomery?
That item was two rails screwed together, and the resulting likelihood ratio in comparing Harmony Montgomery was that it was 1.4 trillion times more probable if the sample originated from Harmony Montgomery than if it originated from an unknown person.
1.4 trillion?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ackroyd-Azalis. I have no additional questions for you, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
But just let's preemptive. Elaine should just ask now. So you just have two evidence of harmonies, and that's the ceiling, and then get out of it. She shouldn't talk about, but she's gonna destroy my life now, and I hate that woman. And we haven't even been married.
One of the reasons that states with, say, a state lab like New Hampshire that does DNA sends items to you or DLI labs is because you do a different type of DNA analysis than most other places in the country, right?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're asking.
The genotype probabilistic testing.
Yes. So probabilistic genotyping is what is used to perform likelihood ratios. Essentially, that's a combination of statistical methods and biological concepts to help in DNA analysis.
And what that does is, like, complex means more than one, can mean more than one DNA sample, right?
Well, in saying that a DNA profile is complex, that can potentially mean that that sample is from more than one person. That's possible.
It could mean that the DNA sample was somewhat degraded,
That's possible.
and it could mean that there's less of a sample.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And there's other reasons that people, well, for the most part, I'm going to call it PGT, probabilistic genotyping. Is that what?
We usually just do PG, but I will understand what you mean if you say that's what PGT means.
Okay, because I will stumble over the words if I have to do it each time. PG is essentially a way to get better information from less DNA or more complex DNA.
Compared to traditional analysis methods, yes.
Okay, so if there was like a finding of two sources on a DNA sample, but the lab wasn't capable of further analysis, it might come to you.
That's possible.
Okay. And probabilistic genotyping is actually a computer algorithm, right?
Computer software is used, yes.
Okay. And it combines all possibilities and runs whether or not the likelihood of this possibility being achieved. Why don't you explain?
Well, essentially, you're asking how a likelihood ratio is performed.
What it means? Yes, how it's performed.
Essentially, the software makes at the start random guesses as to what genetic, well, what I should say, what alleles, so what the specific genetic markers apply to each contributor in a mixture, and in what proportion for each of the genetic markers that we look at. And by comparing that, and then for each successive guess that it does blind, it compares to the actual DNA profile, and it can see how closely or how badly it fits the actual data. So as a result of that, it makes successive guesses as it goes through what's called Markov chain Monte Carlo. So essentially, as it's making these random guesses, it does assess whether the next guess is better than the previous guess. And as a result, it kind of narrows in on what the actual genetic alleles, what DNA profile applies to each contributor in a mixture.
And a person who compares DNA profiles can do the same thing, but it would take an astronomical amount of time, right?
A computer can do it in a fraction of the time that I could do it by hand, yes.
Okay. And when you hit numbers like trillion, billion, things like that, that the DNA probabilistic result is 1.4 billion. You said it's very strong support for the DNA profile matching another person?
I would say that's very strong support for the proposition that the DNA profile resulted from the person who's being compared, as well as however other unknown individuals are present in that mixture.
Okay. So one of the things is this can't make a match,
I can't conclusively say it's someone's DNA or not. No.
but the likelihood is so high that you might be able to accept it as a match.
I can't say that.
The likelihood that it is that person when we're in the billions and stuff is pretty high.
It is high, yes.
Okay. And you can have likelihood ratios right down to 2 that mean something, right?
Yes,
Because under 2, it's uninformative, I think you said.
that's correct.
Okay. So if we can sort of say it's probably somebody by a probabilistic ratio of 10 versus a billion, the more likelihood that it is that person at a billion is really, really high, right?
Well, a billion is a lot larger than 10, if that's what you mean. Yes.
Okay. And okay.
Thank you.
Somebody might walk away from that pretty comfortable that it is the person that the matching says it probably is. The DNA is from that source that the probabilistic ratio says it is.
I can only speak to the statistical weight. I can't
Okay.
tell anyone to come to a conclusion.
So you can't conclusively say that Harmony Montgomery is the source of the DNA on the sheetrock or the rails, but the probability is very, very high.
That's fair to say.
Okay. Now, on the sheetrock, you found a possibility of 2 sources.
Sorry, we're talking about
MER 3D13, RL13.
yes.
Okay. And you weren't quite sure, but that probability was there, right?
I wasn't quite sure about what. I'm sorry.
Whether it was 1 source or 2 sources, but there was enough to raise that possibility.
For the first 2 samples that were taken, yes, it was at least 1 person, and there were some suggestions of it being 2 people, and as a result of that, I interpreted it as 2 people.
Okay. And then when you did the testing on the rails and the analysis there, that was pretty conclusively 1 source?
There was no indication of any other contributor being present in that DNA profile.
Okay. So if the sheetrock and the metal rails came together and the DNA that was on both of them was from the same source, can we conclude that there was only 1 source on the sheetrock?
Well, no, because I can't speak for how people in the past might have touched these various items, or who made what kind of contact, or how DNA came to be on an item. I simply can't speak to the activity that led to DNA ending up on an item of evidence.
Spice it up and
Okay,
get
so
more
the
viewers.
possibility that the
It's a
sheetrock had 2
5-year-old. It's
sources
just be.
and the metal rails had 1 source. The possibility that the sheetrock had 2 sources still exists, even though the rail had 1 source.
Yes, the DNA results support that.
Okay. And did you receive any profiles from Kayla Montgomery to compare?
Kayla Montgomery, no, we never received a reference for that person.
Okay.
Good
So I
question.
want to talk about some of the other testing that you did in this case. You reviewed it, some of them with the state. And let's talk about JP88, which was the pink sock. And JP, the jury has learned P stands for Pittman, who collected evidence from an Audi. And you found DNA
So this is a lane
on the
2.0.
child's pink sock, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And DNA degrades over time, right?
Yes.
And weather conditions can affect the amount of degradation.
Yes.
And weather meaning extreme hot and extreme cold, right?
Yes, those would all play a factor.
Other environmental factors such as mold and stuff like that might affect
Hey,
DNA
Mo. Oh, you
degradation.
girl.
Yes, that's true.
And the jury has heard the condition that the Audi was in at the time that it was searched. You were able to obtain DNA from the Audi, right?
Are we still speaking of the pink child sock?
JP88, sorry.
I was able to obtain a DNA profile from the sock, yes.
And you were able to exclude Harmony and Adam from that DNA.
In comparing their DNA results by probabilistic genotyping, the statistics supported them being excluded.
Was it in this? It was a very high number, right?
10 likelihood ratio supporting exclusion, 10,000 or greater. We consider that this is the phrasing we use, that they support their exclusion.
And this was well above 10,000.
If you want the exact number, I need to go into the case file.
I don't need to, but it was a lot over 10,000, right?
It was at least 10,000. I don't remember the number exactly from memory.
Okay, but it is within your realm that strongly supports exclusion.
That's correct.
And you talked about 1 billion strongly supports exclusion earlier on other items.
I believe we were speaking of inclusion when I was.
Okay. So anyway, it strongly supports exclusion on the pink sock, right?
In comparing Harmony Montgomery, Crystal Soria, and Adam Montgomery, yes, the resulting statistics all supported their exclusion from the pink sock.
Okay. So DNA survived the conditions that the jury has heard that the Audi was in, sufficient to make a comparison of DNA and make a determination that supports exclusion.
In this case, yes.
Okay. Now the JP216 was a sweater with stains,
Yes.
and it was an adult sweater with stains.
Hey, Jude. Welcome.
I actually don't have that information in the reports,
Okay.
what size or
Okay.
what person that sweater is intended for.
And I think the conclusion was at least 4 individuals on that.
For the sample taken from a possible blood stain on the wearer's right side, the resulting DNA profile was a mixture of at least 4 individuals with at least 1 male contributor, but it was due to its complex nature. Yes, that couldn't be used for comparison purposes.
Okay, so you're comfortable with the conclusion that it is at least 4 people contributed to the staining.
I'm comfortable with the conclusion that I got DNA from at least 4 individuals from the sample taken from that stain.
Okay, and that at least one of those individuals was male.
That's correct.
And did you determine if that staining was blood?
Blood was indicated on the sweater. Yeah, but I wasn't able to conclusively identify it as blood.
Okay. And again, blood can survive extreme conditions of very, very hot and very, very cold.
It's possible, and I don't know the exact weather conditions and what other factors might have come into play with where the sweater was found.
Okay. And if a conclusion of different testing was that it was blood on the sweater, you can't say one way or the other if that conclusion was correct or not.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
If
Not sure I
other
understand.
testing revealed blood on that sweater, you can't determine whether that other testing was correct or not.
Well, if my laboratory or I didn't perform that testing, I can't speak for whoever did it.
Okay. And I guess the thing that I'm trying to get to is that DNA and blood, while it can be degraded by many different conditions, it can also survive in many different conditions, right?
That's fair to say. Yes,
And it can survive over years.
possibly. Again, it depends on the specific conditions.
Okay. If I may have a moment.
I think her question about Kayla Montgomery, did you ever get a sample to test against her? That was a good question. To say, oh, you never ever looked for her. But then hammer that home, because you can't get away from the fact that there's a lot of Harmony's DNA on the ceiling.
And I think the other was TSC8, a carpeted floorboard from an Audi, you testified? Or a piece of a carpet?
Carpeted floorboard.
Okay. From an,
And we're caught up with court again.
did you say, does it
From
say?
an Audi. Yes.
Okay. And
Audi.
TSC8, do you know what those initials stand for?
TSC8. I don't. That was assigned by the New Hampshire authorities.
Okay. And in any event, on there was no blood nor DNA, right?
No blood was indicated from the staining. And sorry, can I just double check
Sure.
the case file quickly?
Yeah, to me, that I would hammer that one home. And again, oh, the lady who got a plea deal never had her DNA tested. But as far as I can see, on the expert witness list, there might be 2 experts left. It's not sure they're going to call all of them. There's a Fed who helped them take down the ceiling, but we have the ceiling evidence in now, so I can't see why they should use her. And
There
Alicia
was
Morales
DNA
worked for
detected
the New Hampshire
on the carpeted
State Police.
floorboard, but there was no, while it went through the DNA process, we weren't able to obtain a DNA profile.
Okay. Okay. No blood, but DNA.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything further from the state? Yes.
The Fed, not the Fed. But again, they had 6 experts witnesses. We've been through 4 of them now. And this one is bringing in all the evidence.
Mr. Ackroyd-Azales, you were asked about the type of testing that DNA Labs International conducts. Do you remember that line of questioning from the defense?
I believe so. Yes.
The defense attorney asked you specifically about your lab conducting a different type of DNA analysis than other places in the country. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes, it went into probabilistic genotyping, I believe.
And let's talk about probabilistic genotyping. That's a mouthful.
Yes.
Probabilistic genotyping, is that something that's not done in other places in the country?
It's actually a pretty standard method at this point. My laboratory certainly isn't the only one in the country that uses it.
And is this a new method?
It's been in use since 2015.
You said that this computer software that you use, it runs the test in no time.
Well, far quicker than I'm capable of doing by hand.
And that's my next point. You are able to do this by hand. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Agree, Jane. And it was very hard indication she was in the ceiling. You can't get around these.
I want to talk about the likelihood ratios that you were asked about. What threshold is required for very strong support?
So again, going to the verbal scale used to describe likelihood ratios. When I'm able to describe a proposition as having very strong support, that results when a likelihood ratio is 1,000,000 or greater.
You were asked about a second contributor to the source from MER 3D RL 13.
Yes.
I think on direct, you said that second profile was really uninformative. Can you just explain that to the jurors?
So while I could see that there was a second contributor in this mixture, as I think I said earlier, there just wasn't a lot of data of that person. So there was enough for me to see that there was someone there, but not enough for me to feel that I could conclusively identify who that second contributor is.
During your involvement with those pieces of sheetrock, the metal framing, did you receive
Hey, Mighty Paul.
profile for someone, for Detective Scott Riley?
I did not know.
No further questions, Your Honor?
Yeah, the state just wants Harmony's DNA up there to prove she was in the ceiling. I totally agree with Jane on this one. But the defense should
You
hammer
said
home.
that this type of testing, PG, has been, your lab has been around since 2015?
No, it's older than that, but I don't recall the exact year it was established. However, the program used, StarMix, that employs probabilistic genotyping, that's been used in forensic analysis, DNA analysis, since I believe it's 2015.
Okay. And are there more than 8 labs now that apply StarMix?
I believe so, but I would need to check the numbers to be sure.
Okay, so it's growing, but at first, weren't you all the only ones doing it commercially?
That's possible. I actually don't know offhand.
Okay. In any event, it's been verified and validated and everything else, right?
It's a respected and trusted tool for forensic analysis, yes.
Okay. But not necessarily every state has the ability to do it.
Well, investing in new technology, that's an immense, that costs a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of effort. So yes, it's not everyone uses it as of yet.
And that's why state labs might send it to a private lab to be analyzed rather than doing it themselves.
That's possible.
Okay. And the likelihood ratio, I think a little bit of confusion may exist. Very strong support. You mentioned the term thing 1 million, and then earlier 1,000. Do you need 1 million to include somebody?
No. The verbal scale just describes the relative strength of a likelihood ratio.
Yeah, she's just
And
confusing the
what you're
jury now.
referencing was
She doesn't
when a
need
likelihood
this
ratio
because she
is
can't get away
10,000
from the
or greater
DNA that
supporting
was there.
exclusion, that we treat that as excluding a reference from a mixture.
Okay. So it's like not even very strong support. Once you hit 10,000, you're excluded.
That is how we treat it, yes.
Okay. And on,
I'm sorry, just to clarify that point, I can't outright say they aren't there, but just that's what the statistics support. So that's why we use that language.
okay. And on MER-3D-RL4 through 12, Adam was excluded, right?
Mr. Montgomery,
I'm sorry, yes.
he was excluded from that DNA profile from that item, yes.
But you also believe that that item had one source.
The resulting DNA profile only indicated one person, yes.
Okay. Sorry, I know it's very precise terminology and I'm not being so precise, so I apologize. On MER-3D-RL13, there was, that could have been 2 people, right?
Well,
2 sources, sorry.
What she's
in
trying
the
to do
first
now
sample
is
taken,
imply that Kayla
it was
could
at
have
least
been there
one
too.
contributor that I interpreted as 2 based on ambiguity.
That's not
in
important.
profile.
Okay.
The second
murder
sample
part we're
taken at a
talking
future
about.
date, that indicated mixture conclusively of at least 2 people.
Oh, my misunderstanding. Okay. And then probabilistic testing, it was uninformative as far as Crystal was concerned and limited support that Adam was not a contributor.
We're talking about the second sample taken from a piece of sheetrock.
Yeah.
Or rather, I should say the third.
9/14/22.
Just to be clear, for the sample that was taken at a later date using a kit that an amplification kit that we received approval for, yes, Crystal Story, the likelihood ratio for her to the mixture from there was uninformative, and there was limited support for the proposition that Adam Montgomery was excluded from that mixture.
Okay. And a conclusion that there's probably two sources and Adam Montgomery is probably excluded.
Well, there's limited support.
Okay. And there's no support on the other side that says he's included, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And like I said, that side can go down to 2 and mean something, right?
Well, at that range, again, we use limited support to make it clear that it's a small number.
Right. Thank you.
I don't see myself as a stupid person, but I don't understand what she's doing.
All right. You may step down, sir. You may be excused.
Yes.
And you are excused.
May we approach?
Yes.
Can someone tell me? I still don't get the defense strategy, but I get 5 gifted membership from Steph A. And those went to Holly, Medina Finn, Stephanie Bland, Wanda Stevens, and Yamaha Biker, who's sick. So maybe that'll help him recover faster. But thank you so much, Stephanie.
It makes sense to have our mid-morning break now, so we'll break for 15 minutes. We'll be back at 25 up. All right? Please rise for the jurors.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's funny, Jane, because you and I, we might not see it 100% the same way on this case, but I absolutely have no idea where Elaine is. She needs to put Kayla as the guilty person.
Council, just approach for a minute.
And she's yammering on about probability and likelihood. You have Harmony's body, which he pled guilty to putting in the ceiling because he pled guilty to the abuse of a corpse. Why are we wasting time talking about this? But for a DNA expert, an hour and 10 minutes, amazing. It didn't take longer. Talking about how long we spent on the sheetrock guy yesterday. Yeah, and that's her biggest problem, because she should just go through all of this and said, yeah, Adam, yeah, because does this prove who killed her? Does this prove who killed her? Does this prove who killed her? Just go through it like that. No, and we are 145 people right now. 141, just lost 4. We should be able to follow along because there are 12 people in that jury box. We're 10 times as many and we can't figure it out. Hey, Lynn. Well, I can show you this. Just gonna put it over so I can get it a little bigger, because we have a break now. This is the amended witness list that they provided just before it started. They had 79 civilian witnesses, but the last civilian that had on was Yared B. Luciano Mondrag. So they probably cut off most of the civilian witnesses. Then we have law enforcement witnesses. They have 75 law enforcement witnesses, and we haven't had that many. We had, who did we have? We have Stephen Orr, right? Did we have Stephen Orr? We had Radwich. She's listed twice. We had Pentinen. Who else did we have here? But they probably took away a lot of these as well. And then expert witnesses, as I see it, we had, oh, I can't use it on that one. We just had Alan. Alicia Morakis, who's a local forensic laboratory I thought we had her, but M. Young said no. Constant L. Fisher is from the Feds. We haven't heard her. Swango, no Swazier. We had her. Kevin McMahon, no dice. We had him yesterday. And Martin Olovich, we had him yesterday. He was the boring guy. So we had these 4 witnesses yesterday. And we had Alan today. So we might only have Alicia Marakis and Constant L. Fisher. If I'm not sure they're going to call more, because this guy had all the records. Then you have the record keepers. It's just the people who they talk to, that have sent them any records. So right now, maybe the lead detective, and then I can't see who else they would bring on. I can't see. Well, they should bring on. Is she on the list? It's in alphabetical order. So was her name Leslie, or was it Alexa? What was the name of the? What's the name of the lady who was in the car with them? I think that's the same thing too, but she never really, again, didn't put the hammer down. Well, she's a public defender. She should know. She is just awful. Yeah, she is very, very bad. We need a little Swazier. Let's do a little Swazier to clear our minds. Can we find some Swazier?
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know I could tell by the Swazier who the one was, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew the Swazier is, get that word right, Swazier?
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his
Oh,
walk, his talk.
okay.
Thank you for that. We needed a little Swazier. Does the state still have to prove Adam committed the crimes he pled guilty to? Kinda, because I can plead guilty to a crime you did, but they still have to. But then again, the evidence we had, the DNA evidence, points the fingers at that, and Kayla's testimony too. They don't need more than that. They kind of do. I didn't notice that. I should change my shirt. The only bit of interest this line of questioning brought forth was the absence of Kayla's DNA. Other than that, useless. Gina, agree. Yeah, I believe they said in the pre-trial motion they were looking at 55 to 65 potential witnesses. So, but just looking over it, the civilian witnesses, I can't see how many we need. We just have to learn to never question female motives. It may simply be a hair issue. Yeah, the hair tested in this case was inconclusive. Oh, that's yeah. Oh, that's where her boyfriend lied, because he offered one piece of papers in his divorce and another piece of paper in this case. Yeah, that's bad. Don't have the updated one. It's not posted in the court records, and I think I did a FOIA request before it was published. Yeah, this I did a Google to try and figure out who that what's her name? Alicia Morakis, who she was, to see if we had seen her, because I felt we had seen her, but no. But this is the only list you can find out there. Tabitha. So under TTT, there she is. Tabitha Scott. Or Tanya, Tabitha. It's a T. Yeah. Well, we're back up to 144, but it's a slow day today. But there's a lot of things out there. Yeah, Tabitha also was the one who babysat them. And going back to the last scene deadline, I could just have looked at. You have the car accident on. Which one was the car accident? Yeah, you have the car accident on November 29, where Tabitha. Oh, I should share this tab I'm talking about. You have this car accident here, where the officer said he only saw 2 kids in the car. That's where Tabitha allegedly was in a car with them because they were going to score drugs. So she can testify that Harmony was in the car, or else no one saw her. Maybe they can find a horse whisperer. Oh, 25 lawyers. Yeah. That's. Who is this Outback Eddie? Is that Outback Eddie? That could be cool if someone was Outback Eddie. I can't see no Outback. Yeah, Roger at least made us laugh. But admitting to a crime is a lot of evidence you did it. Yeah. Actually, the case I had today, we had 5 different charges against him, and he pled guilty to 6 different, and pled guilty to 4 of them. And the last 2, we didn't feel they proved it. So he had to, but he just had to sit in the witness stand. Again, we do it differently in Denmark. The accused goes first, so he just admitted to it. So one and done, over with. Yeah. Didn't he plead guilty? I wasn't the wording he pled guilty. He conceded to them saying it during the opening statement that he pled guilty is the words I'm thinking of. I might be wrong. You have a whole list of people on the witness list with the criminal charges. It's not a credible group of. Well, M. Young, I'm thinking you're making that up because this is an outstanding group of people. Yeah, Stephanie, it makes no sense. Outback Eddie was the clip with Swacia. No, that's Roger. Roger, he's a greenskeeper for a golf course down in Key West. He's a stand-up guy. He likes to party. His partying is Captain Morgan, Bud Light, and a little bit of rock. So he's a stand-up guy. He doesn't do any of the bad stuff. He doesn't smoke the devil's letters. Feel like Adam admitting to the crime was covering for Kayla, but that's just me. I actually think that him admitting to the crimes was because, as I looked it up, it's an 8-year conviction if he gets the full amount on these 2 charges. And I think he's finally trying to throw Kayla under the bus, but I just don't get it why he's waited this long. Why didn't he say anything? But again, he's going for reasonable doubt, and he's not going to get her convicted. Yeah, we have the lovely Miss Mo in the deep end. I could invite Miss Mo in the deep end because she could brighten my day. You have me over the mountains. Now Jamie is abandoning us. She doesn't love us anymore. She's with new dad. Thank you, Bubble Grid. Maybe, but then that ifs you off even more because they both give craps about that poor little girl. Exactly. We should tape Iris to the wall. Iris is a good girl. There's a cop who appears on STS sometimes who say when you are dealing with the devil, you have to go to hell for your witnesses. Never more true than this case. No. And again, this is a case where no witnesses are likable. Well, I like the police officers. They're just doing their job, and we all know it's not their job. But none of the civilian witnesses. Didn't even like the tow guy. So yeah, I don't know where Iris is. She's probably having real life issues. So, but sadly, Mo can't be here today. But we can get a little Mo just to clear our minds.
What
You
in
can
the
have a seat.
Canada swap meet heroin urban cowboy?
So I remind you, you're still under oath. That still carries over since the beginning of your testimony.
Someone purposely sewed those two fabrics together.
Sorry, I forgot the star witness in this case, Mr. What was I don't even Ayago. Getting a guy in there, he could have put up 2 rooms of sheetrock in the time it took them to swear him in. And what were the questions? Have you put sheetrock up on this place? Yes. Have you ever been back? No. Arrivederci. That was so stupid. They were working overtime, those buttons. Yeah, yard eat it. Yeah. Yeah, and luckily for us, it seems like they're going again because they should be having a hearing March 7th. There should be a pretrial hearing in that case. And he's going pro se again. So it could be great. I could get more shorts. This case really doesn't give us more any shorts. But that one did. Well, you spent your life not having a life with me. Reminded me of the YouTube video of people of Walmart. Yeah, that case was great. I love it. I love it when a case is funny, even though it's very tragic. Yeah, have you ever met? No. Did you know? No.
Council Coach, for just a minute, please.
Hey, Texas Jen. Good morning. Are you gonna cover it again? Well, it depends when it's going because I have that little excursion to the Los Estados Unidos. It might be a squab. What's a squab? There were more shorts in the Florida case. I love the guy who just came in with all the suede in his board shorts. That was such a great case. I have one more.
Conference to address the issue.
Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, I miss Jamie. Yeah. Luckily, she doesn't turn her camera off as she did in the beginning. It's because Roger, when they walked up to have the sidebar, he just sat there and he said, the driest laugh ever. And I can't boost it. I've tried to boost it in OBS and I can't get the sound because it was just like, oh, that was so funny. Yeah. It was so great. Hey, Tilly. Iris. Yeah, well, we have to Settle for the spirit, Jamie. This Elaine is worse than the one in the Amber Heard trial. Yeah, the one in the Amber Heard trial had a bad strategy, but she had a strategy. This lady, she's just asking questions. Bye, friends. You couldn't do that. Cousin Ethel. You were in the jury pool hanging with Carlton Fisk, Boston Red Sox All-Star for neither of us got picked, thank God. Although I had really you had already come to a decision. Yeah, well, presumption of innocence and all of that. The Darren Lopez trial. Which one is that? Is that Daddy Dom? Wasn't he Darren Lopez? I covered that one. That was a case full of idiots as well. I don't think there was anything. I just think it's stolen goods. That's what I thought. Yeah, Daddy Dom. Yeah, but I don't think that's actually why I have Paris and Lego over here, because of the Daddy Dom case. Because they kissed under the Eiffel Tower, and he always remembered that. And then he ventilated her husband. Hey, T-Bone. Yeah, presumption. Psh, who needs that? Well, Chrissy, there's a very, very high likelihood of DNA on the, well, not a likelihood. There's a strong evidence that Kayla was in the ceiling, as we knew, and nothing else. So that's what we have been doing for the last 2 hours. It's just getting the DNA evidence in there, clearly indicating that Harmony was stored at the ceiling. But we should be through almost all of the technical evidence so far. T-Bone in the house. I'm not going to make a crude joke about her being a vegetarian or if she got some meat on Valentine's Day. I shouldn't do that. This is a good Christian channel. I don't even have a shingles guy I can put you back to watch for absolutely no reason. Oh, the BB, it's because I'm a baker and I have 2 herniated discs, so my back is kind of broken. So I can't be a baker anymore.
Yes, please rise for
That's
the jurors.
why I'm the broken baker. Oh, I feel sad for you, T-Bone. Squab Bob knows the origin stories. And that's why if you go into my channel, you can see sometimes I bake, but my laptop broke down, so I should have been baking cookies 2 weeks ago, and I couldn't because my laptop didn't work. So I'm buying a new laptop so we can do some more baking. This is an all-purpose channel. Most of it is just me rambling. But sometimes I have T-Bone on. We have to have you on as an angel again, T-Bone.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Miss Emily Watson, Miss Emily Thompson to the stand.
Yeah, well, I busted my back the first time when I was deployed in Bosnia, and then a couple of years later, I got another herniated disc, so it's a hassle, but you get used to it. Jamie is working. Well, but I need a camera set up so you can see what I'm doing.
Ms. Thompson, if you would please remain standing just for a brief moment. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Thompson, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and then spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Emily Thompson, EmilYThompson.
And Ms. Thompson, currently, what state are you living in?
Maryland,
And back in 2020, what state were you living in?
New Hampshire,
What city were you living in New Hampshire?
Manchester.
And let me ask you briefly, just so we can understand a little bit about your background. How far did you go in school?
I graduated in 2020.
From high school?
College.
From college. And what did you graduate with? What degree?
Bachelor's of Fine Arts degree in creative writing.
And let me ask you, back in the winter of 2020, so I'm talking about January, February, March of 2020, where were you employed?
Portland Pie Company here in Manchester.
Oh, she saw the back.
How long were you working for Portland Pie Company?
I worked for them on and off for about 5 years. I started in 2015 up through the time the branch closed in 2020.
And that was right after COVID started, is that right?
We shut down just before COVID,
Just
shut everything else down.
Okay. So during your time there, what did you
Ditch Pickle Huntress. My theory is she was dead when they got evicted from the house. She got into the drug paraphernalia. So,
do at Portland Pie Company?
I was a delivery driver.
In the winter of 2020, let me ask you, did you ever work with an individual by the name of Adam Montgomery?
I did, yes.
And what did he do there at that restaurant?
I believe he was a dishwasher.
Did you ever see Adam Montgomery there with a bag in the walk-in cooler?
I think I did, but I couldn't say with any absolute certainty.
And what do you think you remember of that?
I believe I recall him either coming into the walk-in or leaving the walk-in with a bag.
Where was this cooler?
It was in the kitchen, between the dishwashing room and the exit into the main dining area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, it was my understanding that there were almost two different areas where you could be. There's the basically the ground floor, and then there was a basement area as well with additional storage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So were there any other coolers down in the basement, or just this one on the ground floor you're talking about in the main dining area?
There was a walk-in in the basement. That was where alcohol would be stored, beer, wine, etc.
And so which cooler are we talking about then? The one on the main floor or the one down in the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. And I believe you stated a minute ago you thought you saw him carrying it either in or out?
Correct. It's been several years, so my memory is a bit hazy.
Okay. Did you yourself store personal bags inside coolers at Portland Pie Company?
No, I did not.
And how many times do you believe that you may have seen him doing this, bringing it in or out of this cooler?
Would have
how
been
old
just
are you
once.
when you finished
Just one
college?
occasion.
She couldn't have been
And
that
again,
old.
you worked there until it closed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
She must have been a very young, 16, 17 when she worked
I don't have any further questions for you, but I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
We do not.
No.
Step down.
Yeah, he gets very testy the second they talk about harmony.
The witness is excused.
Oh, she looks very scared. Early 30s, she looked 5. Only the ones on your back. Yeah, are we going to just go speed running through? Because this is just to put the bag in the Portland Pie Company, which would be after the shelter. So are we going to speed run through all of those people? Because there's 2 witnesses claiming they saw it there. Well, Mesh, you don't have that long hair.
Good morning, Mr. Gibney. If you would kindly remain standing just for a brief moment, would you please raise your right hand, sir? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sorry, the lighting, that haircut, and the shadow right here, and the way he raises his right arm, I'm not saying anything. I wish Mo was here right now. She would understand what I meant.
Thank you. Please feel free to have a seat. Mr. Gibney, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first and your last name for the record?
Yes. Cameron Gibney, CameronGibney.
And Mr. Gibney, would you tell us what town do you currently reside in?
Hooksett, New Hampshire.
Hooksett, New Hampshire. Okay. And might need you to just scoot the seat in just a little bit more close to the mic.
Is that better?
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you. And how long have you been living in Hooksett?
For about 3 years now, originally from Manchester, but
you said originally from Manchester. How long did you live in Manchester before you moved to Hooksett?
For about 15 plus years.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you currently employed?
I am.
Okay. Where do you work?
I work over at Manchester Music Mill.
And what do you do for them?
Pro audio and installation.
Okay. Prior to that, do you have any sort of work experience in the restaurant business?
I do.
What is that?
So prior to that, I worked at Portland Pie in Manchester.
Were you working there in the winter of 2020? And by winter, I mean January, February, and March of 2020.
I did, yes.
Okay. What did you do at the Portland Pie Company? What were your job duties?
So I was originally a server, and then I became front of house manager about maybe six or so months after that.
As front house manager, let's say server, I imagine you're serving people food and waiting on them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Front house manager, what does that job entail?
So that job entailed doing taking care of the front of basically the servers and the bartenders and anything that happened in the front as far as management wise.
Did you ever meet a person by the name of Adam Montgomery there?
I did.
Okay. And how did you meet him?
Through work there. He ended up getting hired on a little bit. I would say a little bit probably before I became manager in the front. I did see him, and that's how I know him from.
Do you know what his job duties were? What you saw him doing for the business?
Yes, he was originally in the back in the kitchen area. I believe he did prep and cooked as far as pizza and food.
Just give me a permission to approach you.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you exhibit the United States 101. Do you recognize this person?
I do.
Who do you recognize him to be?
Adam Montgomery?
So that's the same person that you worked with?
Yes.
I think you're a little behind, Jane.
And in the winter of 2020, first of all, when did that restaurant close?
It closed, I believe, I am not 100% sure. I don't remember when it closed. I was there prior to that, a week before it closed, but I'm not too certain when it actually closed off the top of my head.
Let me ask, was it just kind of before the beginning of the COVID lockdowns or afterwards?
It was before.
Before, okay. And in the winter of 2020, did you ever see the defendant at Portland Pie Company with a bag?
I did.
Okay. And where did you see him with this bag?
Inside the actual restaurant and around the restaurant itself. Also, I've seen him inside of our walk-in cooler that we used to have. That was inside where the kitchen area was.
A walk-in cooler where the kitchen area was?
Yes.
Okay. And which floor was that kitchen area cooler on? The main floor or the basement?
Main floor.
Main floor. What did you see the defendant, Mr. Montgomery, doing with this bag?
Restless mom.
He always would just place it inside the walk-in cooler on the lower shelf. Sometimes he would move it to a different location, but it was mainly on the lower left-hand side inside the cooler.
And I'd like to show you what's marked States Exhibit 2.
I have two of my recipes over on
I do.
my Discord.
It looks like the bag that was inside the cooler.
Is this the bag that you saw Adam Montgomery moving inside?
Yeah, that's the part I don't
Correct.
get.
How many times?
Oh,
did you
I'm
see
just
him
bringing
move?
in my bag. Okay, leave it there.
Either when he left or when he arrived to Portland Pie.
But it was more than once, I think.
Correct.
Where in the cooler did you see him put the bag?
It was through the actual walk-in itself, door to the left lower shelf is where it was always located. So how it sat was the door was like this. You walked around. There was a door to the right. The walk-in cooler opened, and then to the left of the cooler on the lower shelf, because there were like grates that were typically in there for like tomatoes and stuff.
Okay.
It was typically on the bottom shelf.
What else would be stored on that bottom shelf?
But Mads, when you work in the food industry, you have to make sure that whatever is in there is okay. So I couldn't bring my groceries to the bakery.
So it was we had like mustard and just a bunch of other condiments that were typically down there.
Did you ever see anyone else handling this bag besides him?
No.
Did you ever bring bags inside and store them in the cooler at Portland Pie Company?
No.
And do you know of any other employees that have brought bags such as that one inside Portland Pie Company and stored them in the cooler?
I do not.
Thank you, Mr. Gibney. I have no further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Richard, no
All right,
chatter.
sir, you may step down.
Yeah, but it's still two people who might have seen it. And again, I think we just
Objection.
overwhelm
Sir,
the jurors with
you are excused.
witnesses to make it seem like they said something.
In regards to the state's next witness, it might be appropriate to take up the defendant's motion file this morning.
Okay.
What?
Counsel approach.
I didn't hear what he said. Before the next witness, I think it would be appropriate to take the state something. I'm a Southern woman, so I'm nosy as heck, but why did nobody look in the back? Yeah, especially because I don't know if you have that in the US, but back in, I think, the early aughts, we started every day have to make sure that we wrote a report on our freezer temperatures, our fridge temperatures, and all of this stuff, because we could have unannounced inspection. So we knew kind of what was in there, made sure no old food was in there, because then you'll get a fine. So you just leave a body in a freezer, and it was there long enough to be so frozen that he had to thaw her in the bathroom for 6 hours. He wasn't a good manager if he let that live. Oh, Trump will face criminal charges in New York. Well, that's got to be interesting. Well, yeah, it might be, but still, then you would look in the back, because he had to have left it just for an 8-hour shift. It's not enough to have it frozen solid. Again, Bebop, we don't know how or when or why he killed her. And this is my biggest problem. He's going to be convicted because all of the other stuff, it's the murder trial over again. We just have to prove everything else, then we'll convict him on the main issue. Sourdough is a fickle little mistress. It has to be the right temperature, and a good trick is make people who come over wash their hands, and then let them put their fingers on your sourdough, because it needs all of the different bacteria. So it's nothing better than having, if you have small children, have them have 10 friends over and just put their grabby little hands on it after you wash them, of course. So you get different strains of bacteria on it. That's a good way to start a sourdough. And but be very sure that you have the correct room temperature, because it's a living organism. So it needs to be treated like a small child. And again, a lot of love with your hands on it, because all of the bacteria on your hands is really good for sourdough to get it working, because you just need the you need all the bacteria, so it can kind of, it sounds gross, but that's really how it works. Be thankful you didn't look in the back at the restaurant. Yeah. I never been to a Portland pie factory. If you're not at first, don't succeed, rye again. Always do that. Hey, Wendy, how are you? Hope your
The court is
vacation is
gonna,
good.
what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna send you to lunch yet. The parties have raised a legal issue that the court needs to review with the lawyers. That's not a matter for the jury's consideration. So at this time, we're gonna take a break. Depending on where we land, we'll determine whether or not we come back, we hear testimony, or whether or not the timing is such that I let you go to an early lunch. So at this point, we're just gonna call it a break. So have a drink of water, use the restroom. I'm not exactly sure how long this will take us. So just be patient, please. Thank you so much. All rise for the jurors.
You're a New Yorker. Oh, I am not a big fan of New York. I've been there once. I didn't like it. He was a very fancy McSmarty pants. He used, and his doctor shot. Yeah. Well, he used a lot of stuff to keep him going in the end. Can that be what Baker calls us girls, his fickle little mistresses? Oh, you're my cute little muffin tops.
Written, and then I'll hear arguments from both sides. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, get your fingers in the sourdough. Well, I want to see the case. I don't really care about American politics. I think both of these people are way too old, but at least they have someone who can spell his own name in the White House. But let's see it on the legality. My biggest problem is a lot of these Trump cases is political more than based in law, and that's a big problem for me, because that's why I hate American law court cases as well, because when you need a new election for a DA or something like that, you'll try to get a case a little fast through the system to make you look good, and I don't like that. But no, keep politics out of courtrooms. Break. Yeah, let's hope we hear about this, because yeah. You did see Wendy H. She has just been on vacation. It was a cooler, not a freezer, and he was the front end manager, not the kitchen manager. I believe, let me just look at the affidavit. Portland. Harmony's body. I'm going to share this tab instead of it. I'm going to take it over so it's a bit bigger. Zoom in. Harmony's body moved to the Portland Pie Company freezer. So it's the freezer. She brought back to the Portland Pie Company on Elm Street while they were living at Lake Avenue. That's the halfway house. This was done at Adam's request. The same day, Adam transfers Harmony's body into the CMC maternity bags. Kayla stated she pushed Sean and Declan to Portland's Pie Company in the front bag stroller, and the CMC maternity bag with Harmony was between the two boys in the stroller. Kayla said Adam kept the CMC maternity bag with Harmony's body in the walk-in cooler at the restaurant for a week or so. The bag was then brought back to 117 Lake Avenue before being brought to 644 Union Street. Oh, so the freezer was a cooler. Then how did she freeze then? She must have smelled terribly. In speaking with the former power Cameron Gibney, that's the guy we just heard, the CMC bag in the cooler on a couple of occasions on both the floor and shelf, but never questioned him about it, since he knew he had children. Emily Thompson, who worked as a delivery, also vaguely recalled Adam tucking a bag into the cooler. But how did she get frozen then? Mm. I thought that that was where she got frozen. But thank you so much, Melissa. You caught it better than I did. Thanks for the tip. You wanted to do it as a family, but the teens didn't think it was cool. Teens are weird. Wendy chatted that she's not in chat. Yeah, she's a woman. You know them. I will be serving sourdough bread on the mezzanine. I will. See you later, Brigitte. He might be able to hide her body or something for a few days. Risky though. Yeah, but again, crackheads, good decisions, not two words that's usually used in the same sentence. But lovely lashes and Jamie is always used in
Hi.
the same sentence.
Hi. What did I miss? I've been in a meeting for like 2 hours and I didn't get to watch anything this morning.
You missed that they found her DNA on two things, the sheetrock, and that's the only things, and it was 4.1 billion more likely to be harmonies than anyone else, and I can remember 1.6 trillion times more likely than anyone else. Other than that, they couldn't find any DNA linked to her. And then we had two people testifying that he brought the CMC back to the restaurant. I work in a restaurant. While I listen to you all, our freezer chef Baker would never allow a foreign object, large bag in a freezer. Contamination, watch shelf, on the floor, inspectors. Yeah, and it was both near the produce and on the floor. It would never. Well, again, I don't know how Portland does it run like Dunkin' Donuts, where every crackhead in the state is hired. I don't know, but it would never happen in a Danish kitchen or bakery.
So have they proven that Adam committed the murder yet?
No,
Or just
no,
that
no.
her DNA's thing? Okay.
They just committed. They just proved that the bag was in the ceiling.
Okay.
Yeah, always see the evidence before we rule, even if it's Trump, Biden, Adam Montgomery, or Zachariah Anderson. Show me the evidence. You were born in New York and then lived in city for 7 years after college. You love it. Well, maybe it's because it's so big and I come from such a small country. I just didn't like those tall houses. We don't have anything like that in Denmark. No, keep politics in politics, but keep politics out of courtrooms. This was a pizza joint. I'm sure they were professional, but probably weren't too worried about it. No, if you have like a 20-year-old running the place, but you would still have very specific, kind of like McDonald's. You have a certain. I just can't get it. Yeah. This case is so horrifying, but did anyone ever ask Kayla why they kept the body for so long if there was going to be dumped? Jess, this is my biggest problem. Elaine should have asked this question. Elaine should have, why didn't you do anything? And you had the body for 4 months. You made another girl beneath that. I would have asked those questions to make her seem like a POS. That's a piece of shit, Jamie.
I'm glad you.
No, Kim, I was just
What would
teaching
I do
people how to
without
make
you?
a strong sourdough.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but the problem is before it went to the Portland Pie Company, it was in the ceiling, decomposing. The decomposing process heats up the remains, so it couldn't be frozen. It wouldn't leak fluids if it was frozen, and so again, it doesn't make sense. Exactly, and again, in the fridge, that's about around 5 degrees Celsius, which is banana Fahrenheit, and it wouldn't stop the
Banana.
decomposing. It would still smell. Yeah, but that's weeks before, and they only left her, according to Kayla, they were only in the car 2 days before they moved to the shelter, so she would only have been in the snowbank a maximum of 2 days. And again, then they moved her to the ceiling where she started to decompose. Oh, and she was in the cooler, cooler as well. At that point, she would have thawed. So it doesn't make sense. No, they're having a witness where they have to have an argument about something. But I didn't hear, they just said, before we call our next witness, we need something. Yeah, by friends, and a prolonged stay outside. If let's say you have one of these Canadian or Alaskan winters, you could freeze a body up there. But someone pulled up the stats. It wasn't that cold that December, and it had been in the cooler for, was it a week they stayed at the mom's, and then putting into the attic, and it leaked fluids, which would indicate that it was decomposing. Yeah.
No.
They didn't have a car to move it around in. That's why they rented the U-Haul. How was your last fill, Jamie? Let's get on to the happy news.
She did it a little differently this time, so I'm trying to like fluff them out differently. So
who actually wants to deal with a body? I think that is why they waited. Also, all yourself, if they admitted to what they admitted to, the truth is worth enough, then the life seems better. Yeah, but again, apparently they made a big problem into smaller problems and kept the smaller problems around. That's why don't you, if you go through all the trouble of trying to put lye or lime or whatever on it and take the clothes off, go find a lake, go find a river. In I don't know, in New Hampshire, is there a lot of rivers up there? Because in the wintertime, when it starts to thaw out, you could dump it in there and it'll be in the ocean and no one will ever find it. Not legal advice. Jane was asking us which trial we were laughing at while someone was on the stand house. Oh, she must be behind. Yeah, Melissa. Yeah, I don't listen. I'm a man. I don't listen when women. No, he wasn't a woman. Sorry, I just don't listen.
and you say I don't listen.
What?
And you.
Yeah, Copenhagen I can handle. I used to live there, but New York is just so much bigger than anything here. Did the prosecution just take this drug user at her word without trying to piece it together before trial? These witnesses need to go in order for it to make sense. Yeah, and that's kind of what we're doing now, I think, because now we had the ceiling and now we are at the Portland Pie Factory. But still, what I want to know is who killed her and when.
I couldn't agree more. They just, it does feel like all these witnesses are just being pulled in whenever they're available, and it's not really piecing together the story very well.
Wendy, yeah, that's what I thought about yesterday with the cooler. Did she lie about when they made a big problem smaller? Yeah. Put it in a dumpster. I bet you no one would look if you just do it the day before trash day. No one would ever see that. Yeah, they only have Kayla to prove he did it. West River to Merrimack River to Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, and with the swelling of the waters in the winter, she will be gone. Putting her in pizza fridge, then taking her out, and then bringing her back every day. She wouldn't even freeze because it was in the cooler. Yeah, that's.
Well, and
you love the way I say cooler. I said it as it's spelled COOLER. Cooler.
Because you say cooler. Cooler.
I don't say it like Bobby Boucher.
Seated?
Cooler.
All right.
Yeah, you
had
do.
an opportunity to review your filing, Attorney Smith. I also reviewed my original order on this motion. So I'll hear from you hitting the high points, but you don't have to repeat everything that you've got in there.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in the motion I laid out the original filing and the argument, and the state provided the unsworn affidavit of a detective with regard to what Kayla Montgomery purportedly had said in the past. And it's not like there were quotes or anything like that.
The reality of it is, at where we are right now, you can focus on the
Yeah, she wanted to go
on
back to
what-
Adam
what
every
testimony
fucking
we have,
every
and
freaking
they can
time.
provide officer proof for what testimony they think is coming. I think it's not especially relevant if there are things within Ray Hill's affidavit that are not identical.
So, right, which is why I say I'm renewing, because the testimony did not come out as purportedly she would testify at trial. At trial, she was asked again about tools, and she talked about a conversation with Adam at her mother's, and during that conversation, she testified that Adam was apparently interested in her mother's grinder, or she may have only called it a power tool, and said that he wanted to take it to use on Harmony's body. And she then identified the State's Exhibit 63 as the item that she recalled her mother had. And if you will recall, 63 is the fuel grinder, Milwaukee red, and she identified her initials on the bottom of the photograph. Turns out
Sebastian, not really anything.
this was not
Just that he had the CMC back
had,
at the pie factory.
initialed at a prior recording. It was during the trial prep that apparently we that photograph was given to her. And as far as I know, before that prep, there was no mention of a fuel grinder ever. And I believe that photograph may have been part of the photographs. We introduced photograph defendant's eye, that was a circular saw that she identified as the image closest to the image of the power tool that she had seen in the house. It was an old power tool, and it was corded and looked most like the circular saw.
I'm sorry, she saw in which house?
Sorry, Union Street apartment. Then she identified, was shown a miter saw, which is defendant's Exhibit H, and said, no, that was not the saw that she saw. I do not know if State's Exhibit 63 was included in the photographs that she was shown back then. I assume that it was, because I think they had already collected this Home Depot information. But nevertheless, they go to a prep session with a saw, a photograph of a saw that she has never seen. She tells them this story, and on the stand, she tells them that she talked Adam out of stealing her mother's fuel grinder. So in regard to that, Christine Lubin testified she does not have a grinder. She's never had a grinder. She knew what the picture was of, and no, she had never had one. So the credibility with regard to that testimony has several layers, but essentially none. Then she also testified about tools, and she did not see tools other than the scissors. She testified with regard.
She testified that she saw tools in the apartment, right?
The one that looked most like the chainsaw was in a box under the cupboard.
Okay, so it's not that she didn't see tools.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
What she identified as the corded circular saw was in a box under the kitchen. She did not see any tools other than the scissors in the bathroom, and it was a small bathroom. The only thing that she saw there, other than using the scissors, was a bag of lime. She testified that the photograph of the lime was the most similar to what she saw. She did not say that she could identify the lime, but the lime in the picture, and I forgot to pull it out, was the one most like what she saw. She did not say that it was a 40-pound bag of lime. And she did not see tools. She did not hear tools. She didn't see tools outside before or after Adam was in the shower for a time period with the body while she was out. She did say she didn't hear a power tool. She did say her neighbor's music was loud, but I think common sense with regard to power tools, if a power tool was used, it would have been heard. She did not, and she admitted that she was there when the body was in the bag and Adam was trying to zip it up. She did not claim that there was any dismemberment, as the state put it in their opening. She didn't say anything about pieces. I'm sorry, it's sort of grotesque to talk about, but she didn't mention anything other than lime and shower in the bathroom as far as activities that she was aware of. And tools, again, that she was aware of were only the scissors and the circular saw underneath the thing that was old. She also, although she claimed that she limited her time in the bathroom, she also testified that she saw Adam put the body in a trash bag on the floor in lime. She later retracted and said, no, he said that. She didn't see it. But in any event,
No, it's
she testified to both.
I think it's a police officer who's to testify about an interview with
If
Kayla.
that tool was there, she would have seen it. She did
So
not.
now she's saying something can't be brought in. I don't get where she's going.
She assisted in closing the bag, didn't see any sign of dismemberment or tools at that point. She never ever saw any new tools in the house. And you may recall from the original motion, what was purchased in the receipt by some unknown person included extra blade and extra battery. And so she didn't see anything new tool related in the apartment while at Union.
So why didn't you argue
She
this in cross
testified about
yeah. Why didn't you say this?
She testified about a call for service for taking care of the bathroom. In any event, the state will have, I believe, a witness to talk about a call for service.
Well, they did introduce the document regarding the call for service, so that's in.
Okay, and I think
you should have done
she
it with her
mentioned
understanding.
that- so I guess they're not going to call the guy for a call for service, but they have a document. I think she described a call for service, and if she did, she didn't do anything about that call for service vis-a-vis the events in the shower. So we don't know if the events in the shower happened. She moved into the apartment at the end of February, and I think she said the 21st or the 22nd. And so there were a number of days prior to that call for service. And she did not say that it was the next day or anything, or the same day or whatever the complaint was. So we don't know if a day or 2 or 3 or 4 went in between.
I think the other thing you mentioned that you raised was the bank records. Do you want to
Yes.
discuss that?
Okay, and the bank records, they have bank records that show a withdrawal from Citizen Bank. The state put in its motion that Citizen Bank is about 0.4 miles from the Home Depot. I believe one of the officers will probably be able to testify that Union Street is over a mile from Home Depot. There's no evidence whatsoever of anybody giving a ride to the Montgomerys. There is testimony that when they got rides somewhere, it was sometimes through a service. There has been testimony about the number of friends, acquaintances of the Montgomerys that the police went out to talk to. It can be developed more, but there were a lot. There was also testimony about the crime tip line, and that people, as this was being publicized in the media, the search for harmony, tips were coming in from the crime line, and they were following up on that. And there has been a discussion about the amount of media exposure. Nobody called in with a tip of a man walking down from Home Depot with a 40-pound bag of lime, a box of a power tool, and the like, nor has anyone called in who is perhaps an acquaintance of the Montgomerys saying, oh, by the way, I think I gave him a ride. So there's no evidence whatsoever connecting the $500 purchase to a $400 purchase of lime at Home Depot. And finally, not in the motion, is that there's no evidence that the lime was purchased at Home Depot. There are other places that sell lime. I believe the testimony will be that they only searched Home Depot. So there is no connection. The state in their opening alleged that Harmony was dismembered by Adam, and they are seeking to introduce these tools to suggest that Mr. Montgomery had tools to cause that event, where there is no connection. And without that connection, the prejudice of this evidence so far outweighs any probative value that it should be precluded.
All right, thank you.
As much as I hate
Go
Adam,
ahead.
I agree with her.
Yeah. Gonna grab something more.
Attorney Smith just mentioned with regards, and I'll just try to go backwards in order so I can address the different things coming on. Yes, that the Citizens Bank is across the street from the Home Depot on South Willow Street. There are many different ways to get back and forth in this city that don't involve calling a ride or necessarily a ride. The fact that there's no testimony or a tip of a person carrying a bag of lime and a power tool in a bag that came in does not make it any less relevant or less admissible for this Home Depot purchase to occur. Let's go back to the timing of it. The Citizens Bank withdrawal is on the 26th. A matter of minutes, less than an hour, minutes later, at the Home Depot across the street, there is this purchase of lime. This purchase of lime with power tools by cash. Other purchases of lime that were made for the entire month of February, with the exception of one other one, were accounted for. The other one was outside of this time frame. It was far later than after the O'Connell Lodge stay. We believe that Harmony was placed somewhere in the U-Haul, which we were going to get to in our witnesses. The testimony of cross-examination was just cited to you, but not necessarily the testimony of direct. Specifically, Julie Montgomery testified she did not see the body once it was in the bag. She also did testify that she saw that the bag was dismembered. There was no testimony of that. The call for service, Your Honor, the defense immediately brought up the fact that there was a call for service that had been introduced. Just to clarify, that's a call for service back at the Lake Avenue address, the FIT shelter. The the call for service to Union Street, which is the day after this Home Depot purchase, for a tub drain that needed to be snagged as well as repaired. That will be coming in through a witness later on this afternoon, who works for maintenance at 644 Union Street, where they were made at the time of the Home Depot purchase, at the time of the bank withdrawal, 45 minutes across the street from the Home Depot for this Home Depot purchase. With regards to photographs of what Ms. Montgomery testified to, the legal testimony was that the identification of the grinder saw, and it is important to use the right term, as Christina Lubin testified to and as described, that is a grinder, the photos that were shown. There's no chainsaw here, so I don't know where the term chainsaw is coming from, but there's no chainsaw that's been involved. We've talked about a miter saw, which is also known as a box saw. We've also talked about a cordless circular saw, and then we've talked about this grinder. Specifically, the testimony of Kayla Montgomery was that the grinder was she recalled seen before, and I believe in her testimony
Pause
that she'd seen it somewhere before.
People were asking what she was trying to argue.
She was trying to
So I
argue
was gonna let you say
that
it.
the different tools Kayla testified to, that it couldn't be proven that it was those that was used to dismember her, because she didn't know it. And the lie, Kayla claimed she saw a 40-pound bag dumped into that CMC bag, and then she said she didn't saw it, and someone had helped him drive home from the Home Depot or something. So she wanted to have this excluded because the state brought it up, and now the state are saying we didn't say that.
Well, they're saying, so, okay, I want to clarify this for myself. Do they have video of Adam at the Home Depot buying this stuff? Or are they saying money was taken out of the bank account and then this purchase of lime and tools at the Home Depot, and it just makes sense that he did it? Is that what they're saying? Because they have a receipt? Do they have a video? Am I wrong?
Kayla stated that Adam took Harmony out of the CMC maternity bag at 644 Union Street, second bathroom, so he could add lime to the CMC maternity bag to help with the decomposition of Harmony's body. He dumped Harmony's body out of the CMC maternity bag into the shower. Harmony wasn't bone, she had skin, teeth, and hair, and Carla could still tell it was her. Kayla said Adam put about half a bag of lime or a little more into the CMC bag, and she showed with her hands that the bag of lime was consistent with a 40-pound bag. Based on Kayla's description of the process, Adam had difficult time fitting her into it. Her body was frozen.
But she doesn't say he went to Home Depot to purchase this stuff. They're just saying that money was taken out of their bank account, and then all of a sudden this purchase at Home Depot by him, but he's not on video, but they have somebody that'll testify to it. Is that what I'm understanding?
I can't find anything in the affidavit about that.
Because how do they know other than
There's
Kayla's
no
word?
evidence, no video evidence. And they might have a receipt, yes.
I mean, do they have a receipt that they found on his person or from the store? Because it's a whole nother story.
I don't get that. I didn't understand what she was going to with the receipt, but hopefully he can clear it up.
Okay.
And then she recalled seeing it at her mother's house, she believed, and that Adam Montgomery stated that that was the type of saw that he wanted to use when he was talking about dismembering her. So that she had seen a new saw in the box. And Ms. Luke's testimony was that she did not own any such saw. It's a grinder. It is not for woodworking, which is what she testified she did in her spare time and on the side. So she doesn't own it. So the testimony we have is that Kayla Montgomery has seen it in a box. Adam Montgomery has talked about seeing that in a box and wanting to use that for dismembering, not that it's one that Christina Lubin owned. Yes, she did testify that there was a circular saw that was there, and she was very adamant with regard to it being a corded saw and not a cordless circular saw. But she identified the bag of lime when she was shown that by detectives, not at the proffer session, but back before in March of 2023. She was shown that photo of the line, and from that SKU, the SKU, which is the identification number that the business uses to identify that particular item in their inventory and to make sales, and reports the sales of those on the receipt. She identified that bag with that SKU, and that SKU matched up to the purchase of line that was made from the Home Depot less than an hour after the withdrawal of cash from their ATM account across the street. Yes, the Citizens Bank was a little over a mile away from Union Street, but there were a number of different ways that the defendant could have gotten there. Could have walked, could have taken a bus, could have used a private service to get there.
Well,
The
do you have
relevance is
evidence of that?
it's their account that the money is being withdrawn from. That 45 minutes later, approximately so, it is a cash purchase that is made. It is one of only 2 cash purchases that is made of line with the same bag that she identified, with the same SKU that she identified. That, oh, look, if we go to the receipt, we see that there is this grinder, the same type that she said, and she remembers seeing with the defendant talked about line used in this. All of those goes in to make this particular purchase of line, the purchase from Home Depot, admissible. And the jury can give it whatever weight that it deserves. The defendant certainly has plenty of different things that they can cross-examine on.
Well, they're going to give it guilty weight because you're just putting that on them. Like, come on.
They must have, but we haven't seen it yet.
This is admissible, and there hasn't been anything about the testimony that's come in to change the admissibility of the evidence.
All right. I don't think it's necessary to recount all of this. I don't even think it's a close call. I think the state has sufficient evidence to show that it's relevant, that it has any tendency to make a fact more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, and that the fact is of consequence in determining the action. There's no question about that. There has been significant testimony regarding the saws. It's not essential that she have identified the exact saw. She saw a saw in her own apartment, or the grinder.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
I think that
Elaine
there's sufficient evidence.
didn't hit
There
it
is
by
evidence
getting her
related
to
to
say,
the,
I don't
will
know.
be related to the bank account. I think the state has made an offer of proof, the proximity to the Home Depot purchase, the facts that were set forth in the original motion related to what the police did to narrow the issue related to the both the cash withdrawal and the use of the cash for the purchase. She testified that although she didn't hear the power tool being used, that there was music. She wasn't in there the whole time. I think that there is sufficient evidence to allow the state to bring in the information from the Home Depot. So for all the reasons that I said in my original order, for the reasons set forth by the state today, and after having reviewed the motion to reconsider is denied. All right, everybody ready to proceed?
Yep.
You go by Bob, is that right? Okay. Well, Mr. Wasson, can you be Bob, is that
right? ERT, nickname Bob, Gene, Gene Robert.
Hitting it and spelling it for the record.
Okay. Real name is Eugene Robert Wasson, Eugene, Robert, Robert. Nickname Bob. Last name Wasson.
And you go by Bob, is that right? Okay. Well, Mr. Wasson, can you begin by just telling the jurors where you work?
I work at Home Depot,
Okay.
Manchester, Londonderry. So I was a Met supervisor. So
Do you travel between those two locations for work?
I now transferred to the Londonderry location. So I'm in that location now.
At some point, were you working in Manchester?
Yes.
So what are the dates of that? When did you transfer to Londonderry?
I transferred to Londonderry last April of 2023. Was in Manchester for 11 and a half years.
11 and a half years. What role do you currently hold?
I'm just a Met associate now. I mentally had to take a step down and became an associate instead of management.
Before you took that step down, you mentioned management.
Mhm.
What were your roles and responsibilities?
I had vast different roles. Last position that I had was merchandising execution team supervisor. So I was in charge of about 20 people. at the high. We did all the resets. So if you've been to Home Depot, we went in and did the Christmas resets and spring resets and pretty much get new merchandise out and stuff like that.
What is the Home Depot and the business of the business? What is the business of the Home Depot? Sorry, that was a
home improvement retail sales.
We know this.
And so if you could just remind us of your current
Everyone knows this.
My current duties,
yes,
are basically doing resets, getting sales and promotions ready and stuff like that.
Can we just move along?
I'm showing the defense it's been marked for identification of States Exhibit 92.
Yes, you may.
Mr. Watson, I'm handing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 92 for identification.
Because
Can you
it's
take a look
2
at
years
those
after
items?
the purchase, so it would have been long gone. Stroopwafels. Yeah, it's a specialty. They use a nail gun. I don't know what a stroopwafel is. It sounds like it's Dutch.
Oh my God, they're so good. You can get them at the Aldi's.
You want me to remove these?
LD.
Aldi's.
LD.
LD's.
Stroopwafels are Dutch. Yeah, the longer the title, the smaller the paycheck.
In that final page, if you can just take a look at that.
Okay.
All right. Are you familiar with these documents, Mr. Watson?
Yes. The spreadsheet kind of is something that you pull for a report if you're looking for something for receipts and transactions. And the last one is a receipt.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Watson. Are these records typically held in the ordinary course of business?
It's something that if you had to
I think
look up
videos
receipts and transactions, then you would. Most people wouldn't get them.
Most people wouldn't, but employees of the Home
I think in
Depot.
the gun case,
you're
talk
able to
about
access
those.
those.
If you worked in a certain department, which I did, I ran the service desk, so I had to do audits on this stuff every so often.
And that last document, what did you describe that as?
Receipt from a transaction from the Manchester location on 2/26/2020 around 11:42 a.m.
Were you working at that location?
Yes.
I'm just going to remind you both, this is a very big room, so it's really important that all the jurors are able to hear
Okay.
both of you. So if you
And we're caught up.
could keep your voices up, please.
Sure.
Were you working at the Home Depot on February 26th of 2020, Mr. Lawson?
I was employed with them then.
How were you so employed at that time?
Yeah, it's L.
I was merchandising execution team supervisor at that point.
Never heard of LD?
You said you've had an opportunity. You had an opportunity to review these.
You've never heard of
records
Aldi
previously. Let me ask you
Razzle?
this.
Oh my
Are
gosh,
those fair
best store
and
ever.
accurate, to the best of your knowledge, with the records that you reviewed prior to taking the witness stand?
Yes.
All right, at this point, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification. Strike the ID of Exhibit 92 and mark as full.
Counsel?
We rest on our prior objection.
All right. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Okay. So, Mr. Wasson, I'm going to ask you to just take a look at these items, and I want you to start with.
It's just party balloons. And it's
What
not
are what's the first date you're able to see? And I want you to go to the
some
last,
horizon.
from the first
Nina.
date to the last date. What is the first date? you're able to see on those documents?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And I'm just going to ask you to talk to the back of the room so the jurors can hear you. What is the first date you're able to see?
February 5th, 2020 to March 4th, 2020.
And if you can do me, so if you can count how many transactions you're able to observe on those documents.
About 33 of them.
33. Okay. And what do those documents capture? What are we looking at? What are the documents?
Different stores, different addresses, and store numbers. So there's quite a few of them for around this area.
And when you say different stores,
there's Manchester, Londonderry, Hooksett, So the different Home Depot stores in this section.
And are these transactions that we're looking at or something else?
They are transactions for the different times, and it looks like for a specific class that they were looking for.
Okay, and what is that specific class?
Looks like lime and gypsum, so anything under that category.
Are you familiar with what lime and gypsum is?
Yep, it could.
In Denmark, Aldi's are always a little dirty, but they close down. They won't be in Denmark anymore.
Be anywhere from drywall to powdered or stuff for gardening.
Stuff for gardening. Okay. Is there a specific SKU number associated with those purchases? And when I say SKU number, let me back up. Are you familiar with that term, SKU?
Yes, we use it every day.
Can you tell the jurors what it means? Let me ask you this. Is the Home Depot able to track specific purchases?
Oh, yes. We can look up different line items.
Okay. When you say line items, how do you look up those different line items?
Typing in the SKU number or description into our computer system, and you'll be able to validate what somebody has purchased.
It's
Those
German.
Specific SKU
It's not
numbers,
Swedish.
are they related to specific items that you sell at the Home Depot?
Yes,
Does each item have its own unique SKU number?
it
Hi,
does.
Sophia.
And are you able to make out the SKU number specific to those purchases? Let me strike that question. You mentioned a receipt.
The
Can you
receipt.
tell the jurors again what the date is of that receipt?
The receipt for the piece of paper is February 26, 2020.
And do you see one of the SKU numbers that
Yeah.
you mentioned?
Florida and
Limestone,
Seattle, same thing.
221-104, which is unique for that one, for limestone.
What else do you see present on that receipt, Mr. Wasson?
Looks possibly like a tool, a fuel grinder, and a blade for a tool.
And that's a Diablo blade for the tool. What else do you see on that receipt?
Total cash, change given, the price of everything, each line item, and the total.
Okay. When you say the total cash, I want, if you can set the receipt down and turn back to the larger document. How many cash transactions do you see present on that list of 33 bills?
3.
Okay. And what are the dates of those cash transactions?
February 15th, February 26th, and March 2nd.
Wait, what?
All right. And
Why does he have
specific
three
to this
different
receipt,
Yeah.
turning back to the receipt rather.
Which would have been the February 26th, Manchester location. Where is it? Sorry, my eyes got lost.
Take your time. So you said February 26th, Manchester location. That's February 26th of 2020?
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier when you were reviewing the receipt that there was a cash total.
Yep.
What was the cash total for those items?
$400.
Sorry.
Oh, the total for the product was $396.35.
There ain't-
Paid
He
$400.
didn't have that
and
much
got change
money.
of $365.
Where,
back.
where did the
So the
crackers
person
get
that made that
to do that?
transaction paid
$400.
Yeah.
Yes.
Three cash transactions. Yeah.
And
So he rang everything up separately?
No, he was there 3 different times.
How did they know that was? Hi, Wendy. I see you.
The stimulus check. No, you could get crack for those.
thank you, Mr. Wasson. No additional
I'm
questions.
surprised he didn't blow it on.
Yeah, Liz Nielsen, but crackheads would get extra crack. They would get saw blades.
Good morning, Mr. Watson.
Good morning.
Can I grab that microphone?
Yes, you may. Thank you.
So let me introduce myself, Mr. Watson. I'm Jamie Brooks, and I represent Adam Montgomery. I'm also going to ask you a few questions. So Exhibit 92 consists of 2 documents, correct?
You talk about this right here?
Yes, the exhibit in front of you now, Exhibit 92.
Okay.
There's 2 separate documents there, correct?
Yes.
And the first one is a document collecting all of the limestone purchases made at various Home Depot locations in New Hampshire from February 1st of 2020 through March 4th. Is that correct?
No, February 5th.
February
2020.
5th through March 4th.
Yes.
And if I may
We're
approach,
there.
yes. Let's take a look at that document.
That's the receipt. That's the pages. And
That's the spreadsheet.
Yeah, but still, you could just dump her in a dumpster. That's my problem. Why go through all of this hassle?
Where are the SKU numbers? Which page? You have a spreadsheet out in front of you, correct? And this spreadsheet represents 33 separate purchases of some kind of limestone.
So the SKU number is right here, the 22104. This is all the 221104. Right
So
here.
these are all different SKU numbers then.
This is mostly the SKU number for looks like for the limestone.
What are these other
That's
lime
the-
gypsums?
So that's the subcategory. So it goes subcategory.
Yeah, but then you just
and
get
then
rid of the body. And this
subdescription.
wasn't
So
when he
there's
was
like a
super
big-
paranoid.
How Home Depot does it.
That was
is they
after he
have
got rid of the
a
body.
class of like hand tools, and then it goes into either a manufacturer, and then it goes into what kind of hand tool, and then it goes into the SKU specific. So it gets categorized in different things. So this is your start of your top class, and then it goes down to more specific of the SKU number. So it's like parent, kid, grandkid.
Okay. But all 33 of these are various limestone products?
It's all the same SKU number. Looks like there might be another. Yes, so it's all the same SKU number here, except for 2 of them, which is a green and grow limestone, which is a totally different product, but it's still a limestone category.
Okay. 33 purchases from, was it 5 locations?
Nope.
Manchester, Hooksett, Londonderry, South Merrimack, and Concord?
It looks like it, yep.
It's fair to say, though, that Home Depot is not the only store that offers limestone products.
There is other retailers that do sell limestone.
The next document, it is a receipt for a February 26th purchase.
Yes.
Cash purchase.
Yes.
It does not, that receipt does not indicate the identity of the purchaser.
It does not.
And based on your managerial experience, Home Depot retains camera footage for how long?
I'm not sure on that. I never, as the position I was in, we never really had to go to the cameras unless we were asked to validate something. But we have no access to it except for loss prevention and corporate.
And those cameras and the footage obtained therefrom, to your knowledge, is it kept forever?
I'm not aware of. I'm not sure.
It's possible that it gets lost over time?
With the company as Home Depot, probably stays for a long time.
I don't have anything further. Thank you for your time, Mr. Watson.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you may step down. You are excused.
Yeah, you would call corporate to get those kind of answers.
Counsel.
Bob isn't a name you hear much in Denmark. And we don't use that abbreviation where Robert becomes Bob. And where Richard becomes Bill. No, Dick. Who is it?
So
who become-
what? So what was the 3 transaction thing again? That he went back 3 times? Is that what they're
Yeah,
saying?
three different transactions, but again, you can't pinpoint because it was cash. So can you say it was him who bought it at that time?
Yeah, because they don't have the actual items, do they?
William is
They
bought.
don't have like they don't have like the
William
bag of
becomes Smith.
lime.
Yeah, the district loss prevention manual would have access to the cameras. Yeah, and that's the way to get in, because this was just a mid-level manager, so he wouldn't know stuff like that. But again, what did we learn from this? We know that Bob knows what his SKU numbers are, but
And that 33 people purchased lime within this time frame that they pulled, right?
yeah. Yeah, but again, that's how do they, just because, well, he took out the same amount an hour before, 15 minutes before, that doesn't prove anything.
Yeah.
To me,
Well,
I-
realistically, I could go break money out of the bank, and then somebody could go to like a
That's next week.
like a dollar store and pull some records and be like, well, did Jamie purchase these items at the Dollar Tree an hour later? Well, yeah, you could make that connection.
yeah, but you could also
If you
say
wanted to.
I went and bought a lot of crack for all those money.
Yeah, I mean, unless you have the receipt in my possession or a video of me, then you can't put 2 and 2 together like that.
Maybe
I
this.
mean,
this
obviously
is a
they have
police officer.
33 people at.
Maybe this police officer talked to them for the video. So they're just proving custody again. I don't like his pink tie.
I mean, I hate Adam, but I want them to prove it. The state needs to prove it properly.
Yeah, but I think they're doing like they did with the chic rod. They went from one to the next, to next, to next to prove it.
And Detective Rahil, if you could just start by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
It's Max Rahill, Rahill.
And Detective Rahil, I've called you a detective, but how are you presently employed?
I am a detective with the Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you been a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
I've been a detective for about 3.5 years, but I've been employed with the Manchester Police Department for 9.5 years.
When did your employment begin with the Manchester Police Department?
July of 2014.
And prior to being a detective, what was your assignment?
It isn't 3 different transactions. They are saying that he was the 300 transaction and that 2
responding
other
to
purchases,
in-progress
similar purchases
calls,
were made, but the
accidents,
301
thefts,
at a
doing
store.
proactive work, traffic
Okay.
stops, things of that nature.
Remind us, what year did you become a detective?
In 2020.
2020 until now.
Not really, Ariel.
Duties and what are your role and duties as a detective with the Manchester Police Department?
So I'm currently assigned to the General Investigations Unit, and we typically do general investigations, more specifically burglaries,
Robert.
thefts. I'm kind of more geared towards the violent crime and evidence aspect in the unit.
Any prior law enforcement experience prior to the Manchester Police Department?
I was actually a court officer at this courthouse in Manchester District Court.
And how long did you have that role for?
A little less than a year.
Detective Rahil, did you graduate from the New Hampshire Police Academy?
I did.
And what year was that?
2014.
Do you recall what class you were?
165.
And do you participate in regular trainings through the Manchester Police Department?
I do.
Okay. How often would you say you participate in trainings?
I try to do a couple to a half dozen a year. More so, I mean, since I've been employed there, I've done a wide array of different trainings. But since I've been a detective and before I became a detective, I started to do more trainings and towards the investigative aspect of law enforcement.
So is it fair to say the trainings that you participate in currently are more geared towards your duties investigating?
Correct.
I want to switch gears, Detective Rahill. Were you assigned duties in your official capacity as a law enforcement officer with the Manchester Police Department regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Harmony Montgomery? I know that was a mouthful, but
Yes.
okay. And just briefly, if you could describe for this jury what your role and participation in the case was, just a bird's eye view.
Okay. So I originally started working on the case early January of 2022, where we would help with searches, follow-ups, things of that nature. But I didn't actually get assigned the case with Detective Dunleavy until February of 2022.
You mentioned a Detective Dunleavy. Is that Jack Dunleavy?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of his role in this case?
The lead investigator.
And so what was that interaction like between yourself and Jack Dunleavy?
We had a good rapport, just going back and forth on different things that needed to get done.
I guess my question, did you split duties?
Oh, yes. Yeah, correct. Sorry.
And I think you said this, but your involvement in this matter began in January of 2020?
Correct.
2022.
Yes.
Hi, Sandra.
I want to discuss specific processing of an item, sealing.
Yes.
Can you describe your role and involvement in the processing of a sealing for the jurors?
Yes. So
Back to the sealing.
we arrived to process the scene June
great.
4th of 2022.
Let me stop you
sorry.
there. When you say you arrived to process,
Oh, sorry. 177 Lake Ave, which is the Families in Transition building, also known as FIT. So we arrived there that morning to get consent from the CEO and the president of FIT, along with the occupants of room 1 in the FIT building.
And when you say we arrived, were you with other detectives?
Yes, I originally arrived there with Detective Dunleavy.
And when you arrived, what did you do?
We vacated the residence and to get it prepped for processing it.
Did you process the sealing specifically?
Yes.
And how did you go about doing that?
So when we walked in, there was 3 areas of interest, and the ceiling that we're talking about, MER 3D, that was further back in the residence of room 1. And so the processing of that, it was a huge piece of evidence. So we needed kind of all hands on deck when we actually took the ceiling down. And
You just mentioned the evidence number, MER 3D.
Yes.
What's the significance of the MER?
So those are my initials.
And so did you log that evidence in under your own name?
I did.
And why did you do that?
I was tasked with documentation and collection that day when we arrived at FIT.
You mentioned collecting MER 3D. Did you also collect a vent cover?
I did.
And what was that logged under?
I believe the vent cover was MER 3A.
Why are we back on
At
the
some
ceiling?
point during your time, is it fair to say that during your time at the FIT shelter, you did more than just document the ceiling?
Correct.
What else
Hey,
did you do
Jackpot.
that day?
So after we processed the ceiling and packaged up and got it out of the residence, we ended up cleaning it to make sure that there was no dust on the ground. And we went and processed the scene with, or sorry, not the scene, to process the room and the bathroom with Blue Star.
And walk us through that process. What was your specific role in the processing of that room and the bathroom?
So my specific role was documentation of what we were doing, and I was with Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa. Mm-hmm.
So I want to switch gears with you, Detective Rahill. During your involvement on this case, did you have an opportunity to review Meta bank account records?
I did.
And specifically an account ending in 5270.
Yes.
And what is your familiarity with that?
That is the bank account for Kayla Montgomery.
And to your knowledge, is that one that was a shared account?
Yes.
Objection.
Counsel?
So, was he the lead investigator or working with the lead investigator?
Sounds like he was working with him.
Oh, because I thought if he was the lead investigator, maybe they were wrapping it up now.
The objection is sustained. Let me ask a follow-up question.
So, Detective Rayhill, you mentioned your familiarity with the records.
Yes.
How did you go about collecting? Did you collect those records?
I didn't physically collect them.
Did another officer
Yes.
involved with this matter collect those records?
Yes.
How did they go about collecting?
Search warrant.
And you had a chance to review those records?
Yes.
Do those records document that? Well, let me back up. You mentioned that this was a shared account.
Yes.
What's the source of that information for you?
On the record.
Your review of the records?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach this one?
Yes.
Showing that offense which has been previously marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. So Detective Rayhill, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 138. I'm just going to ask that you take a moment and review those records. And once you've had an opportunity to review those records. Thank you. So the records that I just handed you, State's Exhibit 138, are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
It was the bank records for that card number ending in 5270.
Familiar with these records? fair to
Yes.
say? Okay. Your Honor, I move to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 138 and mark as full.
An objection? Yes.
There's no DNA evidence in the bathroom, either of the bathrooms, because Kayla changed her story. So now there's two bathrooms, supposedly where she was dismembered. There is a maintenance report called for the Union Street 644-446 address, but no DNA. Only DNA evidence in this case is still the two hits on the ceiling and the toothbrush. That's everything that's in the affidavit. And that's why I say we still don't know how she died. Because there's no evidence in the car, there's no evidence in the bathrooms. There's only evidence in the ceiling where she was stored.
Yeah.
Which to me seems highly unlikely if you went through her with a table saw. So that's my biggest problem. I don't feel like they have proven even the dismemberment in this case.
No.
Or am I totally wrong in that, Jamie? Am I just because I'm angry at something?
No. I mean, they proved to me he moved the body. That's about it. But other than that, I don't see much else.
Yeah, that's what I get too. It's I just don't feel like no evidence in the cooler, no evidence on the cooler, no evidence in either of the cars. We don't have the CMC bag, we don't have the duffel bag. we only have DNA evidence from the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but she also said that he squished her in the fit shelter to get her into the CMC bag. So that would have left DNA traces too, I would believe. Where did all the evidence go? Well, maybe because the police didn't look for her till 2 years later. It took a lot of the evidence away.
Mm-hmm.
This guy got his criminal justice degree at St. Ilson College in Manchester, same school you went to. Do all the guys from there wear pastel colors that doesn't fit their complexion? Especially, she was constantly having accidents. It's not like she used the car. No, she was peeing in her pants. That would leave.
Not stricken on 138. You can proceed.
So, Detective Rahill, I'm handing you back what's been marked as State's Exhibit 138 for identification. Fair to say that's a pretty lengthy document.
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been marked as identification. So if you can take a moment and review State's Exhibit 61, just look up when you're ready. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
What can you tell the jurors what it is?
So this is a withdrawal from Citizens Bank at 688 South Willow Street. The transaction was.
And let me stop you there. You're familiar with it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is this taken from that larger record, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
Okay. And there's something highlighted on it?
Yes.
And I think you were talking about that just now.
Yes.
Is this item, State's Exhibit 61, is that a fair and accurate representation of a portion of the records that you have in front of you, State's Exhibit 138?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of State's Exhibit 61 and mark it as full.
Any objection? Overall. Okay, other than the previous objection that was noted, the court will strike the ID and enter this as a full exhibit.
I don't know why I'm saying cooler the wrong way. Years and years of cleaning would take that evidence away. They never stayed in one place long enough for evidence to stay because others move. Yeah, Liz,
The
that's the
car,
biggest
though.
problem. But
Oh no, the car got towed and sat in that
yeah, in that parking lot.
place in the
Yeah.
parking lot. No one touched it. So why wasn't there evidence in the car? If that's where she died at.
I think they just brought the cooler in to have the shock value of, oh, she was in that little cooler.
Is that the same document that you were looking at?
Yes.
Yeah, ceilings and walls.
And that yellowed in portion, what does that show us?
That shows a 500 withdrawal from 688 South Willow Street, which is the Citizens Bank.
That's because it was towed.
And does it say the date on that document? The date and time of the withdrawal?
It does.
And you mentioned that it was 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what the date and time is?
It is February 26, 2020, and the time is approximately 11:20 in 13 seconds.
11:20 and 13 seconds.
Yes.
And what was the amount that was withdrawn?
It was $503.50.
Your Honor, if I may approach this. Showing the defense what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 92. I'm just going to ask that you look at the back page, the last page of that document.
In the plastic. Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a receipt from Home Depot on March Ave.
Yeah, but I would still
The
think
date. You want me to go into
find
detail what
some
it is?
evidence of
Okay.
fluids on the
You're
seat.
familiar with it, though?
Yes.
Fair to say. Okay. So let's talk about 688 South Willow Street.
Yes.
What's your familiarity with that location?
So it's a close proximity to the Home Depot at 129 March Ave.
When you say it's in close proximity, what does that mean?
It's within half a mile. So South Willow Street and March Ave are connected. So they're very close to each other. Or they
Are you aware of how long it would take to get from the ATM to that Home Depot?
It depends if you walked or drove, but it would take about 10 minutes, maybe a little less, 9 minutes.
Have you personally made that commute from the ATM?
Driving wise, yes, but not walking wise.
No, because there's no DNA evidence. I have the affidavit. I can put the affidavit, a link to the affidavit in the Discord, and you can see there's no DNA evidence other than the ones mentioned.
These specific bank statements
This transaction specifically.
from the bank.
From the bank.
Okay. So we requested the MetaBank data for the Montgomerys to get a history of purchases. And when reviewing those purchases, we located this.
And did this specific one stand out to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Due to the close proximity to Home Depot on March Ave and due to the fact that this was the day prior to a work order at the Union Street address, 644 Union Street.
What's your understanding of who lived at 644 Union Street?
Adam and Kayla Montgomery.
With respect to that Citizens Bank, did officers request surveillance footage from the Citizens Bank?
Yes.
Did you receive any?
No.
If I may approach again, Your Honor.
Yeah. All they said is they got cash out of the ATM, and because it was close to a Home Depot, and multiple people purchased lime, it had to be him.
Identification of States Exhibit 91. And I'm just going to ask that you take a look at that.
Hey, Donna. But again, how far is it from the ATM to the nearest crack dealer? Again,
right?
causation, correlation. It's not the same.
Okay.
Are you familiar with that document?
Yes.
Can you tell me what it is?
So this was a request for video in regards to the ATM that they did not have. And we also wanted the actual transactions from that ATM, which they did not have either. And this is,
go ahead.
This was requested. I actually don't know when this was requested.
Fair to say several years ago.
Yes. Yeah.
And then this is a newer document from, can you read the date on it?
Yeah, the top date says January 18th, 2024.
But you recall several years ago requesting that footage.
Years ago, and yes, a year ago.
In terms of your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, do you typically request surveillance footage?
Yes.
Is it typically available?
It depends on when you ask for it. Depends if the incident just happened or it's something that is past tense and the video is no longer there.
And in this case, you mentioned beginning your involvement in January of 2022.
Correct.
The purchase that we're talking about. Can you remind us of that date?
Yes, it's February 26th of 2020. It's almost 2 years before.
Is that typical for your experience as an officer with the Manchester Police Department, as a detective with them, that they wouldn't still have this footage?
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike what's been marked for identification of States Exhibit 91 and mark it as full.
Any objection? Subject to the file. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
So no surveillance existed, no transaction existed.
Correct.
It did exist through the Meta Bank.
Correct.
Yeah, Fed, we are on the no pearl clutching server. I have a Discord on that.
What was the next step in the course of the investigation into this specific purchase?
So due to the close proximity to this transaction, we requested lime purchases from Home Depot.
Was that a specific Home Depot or was it multiple Home Depot locations?
We requested multiple Home Depot locations.
And
come on,
with respect to States Exhibit, what's been admitted as States Exhibit 92, is that reflected in States Exhibit 92?
I haven't fully looked through this.
Oh, please do.
I just did the back page, sorry.
Yeah, they were going to track the line purchases because Kayla.
Is there papers in here?
There are.
Oh, okay, so there's more in there. Yes. There's multiple
Yes.
locations on here.
Okay.
That's
Which
the
locations do you see?
previous set with,
Merrimack, Manchester, Hooksett,
three
Londonderry,
transactions.
and Concord.
During the course of your... Did you have an opportunity to review those documents once they were received?
Yes.
And that was during the course of your involvement in this investigation? Yes. And do you recall when those items were received from Home Depot?
We requested them on in August of 2022, and we received them about a month later.
What specifically were investigators looking for with respect to the purchases?
We were looking for line purchases.
Why were you looking for line purchases?
Due to a statement made by Adam Montgomery.
And I asked you to look at the last page of that material, the packet that's in front of you. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so this is the receipt from a transaction at Home Depot on March Ave.
I'm just going to ask you to turn to the TV monitor behind you. Is that consistent with what you're looking at, the papers that you have?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a receipt.
And I want to talk about the receipt. You mentioned the ATM transaction at 11:20 in the morning on February 26th of 2020. What is the date and time of this Home Depot transaction?
11:42 a.m.
That's roughly 22 minutes after.
Correct.
And I want to discuss the amounts. Does that receipt tell you the amounts?
Yes.
And can you just talk them out to the jurors?
Yes. It was $396.35.
And it says cash there.
Yes.
What's your understanding of what that means?
So the transaction was paid with cash, $400 in cash.
Okay.
What's your understanding of the size of the line bag that was purchased?
It was a 40-pound line bag.
40 pounds?
Yes.
I'm not sure because Elaine wanted to preclude a receipt, as far as I understood the hearing we had just before. So I'm very confused right now, Rupel.
And what additional items were purchased during that transaction?
Well, she didn't want this
So
receipt.
there
from
was
it.
a Milwaukee M18 fuel grinder, which is also known as an angle grinder, size 4.5 blade. There was also a Diablo 4.5 blade purchase and an M18 Milwaukee battery.
Well, they said 33 people were purchasing lime,
Right,
so
handing you what's been published as States Exhibit 63.
Lime is
Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
to help
Is this
with
consistent with
soil.
what is represented on that receipt?
yeah, it's for like gardening, right?
Yeah, it's a gardening thing. But I think the problem is a lot of people have watched movies where they hear the word lie, L-Y-E instead of L-I-M-E. and think that lime is the same, but you could get, I believe, quick lime could be used to decompose a body, but lime is, you would use it to spread in your garden, but in the middle of winter, well, maybe prepare for preparing your garden in the fall. I don't know, but lime is it's normally used to make your soil better. And where he's getting $400 from, he had a $500 withdrawal. Again,
Here's the thing: is they're just pulling the receipt is just from the store. They didn't find a receipt on him, right?
No. Yeah.
They're just trying to put two and two together because of Kayla's statements, which is so stupid.
Yeah, you put it on your lawn in spring. I believe it helps with moss too. So don't get that. You use your lime and chicken coop to help keep smells down. Oh, that's interesting. Lime is great in cocktails too. Well, that's a different kind of lime. And you can use it. You can use it to make pretzels. Yeah, you use it as fertilizers. You know, they will ask for IDs at the wedding. I thought it was just his after sex phase. It was Kayla's account the money was taken out of, but there's no video of it. No, they had a joint account, I believe.
Was there a specific item number associated with the limestone?
Yes.
And what is it, if you can read it from the receipt there?
So it's 4 zeros, and then it's 221104.
And again, the jury's heard that's an item number specific to that item.
Yes.
Yeah, it's used in building materials and stuff like that, but agricultural lime is probably the most used. Agricultural limestone, garden lime, or liming is a soil additive made from pulverized limestone or chalk. Component is calcium carbonate. Additional chemicals vary depending on the mineral source and may include calcium oxide.
So, Detective Rehill, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
It rates the pH of the soil.
So this is a
Or
screenshot of lime bags that are sold at Home Depot that was presented to Kayla Montgomery during our third proffer with her in March.
And of course she said, "Yeah, that's it.
23.
That's what it is."
Yes. That one.
That one right there. Yeah.
I just showed you State's Exhibit 62. If you can just turn to the monitor behind you. Is that what's reflected on the monitor?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what was the purpose of presenting this to Ms. Montgomery?
To figure out what lime that might have been used in the disposal of Harmony.
Without saying what she said. Was it bag indicated?
Yes.
And can you point the bag out that's indicated?
Yeah.
That was indicated bag out?
Yes.
Now, you talked about a specific item number. Is that present on this item?
Yes, you can't see it in that screenshot though. I don't believe.
Yeah, he
Were
had
you
a
able to
card, but
compare the
it was
item
their
number,
shared account.
from this exhibit with the item number from the receipt, the Home Depot receipt?
Yes.
I believe it was a
Are
shared
they
account they had.
consistent with each other?
Yes.
Sustained.
How did you compare those?
By researching and finding the SKU number associated with that bag.
Did you compare that to the receipt?
Yes, and that bag is
Sustained leading.
What was the result of that comparison?
Yes.
Yeah, but I think because people think it dissolves bodies, but it could hide the smell of a decaying body, but that's not. Kayla stated that Adam thought it would help with the decomposition of the body, but actually it would dry out the body more than it would decompose it. Sean, it's 6:30 our time now. But at the beginning, the detective said it was Kayla's. Yeah, but didn't he say they had a shared account?
Detective Rayhill, you mentioned defined the SKU number of that particular bag. How did you, what?
I think he said they shared it, but I don't know if
Yeah.
they said his name was on anything.
I don't know where it jumped to. Well. Hey, Snuggy, you just snuck under the radar. And they're back at the sidebar. He looks just as bored as we are.
This is a good breaking point. So we're going to break for lunch now. Please come back at 1:30. I remind you, do not discuss the case with each other or with anybody else. Avoid any media, social media, or other coverage regarding this case. Don't do any independent research, and we will see you after lunch. Thank you so much for your time and attention this morning. All rise for the jurors, please.
That's a late break today. It was supposed to go for 6 weeks before he pled guilty to the 2 other things. Clickety-clack. Yeah, Jamie's working.
Sorry.
But anyone can use others' debit card. My son takes mine if I need anything.
I'll
Yeah.
ask you to step down. I'll
And
remind
and the
you
problem is they don't have a video from the ATM or from the store, so you can imply that it's him, but you can't. And that is up to the defense to make
You can
sure.
leave it right there, and the lawyers will do it. Thank you so much. All right, very good. Okay, counsel, we're gonna take 1 more minute to discuss the issue that you want to discuss. So, approach. Why don't you approach?
Snuggy Nuggy, you will. You probably won't love this case, but you should watch me and Jamie watch it because Jamie loves the lovely Miss. What's her name?
Rosemary Scapiccio.
Scapiccio. Tuscan soup time. I'll have to try that once. But yeah, we're gonna do what we always do because I need to make some dinner because it's almost it's 6:30 my time. So yeah, go do some laundry so Jamie doesn't mess up your ADD. Rosemary is great. Rosemary is quite famous. She what case was it that she was known for?
Oh my goodness. I think somebody said there was like an eBay case or something that she did a documentary for. You can look her up. She's got a lot
Yeah.
of stuff going on.
Well, you're more than welcome. Thank you for the views. And now you'll know where the corner kisser painting come from.
And he made quite a few other paintings from that stream because the closed captioning was gold in that trial.
Oh yeah. Chef Lepine, Markless saxophone.
Mark's cola saxophone.
That was a great. I want to have the case. I was heartbroken after waiting for 35 hours for the verdict, but
Yeah, it was
I
an
was
awful
heartbroken. But it was
verdict.
a great case to watch. Really, really a good case.
Yeah, and
But
that was a prime case of like every witness had the defense amnesia.
yeah. But everyone, I'm gonna go make me. I think I'm making a pizza or something tonight, and just to remember Portland Pie Company. Ugh.
Jesus.
And lye pretzel causes Maillard reaction, which is a heat-activated reaction between small sugars and amino acids, which alters characteristics of flavor, texture, and appearance. Oh, that's interesting. But I don't think we have food line in Denmark, so I'm not gonna try to use it. I'm gonna make pretzels whenever I get my baking studio up and running again. Rosemary, I believe she was the lawyer for the 3 cases, not the first one.
Yeah, I don't think the first one, but I think the 3 others maybe, but I don't know if we
Yeah.
actually verified that. But yeah, she was pretty verse on this case. It was great.
Yeah, she's a great lawyer. But I'll put up on X when we're back, and hopefully Discord and stuff like that. And have fun, enjoy, and we'll be back in about an hour
Okay, I'll be back.
with more
Have
with
fun.
more of this interesting case. But again, now we're at the purchasing of, again, it's like they're kind of winding down. I don't know. Maybe I'm just hopeful, but I think they could end the case today or tomorrow. But I don't know how much further they want to go.
Oh boy, what's that?
I have to look into that.
Mhm.
Maybe we can play it before we start again. But
Okay.
I'm gonna jump off, get me some food. Jamie's probably gonna jump off, so I'll let you go
Yeah.
full screen so you can really follow along.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. So, so sorry. Hit all the wrong buttons on the way in, but I was sent this little thingy. I thought we should watch this. See if it makes any sense to any of you. I don't know if does that make any sense to you, Jamie?
I can't even hear it. It just sounds like screeching.
Yeah. Someone gave us a 2 p.m. warning so we can go check out on Karen Reed and report back. Yeah, Karen Reed will be in half an hour. But I still don't think it's going to be much more than a continuation hearing. But if it's fireworks, please let me know. We might switch over. But I can't make out anything she says. It's kind of like she's saying Caroline or something in the beginning.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or Proud Mary is dead. It doesn't make sense to me. This is a hot mic moment from Kayla. This is a hot mic moment from Kayla when she was on the stand, but I can't make out. It was someone who sent it to me, and to me it just sound like Proud Mary is dead. Her brother is screech. Yeah, Hail Mary is dead. It could be that too. It doesn't sound like harmony to me. It sounds more like Proud Mary. Oh, that chord is back.
Is Rahel back? We can start with him on the stand.
Yes, sir.
It was just something someone tagged me on. I can't really make it out.
Back is up and running, and then I will.
Yeah, it makes sense now.
I mean, it could have been Harmony is dead, but I don't think we knew that.
No, Your Honor, the person who was assisting us in drafting them had missed 2 edits. I've made corrections to those 2 edits, and I've asked them to submit them, and I asked them for that about 10 minutes ago. So it may just not be in yet.
Okay, so the pleading is not going to be identical?
Harmony is dead?
No, it will. I'm sorry. I should say redactions.
That's what I thought.
Edits. I
Okay,
apologize.
because-
There were 2 areas that had not been redacted out that you had asked to be redacted, and I said, no, these are included.
Okay, but it's the identical pleading.
Yes.
Because that's
identical.
the pleading will be open to the public. And the
That's
other one-
correct. That's correct. Okay.
All right, Detective Rahal, when you're ready.
Oh, and remember, there will be a test later where we go over what is DNA, how is the math in DNA, how to exercise a demon. Will be some of the topics covered on today's quiz.
All right, Detective Rahal, if you would just come back up and take the stand,
Yeah,
please.
it's
And while you're doing
the
that,
red dress,
have
blue
them-
dress.
All rise for the jurors, please.
They love that
Told
noise.
me
don't
harmony
they?
is dead. Blue dress, black dress. Yeah. We need a wheel hammer on that one.
Mhm.
Sounds better on Twitter with AirPods in. I played it from Twitter, but I just can't. I can't make. And it's slowed down, so it's a little hard to understand. Wolfram, yeah, please read up on the text. Spielhammer. I had pizza in memory of the great Portland
Please be
Pie
seated.
Company.
Oh, Jesus.
Stephanie, you are not the only one who's very confused.
Whenever you're
I feel like since
Detective Rahal, just
Kayla-
a few more questions for you.
I'm getting more confused.
Yep.
During your involvement in this investigation regarding those records that you received from the Home Depot, did you attempt to obtain surveillance footage from the Home Depot? Surveillance footage of specifically that February 26th transaction?
Yes.
Were you successful in retrieving that, obtaining it?
No.
Can you tell the jurors why not?
It was the date that we needed was too far back from when we asked for that, on the date that we asked.
Detective Rahal, would you recognize the defendant if you saw him today?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
Detective Rahal, I'm showing you what's been marked. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual depicted in that image?
Yes, that's Adam Montgomery.
During the course of your involvement in this investigation, the homicide of Adam Montgomery, did you make an arrest?
Yes.
Who did you arrest?
Adam Montgomery.
The same Adam Montgomery I just showed you an image of?
Yes.
And when did you make that arrest?
It was October. I don't know the exact date, but it was back in October of 20. Sorry. It was back in October of 2022 at the Valley Street Jail, which is 405 Willow Street, the Hillsborough County Jail.
If I can have just a moment.
Do you know this bad guy that we clearly think did it?
No
Yeah.
further questions. Thank you.
Well,
Is this photo of the defendant?
is
a
that
photo
that
of
bad
the
guy we think did it? Yeah, it is. Okay, thank you so much. Please
I don't
respect
know why
me.
that was so funny.
Yeah. But again, everyone knows who he is.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh,
I have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
When Kayla was on the stand,
go to the microphone.
she was asked questions about
I hate you, Elaine. Come on.
Uh-oh.
she testified that she couldn't remember if she for you.
Okay.
When Kayla was on the stand, she was asked questions about purchasing drugs from Mr. Badero on the day that she claimed Harmony died. And she testified that she couldn't remember if she got the drugs from Badero. Did she tell you on June 23rd, 2022, that she got drugs? She went up and got drugs from Mr. Badero. I think she claimed after they had come back from Burger King, but before the car broke down.
I'm not sure. I'd have to refer to my report.
Sure. I'm going to show you a copy of the transcript. Actually, show you the official.
I don't understand these women who, I'm going to need a power suit. And it just looked like a small boy for his confirmation.
Well, her haircut doesn't help.
And
No.
do you recall being present at her June 23rd, 2022 interview?
Yes.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of her transcript, would that assist you?
Yes.
Yeah, he's going to a wedding in Cabo.
224,
After.
And this is actually what I'm going to ask you about, that you can read before or after the board hearing.
No. And the judge who gave Poor Little Harmony to 2 junkies should be right next to them in the catapult.
Okay.
And she actually told you all of you in that room, that she was the one that went up and purchased the drugs from Mr. Badero, right?
That's correct. She says that.
And she even was able to give you a reason why she remembered that she was the one that went up.
Yes. Do you want the page marked?
I do.
No.
Nope. She would just throw it in the trash. Come on, Elaine.
Do you recall the photograph of that fuel grinder?
Yes.
And that was a photograph that Kayla initialed for you, is that right?
No, I don't believe so. She initialed the lime bag.
Well, were you present for the December prep session with Kayla Montgomery?
No.
December of this past December?
Correct. I was not present.
Okay.
Why does this take so long?
Because she's not prepared. It's ridiculous.
She just had lunch. Yeah, he's just stopping in court and then he's flying out to Cabo. His best friends are getting married. They're gonna have a prawn cocktail. Going back a little bit, 90s style.
You were present for Kayla's March
16.
16?
Yes, I was.
2023 interview, is that correct?
That's correct.
That was also called a proffer,
Yes.
right? And during that proffer, you came with some photographs, right?
Yes.
And is State's Exhibit 62 one of the photographs you came with?
Yes.
And that was the pictures of several types of line, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Also, I'm going to show you a copy of State's Exhibit 63. Did you go with a copy of this photograph?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it possible?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay.
She is a public defender, yes.
Copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit I. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
What was that sound?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you a copy of what's been marked Defendant's Exhibit H. Did you go in with this photograph?
Yes.
She is a public defender.
And you had been to collect receipt from Home Depot prior to that March 23rd, 2023 interview, right?
Yes, we received those before that interview.
Okay. And is one of the things in the interview that you wanted to talk to her about was tools?
Yes.
And was exhibit 63 one of the
Probably
tools
does.
you wanted to
Don't
talk to
most
her
of
about?
us?
We wanted to talk to multiple tools. I honestly.
Brandon, what didn't you miss? You have to go back and watch the entire show. It has been high octane. The Matlock moments, they pulled out evidence everywhere, everywhere. There was so much evidence. And they were asked, did you get video confirmation? No. Did you find a receipt? No. Did you find any DNA on this subject? No. On this subject? No. On this subject? No. So if you don't, I don't know, if your missus is mad from yesterday's Valentine's, she'll make you watch the morning show. Other, just continue with us here because nothing happened. I said puppet defender. Yes.
They don't recall that specific tool.
Okay.
Elaine, come on. Come on, Elaine. Come on, Elaine. Get to the point. Oh.
My goodness.
Well, I will start with the photograph of the lime. You had already gone to collect information from Home Depot, right?
Yes.
And you had collected receipts for something that was purchased that day.
Yes.
And one of the things that set you to looking at purchases that day was mentioned by Kayla in June of 2021.
22.
That lime was in the Union Street apartment used in the shower.
Correct.
And so you were in part looking for purchases of lime.
Correct.
Right?
I will probably do it
And,
after this one.
when you came across this receipt at Home Depot, it talked about
So I will be a little
past
late,
purchase
but
of lime,
LTL
right?
is out
Correct.
there, I think.
And the purchase of the lime was $5.38, right?
That sounds about right. Yes.
Okay, and that was for a 40-pound bag.
Yes.
And did you also do research on what lime does?
For the soil,
Uh-huh.
it raises the pH.
And it reduces growth in bacteria?
Yes. I don't know if I can't answer that question.
Okay. So the only information that you have is putting it on lawns to increase the pH.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And the $199 item that was purchased, it only has a bunch of, and this is, I'm sorry, Exhibit 92.
We're talking about exhibit 92 now, or are you talking about the previous exhibit?
I thought that's referring to previous exhibit. I'll withdraw that objection.
Okay.
So this is one of the pages, and I'll have it all together, of what's been marked as States Exhibit 92. And after the limestone, there was an item that is referenced for $199, right?
Okay, hold on a second. Council, could you approach for a second?
So,
Oh
come on.
boy.
$199, right?
Yes, there's a transaction here for $199.
And in your research, you discovered that that was a battery,
Correct.
$200 battery, right?
Yes.
And then the next item was a Milwaukee fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
And how much was that?
$179.
And this purchase
Stop it.
of
We
the
have
fuel
to-
grinder came with a battery, right?
I don't know.
You didn't check?
I don't know if it came with a battery.
Okay, it came with its own blade.
I don't know that.
Okay. So if the state said on opening that he bought an extra blade and a battery, that information would not have come from you.
Correct.
And this
Isn't that
person
relevant information though?
came with a battery, right?
I don't know.
You didn't check?
I don't know if it came with a battery.
Okay, it came with its own blade.
I don't know that.
Okay. So if
Why
the
didn't you
state
check?
said on opening that he bought an extra blade and a battery, that information
makes
would
no
not
sense.
have come from you.
We don't know where it comes
Correct.
So that is almost $400.
Well, if they know they are guilty, but if he never told them and she just believes him guilty, she can still
And a
defend it.
battery and a blade.
Correct. And lime.
And the lime was only less than $10.
Yes.
So when you took this photograph of various items of lime to Kayla to identify, you only had lime bags from Home Depot, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you asked her to point to the lime bag to see if she recognized it, she said she circled this.
Overruled.
If we can approach your honor.
Okay.
Please do. Yeah, Holly, as long as if he doesn't directly tell her about the crime, I don't believe she can defend him, even if he told her he did it, because then if she puts him on the stand, she would.
The objection is sustained.
Would have him lie on
When
the
she
stand, so she
circled
can't do
this
that.
item, she didn't circle it as the item. She circled it as most similar to the item, right?
Correct.
She did not identify this, even though it's circled as the type of lime that she recalled, right?
Correct.
And she did not circle it as the same packaging as she recalled, right?
Correct.
It was just
Have
the
we heard
most
her
similar
color?
of the
No, that
four
looks
that you
like it.
gave her from Home Depot.
Correct.
And you didn't go to any other place to check about other lime
Yeah,
purchases?
she
in the
can't
area,
let him take
Correct.
the stand if he knows
except for
he's
the,
going to lie on the stand.
Home Depot purchases, right?
Correct.
And the Home Depot purchases in the 1 month period had about 33 purchases of lime at various Home Depots.
That's right.
Okay. So it is something that is purchased in the winter time.
Yes.
And, you know, if it reduces smell,
I don't.
okay. So then I'm going to go on to, did you subpoena Tabitha Scott for grand jury testimony?
Did I don't believe so.
Okay.
Well, that's interesting.
All right. So you went with photographs to talk to Kayla about potential tool searches, right? Tool that may have been used.
Yes,
Not that you had information that tools were used, you just wanted to talk to her about tools.
that's correct.
And you had information that led you to believe that perhaps a purchase of lime and a tool was made sometime around the time of what Kayla described as a shower at Union Street and manipulation of the body.
Is that a question? I don't. Can you
Okay.
rephrase that?
It was very poorly phrased. Break it down. Your discovery of what you think was connected or could have been connected, the line to Union Street apartment events that Kayla described. When did you make those discoveries?
Of the lime purchases,
Uh-huh.
well, we subpoenaed them. We subpoenaed Home Depot a couple months after her last proffer, where she mentioned the lime. Sorry. So we discovered them 2 to 3 months after we spoke to Kayla about the lime.
So about September of
2022.
22.
Correct.
And then you wanted to talk to her about tools, right?
That's correct.
And since you had a tool that seemed to be connected with at least one purchase, this would be one of the tools that you would want to talk to her about.
Yes.
And so you can't remember, but does it seem likely that you took this picture with you?
I can't recall, but yeah, like I said, I can't recall if we took that specific one.
Did you take a picture of this tool? Maybe not this one.
Like I said, I can't answer that. I don't know. I remember the miter saw and the skill saw or the handheld saw, but I don't remember that one specifically.
If she hadn't described any tools as being used in the shower, why would you take a circular saw photograph?
To check to see if any of these saws or tools were used.
I think that would be too
Had no
inhumane.
information about tools being used in the shower, why would you bring a picture of a miter saw?
Just because she might not have been familiar with different saws, so we wanted to give her a couple different photos to show her.
And if you were wondering whether a fuel grinder was used, you probably wanted to bring a picture of a fuel grinder too, right?
Yes, that seems likely, yes.
Okay. So, you had Kayla describe the tool that she had said was in the apartment, right?
In the apartment, yes, correct.
And not in the shower or anything. This was just something that she recalled was in the apartment, right?
Correct.
And you showed her a picture that was neither the miter saw or the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And was that probably the fuel grinder?
No, I believe it was the circular saw.
Okay.
Um,
I'm going to try a little bit slower then. Do you recall showing her a picture that she said, no, that wasn't it?
No, I don't recall that.
I'm going to show you. If I showed you a copy of the transcript of that interview, do you think that might help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you again a copy of, and this is the transcript of the March 16, 2023 interview, right?
Yes.
And you were present.
Yep.
And I'm going to show you the bottom of 8481. And again, you can read whatever you want for reference, but it's there at the bottom. And let me go.
Can I go to the next page? It
I
cuts off.
say review anything
Okay.
that you want to. to orient yourself. There are other pages, I will say, if you're looking for it, where we talk about the circular and miter saw.
Yes. So in these questions, it doesn't appear we describe what we're showing her.
Right.
Hey, Saucy Southerner.
Right.
We'll have to.
Good to see you.
Here,
Right.
I understand that.
Yes.
Come in and bring us some new energy
So
because this is
you're-
really slow.
If I may?
Yep.
Okay. She had described the old tool that was in the apartment under the counter.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And you showed her a photograph and said, I'm going to show you a picture of a tool. Can you just tell me if you've seen it in the apartment or not? And she said no, right?
Yes.
And you don't know if it was a picture of the fuel grinder, but you probably had one there, right?
Probably.
Overruled.
Right?
Yes, it could have been there. Like I said, I don't
We haven't
recall.
talked about how he did it.
And you don't know if that was the picture of the circular saw, right?
I believe.
She's referring to.
Correct.
Overruled.
But at some point, she actually did identify the circular saw, right?
Yes.
And so it probably wasn't the circular saw that she was talking about there when she said, I never saw that.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Could you restate the question, please?
Since she recognized the circular saw, it was not the circular picture of the circular saw that you were showing her when she said she had never seen that tool.
Objection, Your Honor, same objection. Speculation.
Council approach.
Oh. This, I was just looking to see if there was a live feed from the Karen Reed case, but I saw another one covering this case. He has 2,000 viewers and an empty chair. I should do that. This is
So I want to
not
have
boring.
you,
Boring.
so you do recall that she identified when you showed her the picture of the circular saw, she identified that, right?
Yes.
And that was actually at a different part that you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And she was talking about the tool that was in the apartment when you showed her that, right?
Yes.
And you showed her a picture, and I'm at 84, a picture of a circular saw, and she said it was most like that, right?
Yes. I recall that.
Well, you probably could have showed her anything and she would have said, yeah, that's it.
And so this
Yeah.
picture of the circular saw is the one that she identified, right?
Yes.
So earlier, when you showed her a photo and she said, I never saw that, it wasn't this photograph, right?
Correct.
And then after that, you showed her a picture of a miter saw, and I'm showing Exhibit H. Right?
Yes.
And you put that on the record that after you showed her that, and she said, no, that's not the one, right?
Correct.
You put on the record that you were showing her the miter saw, right?
Correct.
So we have on the record identification of the circular saw after that first photograph we talked about, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And we have on the record identification of a miter saw after that first photograph that you talked about, right?
Yes.
So that first photograph that you talked about, which I've lost again, would have been the fuel grinder, right?
Yes, it must have been if those other two were identified.
Okay.
No, but I thought
And do you need to see the transcript to know
She's
that the
ill.
other two were
Oh.
specifically identified?
No, I remember those.
That's why Brandon has been so quiet all day.
Now,
He's been bringing her soup.
Kayla, oops, I get the page, sorry.
Does this way the attorney speaks and asks questions remind anyone else of State's Attorney Georgia in the case of the unaliving on Dan Markle? I'm not sure I know that case.
Oh, we didn't watch
I'm
that
sorry,
one. We were
my
watching
numbers are
something else.
different, so it takes a little.
Kayla said it wasn't the fuel grinder. Yeah, and that's the biggest problem, because we just learned that the fuel grinder clearly was what he bought at the house, but it wasn't what's used.
Right.
But you just had an hour lunch and you don't have anything prepared.
Sorry. Kayla testified on direct, or on cross, I think, that she had not mentioned anything about Adam, or had not mentioned the story about Adam wanting to take a tool from her mother's house that she told prosecutors in December of 2023. And she said that she didn't say it because it didn't come up. Okay? You actually, one of you that was in the interview, she was actually asked, and I lost it again.
Oh my God.
She was actually asked if she remembered Adam buying anything or stealing anything or other types of tools like power tools or anything, right?
Yes, she was.
So she was actually asked about anything involving power tools with Adam, right?
That's correct.
And she did not in this March
I didn't watch the Elderson. That was Nick covered that.
mention Adam
I did the
saying
Treehouse at the same time, I believe.
that he wanted to take her mother's fuel grinder, right?
Correct.
She did not mention in March of 2023 that Adam wanted to use a power tool to unharm him.
Correct.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
How is it every time whenever she has to cross-examine someone, I get so confused. I really don't see her strategy. She's so ill prepared to every witness, and she starts asking a question. So, and then it's back to. And 5 minutes later, so you showed her a picture. Yes. That picture. Nothing had happened. Judge Bev said it's premature to continue the trial. Janetti said disclosures from Fed expected in a matter of days.
What?
Yeah, they're having a hearing right now in the Reed case. Yeah, you were busy running between the three TVs. Yeah, and the worst part is when you stream a case, because I can see you have the young thugs, you have the missing mom, you have right now, you have the Karen Reed, you have the Trump trials. There's a lot of things out there, and I can see the view numbers that this isn't it's not the hottest ticket on the town right now. We are half the numbers we were yesterday. Maybe because I were late for Valentine's. All the ladies are mad at me, Jamie.
Oh my God. You're so dramatic. No. I don't even see. Oh, no, it's probably on the local feed. I was like, I don't even see a feed for Karen.
No, I think they have it on Zoom. But Ariel is live updating us. The
Thanks,
other
Mel.
council needs to lead more. I hear. I watched part of that Fanny trial. It's just lawyer after lawyer objecting. M. Young, you are here. I can count on you. And Pixie, she's woken up now. Hey, Pixie. Up against the Fanny. Well, tomorrow that case won't be there, and all of the new people are back, and we need Aries to yell at them.
I said
Yeah, but I let you down yesterday on Valentine's Day.
You did
Even
not.
though
You
I
were the
brought you roses.
best. Best date I ever had.
Yeah.
Detective Ray Hill, you also talked on direct about the removal of the sheetrock at Fit Shelter.
That's correct.
And you were present for the removal or one of the participants?
I was one of the participants.
Okay. And we also had Detective O'Reilly, I believe. Maybe.
He was present.
Okay. Was the one that was sort of underneath the sheetrock and trying to cut it?
Yes.
And so the sheetrock was cut from underneath.
Correct.
That if you're standing in the room, you're looking at it. And from underneath, it was cut around a very large section of
Why are we going into the
sheetrock,
sheep?
right?
That's correct.
And as it's ready to come down, is that when the paper is laid so that it can be laid on something that will capture anything that falls?
Yeah. So specifically, during that cutting of the drywall, we cut the drywall and the studs were the last things that were holding it together. So we made sure that we had a piece of paper ready to go once we cut those studs out and had a team ready to transfer the wall to the paper.
Okay. And so the team is also underneath at various positions under the drywall, right?
Correct.
And as the final studs are cut through,
Yes.
People are gently bringing it down, bringing it down, bringing it down, and putting it on the paper.
Correct. It wasn't directly down. It was a little to the side from where we took it off. But yes, that was the motion.
Bringing it down and maybe moving it over
Yes.
and bringing it down.
Oh, that's
and putting it
interpretive
down,
theater.
right?
Yes,
And then paper, it is sort of wrapped up in paper, right?
that's correct.
So that you've got the paper that is bigger than the sheetrock, right?
Hey.
Yes.
Danielle.
And as it is put on that paper, the paper is folded over.
Sorry, Justin. I'm trying.
And folded over so that it's fully covered by the paper.
Yes, we actually had to use 2 sheets of paper due to the size of the piece that we obtained. 1 sheet was not enough, so we had to actually take 2 pieces to tape them together.
Meaning that you had a strip of paper and decided another strip of paper?
That's correct. And I believe we taped it too beforehand before we actually wrapped it. Like taped the, yes, correct.
Together. So it's all taped up. You come down, you
Jamie,
move it, you put it on the
Jamie,
ground. And
tell me
then you
where she's
step
going with
away
this.
And somebody
I have no idea. I'm so
probably
confused.
on both ends, moves that paper to cover it up and moves the other side and covers it up so that it is not exposed to anything.
We know
you
her
can help,
bodily fluids
right?
was
Correct.
on the ceiling.
And it was an arduous activity, right?
Oh,
Yes,
But you all took care to preserve everything that you could.
yes.
Oh,
And it
we
may
will-
not have worked. but
fingers
you were
crossed for you,
certainly
Ellie. Hope
trying
you-
to keep
it won't hit your
anything
husband.
away from the top of that sheetrock, right?
It worked. We made sure that we did everything we could to make sure that nothing got into that sheetrock.
Okay, so it did work,
That's correct.
and people weren't sweating on the sheetrock.
I mean, I can't speak to that. I don't know.
Sweats.
Yeah, I guess that could have happened. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, and so certainly while the sheetrock is being cut from the ceiling, it's hot in there and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And then as you're bringing it down, y'all, it's hot and y'all are sweating, right?
Yes.
And as it being put on the paper, y'all are hot and you're sweating, right?
At least you can.
I can't speak to everyone, but yes, that's a possibility.
Okay. And you don't want your sweat to go onto the sheetrock, right?
Right.
So that as you're putting it down, you're trying to keep your distance as well.
Yes.
And that's why you covered that right away.
Yes.
Okay.
Viva's a good guy. I've watched those trucker things with him. It's funny how we can follow along all over the world.
Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
I just don't know what we've been doing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nothing. It just led to inconclusive DNA. We know Harmony's DNA was on the sheetrock. That's all we need to know. Medina, it's encouraged in Denmark.
Just make sure you're standing in front of a microphone, please.
Oh, we're on day 7 and you're just told for the 50th time. Jesus.
So just 2 questions for you, Detective Rahill.
Rocco.
The defense attorney just asked you about the second proffer with Kayla Montgomery, the June 23rd, 2022 proffer. And then that going into the March 16th, 2023 proffer, where you brought those tools. My question for you is related to the defense attorney's question of what information you went armed to that March 16th, 2023 proffer with.
Mm-hmm.
So information from that second proffer in on June 23rd of 22. During that June 23rd, 2022 proffer with Kayla Montgomery, did she talk about the defendant's statements about dismembering Harmony Montgomery?
Yes.
I'll put the recipe in.
And she actually said,
I'll try to
he told me he could put her in pieces.
That's correct.
And did she tell you the context of what he said that in? So did she say what he was doing right before he told her that?
I don't recall.
Did she? Well, let me show you.
So let me give you the answer.
Yeah.
Do you think that seeing that proffer, the transcript from that proffer, would refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Yes, you may.
And you can scroll up or down.
Yeah, and we are 111 people, and we are all confused of where this is going. So imagine being the 12 people in the jury. Whenever I say it, we go down one.
They probably made up their mind. They're just sitting here like, what is the point of this? Let's convict him.
Thank you, Ariel. Yeah, so there's nothing much in it. I'm glad I didn't cut away. Yeah, you might be allergic, or it's just because you have to get used to it. Can you?
Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So
do a little bit of pain somewhere else,
she
and then
said
take your mind off it.
Statement. What he said that statement in context.
Yes.
What was he doing?
He was putting her in the bag.
And
Have you ever heard about any of that?
Coming out of the bathroom?
Yes.
Did she say he was working in the bathroom?
Yes.
On Harmony's body?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Detective. Typically, well, in your experience as a detective with the Manchester Police Department, how would one go about dismembering a female horse?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, and you were told
No further
to stand near a
questions.
microphone, you idiot. I really hate that big guy because he's told multiple times every day, stand near.
Fully what she said was, I know he was going to try and like put her in pieces because he said he was going to try, but he said he couldn't, or something like that, right?
Yes.
No mention of power tools, right?
Correct.
And inability to actually do what she claimed he was saying.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Good Lord.
Attorney of the City Council, Brittany Bedard.
Can we just get to the lead detective and get out of here? And see
Yeah.
whatever the defense will put on.
And just get Adam on the stand already. You better testify.
No, but I want to see her.
Watch your step on the cords there.
Is
Please
it a
be careful of the
track
wires.
So, Ms. Bedard, you can remain standing. Just raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony that you'll provide this jury will be the truth and the whole truth and the pains and penalties of perjury?
Oh,
Thank you, ma'am. You can have
she
a
has
seat.
done some street level medication in her life.
Thank you.
Make yourself comfortable, Ms. Bedard. Can you start by telling this jury your name and spelling your last name for the record?
Yep, my name's Brittany, Britney. My last name's Bedard, Bedard.
And Ms. Bedard, what city and state do you live in?
I currently live in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Oh,
Daytona Beach?
Yes.
Prior to that, where did you reside?
I lived in Auburn, New Hampshire.
And how long did you live in Auburn, New Hampshire?
I grew up there. I've spent the last 10 years, minus 3 years, in Florida. And yeah.
Ms. Bedard, what do you do for a living?
I currently
Oh, she's the person.
I'm opening a
who complained
business.
about,
I work for
the smell
UPS.
in the
Part time.
house.
But I work from home.
And what's your highest level of what's the highest level of education you've
I've graduated college a few times.
Okay. Are you familiar with an individual named Travis Beach?
I am.
How do you know Mr. Beach?
I dated him for a little while when I came back home 3 years ago.
3 years ago?
Yeah, I came back from Florida. I moved back up here.
Sorry, she claimed that she saw at the comfort and saw the CMC back. Sorry.
3 years ago, and then I left a year and a half ago.
So I want to turn your attention to early March of 2020. Back in early March of 2020, were you dating an individual named Travis Beach?
I was.
And back then, during early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to stay at the Econo Lodge here in town?
I did.
And do you remember the specific dates that you stayed at the Econo Lodge?
I don't know. I don't remember the exact dates.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
Danielle, I know you live in Florida. When we're going on our coffee date, could you try not to have 17 different extensions and hair colors? I won't blame you, but at least when you're buying a fake extension, make it be the same pea yellow color as the rest of your dyed hair.
The pea yellow color.
Yeah, but on top of it, up here, it's pea yellow.
I know.
But she's the one whose boyfriend rented the U-Haul. Yeah, she looks like Penilla. Well, not. She tries to look like Penilla. Sorry, Penilla. You won't color coordinate, or you will. Oh, I have to tell you this, Jamie. We had a guy testifying in court today. He had his hair dyed black, and then he had frosted tips on top back. Oh, exactly. It was so 90s. I never seen anything that 90s since maybe 2003.
Oh my God, you don't even know. My brother and my cousins used to want me to like put the cap on their head and do the tips all the time back in the days before we'd go out to the bars. That's such a classic.
And it was so clearly he had it dyed black and then cut up and
I've just showed the defense.
It was
Oh my God, that's funny.
States Exhibit 64.
No, we have a date.
It's been marked as States Exhibit 64 for identification. Can you take a look at that and just let me know?
I believe she had a few street pharmaceuticals as well.
So having taken a look at that, do you recall with any specificity the date that you stayed at the Econo Lodge?
It says on the March 3rd to the 4th.
And does that refresh your recollection as to when you stayed there?
I mean, I remember staying there, but I mean, it doesn't. It says it, so I guess it's there.
Okay. When you say it says it, do you recognize any of the names on that list?
Yeah, my name is there. I remember getting the room. I stayed there quite a few times, so I.
Did you in fact get 2 rooms during that period?
I don't remember getting 2 rooms. I remember. I remember them having another room, but I don't remember getting both rooms.
I'm going to take this back from you, Ms. Bedard. When you say you remember them having another room, when you say them, who are you referring to?
I remember Adam and Kayla. It was shortly after I met them that they were staying there too. I don't recall that because it was so long ago. The whole situation on why their room was in my name, but yeah.
Do you remember putting their room in your name?
Vaguely.
Okay.
I don't remember the situation surrounding it, but vaguely.
Okay. Ms. Bedard, let me ask you this. You mentioned someone named Adam. Who is that you were referring to?
It was Travis's friend.
You know Adam's last name?
Montgomery.
And you mentioned someone named Kayla. You know her last name?
Montgomery.
Back in early March of 2020, did you have an occasion to visit them at their home?
I did.
So, Ms. Bedard, I'm handing you, it's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 65, or 55 rather, and 56. Can you take a look at those each in turn and just look up when you're done?
Yes, I remember those.
And you're smiling.
I do, because he was the cutest little boy ever.
Okay. Let me ask you this. The images that are depicted on those exhibits, what are they from?
They are from their apartment on Union Street.
Okay, and when you say their apartment?
Adam and Kayla's apartment.
Okay. And is there an individual depicted in the exhibit?
Yes. His name is Declan, I believe.
This is the lady whose boyfriend rented the U-Haul to dispose of Harmony's body.
I don't remember. We were there me and Travis were there for a short period of time, and I love little kids because it reminds me of my children. So I sat and played with them the whole time. So. And
do you see a phone in that photograph?
I do.
Do you recognize it?
It looks like one of my old phones.
Okay. The child that's depicted, did you take that photograph?
I did.
Okay. And was that a fair and accurate representation of that photo on your phone?
Yes.
And how about the second photo?
It is.
And that's referring to States Exhibit 56 for the record. Also fair and accurate representation?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to strike the ID of States Exhibits 55 and 56 and Marcus Bolt.
Any objection?
No objection.
The ID is stricken. They are entered as full
All the
exhibits and may be
crackheads have
published.
babies, multiple babies. And if we're just looking at the poll, I just put a poll up. Is she on drugs right now? Only 27 votes, so get on there. But yes is winning by quite a margin.
So, Mr. Dark, you said that you recalled taking this photo. And I believe you said it was at their apartment on Union Street?
Yes.
Did that photo actually record the
location.
Time and date?
I don't know if it recorded the time, but I know it had. Okay, it must have. Yeah.
So specifically referring to States Exhibit 55, did the photo that you took record the specific time and date? That the
Yes,
photo
it
was
did.
taken?
And knocked it over.
What was that?
It was Sunday, March 1st at 6:02 p.m.
March 1st.
Just one date.
Okay. And referring to States Exhibit 56, did that record the location that you took that photo from?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And what was the location?
It just says Union. It doesn't give the exact address. It just says Union Street.
Is there an intersection?
Yeah, Orange Street and Union Street.
I'm going to take those back from you. Thank you.
Yeah, she giggles more than Jamie.
So you mentioned you recall being at their apartment briefly. Is that correct? So I want to go back to this stay of yours at the Econo Lodge. You said that you may have recalled putting a room in your name for them.
Vaguely.
So do you recall putting whose name the room in?
Yeah, but they choose to forward it.
Adam Montgomery also did.
Could you go back to the microphone? Yes. You were reminded 20 minutes ago.
And
yeah,
during that period of time, your stay at the Econo Lodge, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what your familiarity is with the U-Haul rental?
There was a U-Haul that was rented in someone's name, but and I don't remember exactly why. They needed a card on file. I'm assuming because they asked if I could use my card to pay for it.
And when you say they asked, who?
It was Adam and the person, I don't remember what his name is, that they ended up putting the U-Haul's name in.
Okay, so you remember another individual being there.
Yes.
Okay, but you don't recall that individual's name.
No, I do not.
It wasn't Travis Beach.
No, it was not.
So during that time when you were staying in the Econo Lodge, it sounds like you recall putting at least one of the rooms in your name. Is that right?
Yes. Travis and I had gotten a room. And
during that period, did you lose your ID?
Yes. Which happens quite a bit, apparently. That was when I first moved back, and I had just gotten it, and it got stolen from me at the DMV.
So, was that recovered? Your
No, it was not.
Jamie has been broken for a while.
Were you?
Dave hit her.
Did you
real
put
hard.
the U-Haul in your name? Do you recall?
No, I do not.
And I think you mentioned this other individual. You don't know their name.
I do not remember what his name was.
No further questions.
Yeah, I had Swan got me. I could just see. Let it go, let it go. Just light it up, let me flow.
Oh my God. You're not make up song.
Well, Direct, you were asked about the Econo Lodge.
We had a little influx from the Karen Reed case. The lady on the stand is the lady whose credit card they used to rent the U-Haul that was used to dispose of the body. She seems like she has been quite medicated by street pharmaceuticals. And she will now and forever be known as Crack Elsa. Swan lady, a lake lady, named her Crack Elsa. She doesn't know anything. She can't remember anything. And she laughs at her own jokes. But she's starting her own business with some UPS stuff down in Florida.
I laugh at my own jokes. I'm pretty dang funny.
I know. That's why I love it.
You were staying there with Travis.
Yep.
And Adam and Kate were staying in a separate room.
Yes. They were on the floor below us, I believe.
Before you checked into the Econo Lodge, you were at the Comfort Inn.
No, I've never stayed at the Comfort Inn. They have too high of a security deposit.
Okay, but you were at the Comfort Inn in an effort to try to check in there, right?
Yes, and that's when I didn't have the money for the deposit, and
how much is the deposit?
So we were leaving to go to another hotel.
While at the Comfort Inn, you saw Kayla in the parking lot?
Kayla and Adam, yes.
And with Kayla, you saw her with a CMC bag, correct?
I seen this stroller, and I remember, I don't know if it was exactly a CMC bag. I remember there being a tannish, whitish bag in between the seat of the two boys.
And
we promised that
Kayla was in possession of the stroller where the two boys were.
Yes.
They're not that high. I was looking at hotel rooms, and I looked at hotels maybe a little classier than Econo Lodge or whatever this is. I was like a $100 a day. That's reasonable in Danish prices as well, but a little too high security deposit. So I'm just thinking, do other hotels not charge anything?
Usually, yeah.
I'll have a few clips tomorrow. I already have 3 timestamps. Yes, she can see dancing rocks as well and think it's trolls. Sean Bird, you and Sal are... I'm worried for you.
Yes.
Miss Bedard, I'm handing you what has been marked States 52.
Mhm.
Does this look at all familiar to you?
It does. I mean, from the top, it looked like it had something in it. So, I mean, the bag was set down in between the stroller, so you could only see like the top part of it. But yes.
Oh,
And again, this was the bag that you saw in.
I shouldn't say stuff like that.
Yes.
Not
Well, not. It was in the stroller, and she was pushing the stroller.
In the stroller that Kayla was pushing.
Yes.
You did not see the bag in Adam's possession.
No.
Thank you, Miss Bedard.
Just one question. You said you saw that stroller in the parking lot?
Yeah, they were out. I want to say they were outside when we walked outside to leave to go to the Econo Lodge.
Leaving
Kayla and Adam.
and 2 boys?
Yes.
Together?
Yes.
Maybe it's just a clear.
Right. You may step down.
Put a hundo down so we are sure you don't steal the furniture. Yeah, it's probably. And
Statement called next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Jamie has been texting me saying this lady is more familiar with renting on an hour basis than a night basis. So I don't know.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would call Mr. Dennis Cloutier to the stand, please.
I think she had a little upgrade in the Booble department.
The Boobalier.
Let's.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now we get some good parts.
And watch your step on the left.
You know cold. Bo should really be here now.
And Mr. Cloutier, sir, if you could please remain standing just for a brief moment. I'm going to have you raise your right hand and swear you in. You solemnly swear you solemnly swear before this jury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Why does Lawn
Sir, is
Gnome
that
have
your
to
phone
keep
that
the
just?
mic?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
let's
going to
turn
ask
it
you to.
off.
He was the maintenance person at 644 Union Street.
Christ.
Turn it off, please.
Thank you.
Sir,
Yep.
just turn your phone off.
Yep.
And I'll ask you to remove your glasses, please.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cloutier. As we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name, spell both your first and your last name for the record, okay?
Dennis Timothy Cloutier, DENNISCLOUTIER.
And Mr. Cloutier, what town do you reside in?
Allstead, New Hampshire.
How long have you lived in New Hampshire?
Yeah, you did.
Pretty much my whole life, but I moved away for a few years.
Okay. And what do you do for work?
I'm a maintenance man.
How long have you been doing maintenance?
25 years.
25 years. Let me ask you, are you familiar with an address called 644 Union Street?
Yes.
How
He's the maintenance guy in the room where he apparently did the bad things to the body.
are you familiar with that address? Could you tell the jury?
I contract for maintenance from the landlord, so I take care of it.
And when we talk about contract for maintenance, what kind of work do you do for him?
Paint the apartments when they're empty, fix things when they're broken.
What about when you say fix things that you've broken? Just thinking about all my contractors that I might have. Do you do plumbing?
Yeah, basic.
Electrical?
Yeah, outlets and such, nothing more than that.
Okay. Are there sort of lights repairs? There's a hole in the wall or something like that?
Exactly.
Locks?
Locks.
Screen and doors?
Screen and doors.
Okay. And what about flooring?
Flooring, yeah.
Okay. And let me ask you, with regards to, I apologize. Also, do you set up an apartment for when a new tenant's going to come in, or do you clean out apartments when old tenants move out?
Both.
You do both?
Yes.
All right. And how long have you been doing that at 644 Union Street?
2007.
Okay.
That's when the landlord purchased it.
And you're still doing it to this day?
Yep. Worked there this morning.
All right. I want to know, are you familiar with anybody by the name of Tara Hilbert at that address?
She doesn't live at that address, but she lives around the corner in another building that same landlord owns.
Okay. And do you ever interact with her with regards to doing these setups, clean outs, painting, things like that?
Yeah, every now and then we need her to transfer keys or drop off paperwork for a new tenant. If they're going to look at an apartment and no one's around, she'll open it for us, that sort of thing.
Okay. If I could approach the witness.
Yes, you may.
I believe she was in the gun case talking about how Adam talked about selling guns. She was also a street pharmaceutical user, the one they just talked about. I don't know if she's going to be testifying in this case because I don't think
136 and
didn't think
137.
Harmony was around at that time.
Let me show you states 136 first. Do you recognize that photo?
She makes.
I do.
All right, what do you recognize that?
Just wait till you get to
the corner of Orange and Union Street.
And the building you told me about a moment ago, 644 Union Street, is that?
Bye,
shown in the
Bobby.
photo?
It is.
Is it labeled?
Hi, Squat Bob.
It is.
Okay. And what does the label look like? Just to tell our jurors.
What, the red little icon?
A red icon. Okay. And let me also show you States Exhibit 137, again for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that image?
Same property.
Same property?
Correct.
I believe you said before that Ms. Hilbert was living in an adjacent property?
Correct.
Okay.
She lives in this building.
Okay. And by that, you're pointing to a building on
137 Orange Street.
137. Okay.
Correct.
And with regards to these two particular photos, other than the fact that obviously they got a little red sticker down here on the bottom right and they were come off of Google, other than that, do they look to be accurate for the building that you service? And that you
Correct. Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the identification be stricken on states 136 and 137.
No objection. All right, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
So, Mr. Goody, I want to ask you specifically about what the other individual besides Ms. Hilbert, and that is.
I never had a Mac room in my life.
Me
In
neither.
States Exhibit 101. Do you recognize this person?
Adam Montgomery.
Have you interacted with Adam Montgomery before?
I have.
And was he? Did you ever service a unit that he was staying in at 644 Union Street?
I did.
Well, when you met him, did you meet him in person or over the phone?
In person in his apartment.
And how many times would you say? More than once?
I think I was in there twice.
Twice. Okay. Let me ask you, did you ever have a maintenance request for that particular property back on February 27th of 2020?
I did.
Okay. And when you have a maintenance request, what sort of paperwork gets generated for when you do service on a unit?
Well, the way it works is everything is pretty much a verbal agreement. And then when the job is performed, we hand the landlord a bill. And there's a record of that.
And so the record of that.
It's all invoices.
And that was going to be my question, the invoice.
Yes.
Could you describe to the jury what those invoices look like?
They're triple carbon. You know, the white, the pink, and the yellow.
So 3 different copies. So you
Yes.
fill it out one time.
That's it. Yep.
And then
Yep.
just makes the copies as we go down.
Correct.
Yeah. I agree, Schomburg.
Yeah, but he looks like a guy who has a few beers when he comes home.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'd like to go ahead and show you State's Exhibit 70 for identification purposes only. Do you recognize that?
I do.
All right. What kind of document is that?
That's one of my invoices.
Okay. When you said before you got the white and then the white, pink, green?
Yeah,
white,
no,
pink,
white, pink, and yellow.
White, pink, yellow. So this is the bottom copy.
Correct.
Okay. And for that particular invoice, you just told us a moment ago about doing some work on February 27th. Is that the invoice from that day?
It is.
Okay. And other than the fact that there's a red sticker on it, any changes to that from when you remember turning that copy in?
Not at all.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the identification be stricken from State's Exhibit 7.
It just gets
Any
really
objections?
weird if it's.
All right, the ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
I have
It will
tried
be
to
published to the jury. if
throw it
you
out
wish.
multiple times. Just looks like shit.
Clear, I want to ask you just a couple of quick questions about the job that you did on this day. Specifically, when going through, and we'll have an opportunity to look at this more later on. What kind of work did you do for that? I'm going to leave it there in case you have to refer to it, but what kind of work did you do at that time?
Oh, the guy called about his tub not draining. I knocked on his.
Sebastian, this is about this part you are hearing now, because allegedly he made the big problem into smaller problems in his tub, and this guy was called to fix the drain.
Door. I met him in the kitchen, went around to the bathroom, noticed that the overflow plate where the drain lever is was missing a screw turned sideways. And he said the drain did not drain.
Right.
So I removed the rest of it, went down to the truck, got a snake, snaked out the drain, discovered that he had dislodged the actual plunger that hooks to the lever. So that was stuck down in the drain. So I removed that completely, went back to the truck, grabbed a brand new plate that doesn't have a lever hookup, and he just didn't get a lever.
Okay.
You see what I mean? And I just put a blank plate on that so it could at least overflow water. And that was that. So I snaked the drain and replaced the plate.
Sounds like it was, would you say that that was a fairly easy repair that day?
Yeah, it was in and out of there in maybe 35 minutes.
While you were there, did you see anybody else inside the apartment?
Yes, I think the woman, Kayla.
Okay.
And some children were on the couch.
Okay. And the children, you said that they were on the couch. Let me ask you, the size of the bathroom in that particular apartment, how big are we talking, or how
Really
small?
small.
Really small.
Really small.
Okay.
Like a galley bathroom.
Okay. I see what you mean.
Galley.
So if I come through the door of the bathroom,
if someone's standing behind the door of the bathroom, it won't open.
Okay.
It's a small bathroom.
the plate that you said was off.
It wasn't completely off. It was missing a screw. It was hanging sideways.
Hanging
It takes two screws. If you remove one, it's going to rotate over sideways.
So when it was rotated over sideways, could you see kind of down back into where that overflow drain was?
Yeah, that's the point. That's where you enter the snake when you snake out a bathtub. You remove the overflow plate.
Okay.
So,
and you're not about to say when, excuse me, let me back up a little bit. Having one screw on an overflow plate, that's not a way that you would typically leave an apartment when you go to get it ready for a new tenant. Am I right in saying that?
No.
All right. With regards to when you're doing this repair, where is Adam Montgomery?
Right outside the bathroom door.
Likeable.
And are you guys talking at all during that time?
Not really. He's doing more pacing than talking. So
More pacing than talking.
yeah, he was just kind of waiting for us to finish.
With regards to that particular apartment, I'm going to grab that invoice back now, sir. After this time period, were you ever called to go back there to do other sorts of maintenance repairs?
I think I had to go back one more time to fix some lights on the ceiling.
Lights on the ceiling?
Yes.
Could you tell us a little bit about that?
They were just popped off the ceiling. They were hanging by the wires.
Literally
Yeah.
off the ceiling.
Yeah. The wires weren't disconnected. I mean, a light isn't heavy. The lights we use are real light. They'll hang by the wires and still work, but they were hanging by the wires. So put them back up.
Any idea how those lights got pulled down?
Regulation.
excuse me, I'll withdraw the question and I'll rephrase. With regards to those lights, did Adam Montgomery tell you how they got pulled down?
He said he took them down because he thought there were cameras in them.
With regards to other electrical work, did you do any other kind of electrical work on that unit while he was residing there?
I had to replace the thermostat.
You had to replace the thermostat.
Correct.
Okay. Any other electrical repairs that you know?
No, that's it.
And let me ask, when you later on that particular apartment, when you do clean outs, could you describe for us what you do in the apartment for a clean out?
Throw everything in bags and bring it to the dump. Rip the carpets out and bring those to the dump.
Okay. Do you remember doing a clean out of this particular apartment after the Montgomerys left?
I do.
Yeah, this guy's pretty.
I like him. He's a
Yeah.
blue collar guy. He hates being
Yeah,
there. He hates
Yep.
all the crack addicts he has to clean up after. He just want to go home.
He's very matter of fact.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the clean out that you said that you would rip different things out, just in general, correct?
Well, whatever's damaged and needs to be replaced.
Okay. What about appliances? Do you ever remove those?
I do.
Okay. And do you have any recollection whether you ever removed any appliances from that unit?
Yeah, we threw the fridge away.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clutie, those are all the questions I have for you. I appreciate your time today. I believe defense counsel may have
a guy who's asking, what's a Phillips head?
Right, so
He
you may
will.
step down.
He will beat you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 2:45. Perfect timing for our mid-afternoon break. I remind you, don't talk about the case with each other or with anybody else. Don't do
Well,
any independent
at least we
research.
picked
We'll
up,
come back in about 15 minutes. All right, all rise for the
The
jurors.
speed.
please.
And we got I got a few clips for tomorrow, so that's fine. That's finally, because shorts is where the kids are, and my channel is clearly a kids channel with my new and improved messaging. Ariel, no, I changed my message. I'm not gonna
Take a
save
short break.
a girl from school.
You'll remember that if you want, when you want Mr. Middleton, we'll just need the
Well,
one that-
Stephanie, as far as I understood, they still don't have the DNA because maybe now there's some car DNA. And
I'm done today. I want to make sure he's done on time.
So we'll bring him up. They're right there.
and our
we'll
good
just-
friend Grant made up a story again about
We'll bring
a read
we'll bring
team
him
asking
in
for
once
not
the
having
jury is
DNA
seated. Is
tested,
that what
but in
everybody
reality it
agrees
was
to?
just that there are nothing.
Either way, Your Honor, that's fine with the
DNA.
state. No preference. Whatever's best for court staff.
Him and the other maintenance.
We
guy.
would, because we will be handing him some documents.
Oh, so we're gonna have a convict now that they're gonna bring in.
Thank you.
So
That's
so
probably
tell- I
gonna
don't
be
wanna
the
make
guy
the
who
decision
rented
for
the
you. Tell me
U-Haul.
what you want to do. Do you want him on the stand beforehand, or do you want him to be brought in?
I think it's okay for him to be brought in, Your Honor. That's
So
fine.
let's bring him up. Put
We,
him there as soon as we get
I
the
used
jury
to
in.
live
We'll
in
bring him in. Okay, all right.
kind of a social housing we have in Denmark, and I was on the board for that one, and whenever some of these, we have a lot of alcoholics living at our houses. Whenever they had to change it, you could almost just it was a full reinstall every time, and because it was social housing, you couldn't deny people to live there. The city has, I think, like 15 or 20% of the entire apartments they can assign to people. So we had a lot of druggies and alcoholics staying there. That was it's they just trashed the place, and a lot of times you had where you had some people staying there and they ripped out all the appliances. I don't understand that.
I don't either.
He's
But a lot
based
of
AF.
apartment complexes are like that. But they're like so cheap about it because this one that we stayed in, you could tell they just paint over the like dirty walls when
Yeah.
they like redo the apartments. It's like, come on.
Well, It's not our tax money. We pay. It's not social fund. It's because it's the way it's funded. There's a big government guarantee, and that's yeah. But the pay for the apartment is that's tax funded. But again, we had whenever they when you had those heavy smokers in a room as well, they just gave it a slap of that nicotine inhibiting undercoat and then painted it over. I've seen some of them, but people have smoked so much, so even if you put on that layer of nicotine blockage, it just seeps through the paint. It's so nasty.
Oh, I know.
Wine moms is the worst thing in the world because they become head of the homeowners association. Did they say they are done with this witness? No, they're not done with witnesses. They were done with this witness. They're bringing in a guy in change because they want to have him done before today because he's going to prison. I don't know the name, but I would think maybe it's the lovely lady's former boyfriend. The guy who rented the U-Haul might be the guy.
Travis.
Oh, what's his name?
I don't remember the last name.
U-Haul. But she said there was another guy who had to give them their give them their driver's license. What does we know about that?
Travis Beach. Is that who you're talking about? All the ladies have been lovely in this trial, Sean.
Kayla recalled that Adam went to rent the U-Haul with either Travis, Brittany, or both. Kayla saw the U-Haul from the hotel window, and she described it as a van. So she was... The tipster stated that Janelle Paris and her boyfriend Travis Beach has come to the tipster's residence a month ago and disclosed that approximately 2 years ago, Adam Montgomery frantically asked Beach if he could rent Adam a U-Haul truck. The tipster stated that Adam did not disclose what the U-Haul truck was going to be used for, but stated that Adam asked Beach in a frantic manner to rent the vehicle. Detective Feliciano located Beach and Paris at blah in the apartment building in the vehicle and attempted to interview Beach. Beach was uncooperative and stated he would not answer any questions unless with his attorney or probation parole officer. So it's probably him.
Oh, he's classy.
At
least he knows better.
Beach stated he had ran into Adam on the street in the area of Union Bridge at the convenience store. Adam continued to say, "I fucked up. I'm so fucked." Beach stated Adam wouldn't tell him what he meant when he said, "I fucked up. I'm so fucked." Beach stated he was with Brittany Bedard and Adam was with Kayla and their 2 boys. Beach was asked if he had ever seen Harmony and he stated he had not. Adam asked him to rent him a U-Haul and he recalled Brittany renting Adam a box truck from U-Haul on South Willow Street in Manchester. Beach stated they left from there and the next day Brittany called U-Haul to make sure Adam had returned it, and he had. So it's probably him. What lady in this trial is lovely?
All of them.
Sean Bird, you fell in love before.
You did. You fell in love with the last lady.
That's what every wine lady says, wine mom says. I'm not a wine mom. Give me that box wine. You're going to make a call. Don't let court get interesting about me. I'll promise you, I won't make nothing will be interesting. Taking parts from appliances to try and sell for drugs and taking things apart because they're paranoid and think they're being watched. Yeah, It could be both of them. And again, one thing is being paranoid. Another thing is being a massive drug addict. Most of them get really paranoid.
Mhm.
The maintenance guy was just that they had called him that the drain wasn't draining correctly, and it was because a plate had one screw had fallen off, and then Adam had done something to the drain, so he snaked it out, and it took 35 minutes, and everything was fine. Nothing DNN, nothing. Didn't see anything. After he moved out, he found out that they had destroyed lamp fittings, and they had to change the fridge. What?
Well, he made the comment that Adam pulled the lights down because he thought there were cameras in them.
Wine moms are awesome, especially with when mixed with the devil's letters. No, because the devil's letters will make you do bad things in a tree house. Just look at our friend Roger. He never did anything wrong in his life. And he doesn't touch the devil's letters. So people should think about that.
All right,
How's
but
Keith
this
Richards
is the
like?
lifestyle you've lived. Is that fair to say?
Say again?
That
Yeah,
is the
her
lifestyle
throat
you lived,
slashed.
right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that fair to
It's
say?
lifestyle.
And is that the
Drinking,
life?
smoking, drinking and smoking, yeah.
Okay, and is that the lifestyle that Paula lived as well?
Oh, yes.
Drinking and smoking. Drinking and smoking.
What
You
in
can
the
have a seat.
Canada swap meet heroin urban cowboy?
So I remind you, you're still under oath. That still carries over since the beginning of your testimony.
Someone purposely sewed those two fabrics together.
Ooh. They
Yeah.
did. And it's a
They
beautiful
did.
outfit. I'm jealous. Should ask her where she got it.
I'm going to have that outfit when I go to Tennessee.
Better.
Danielle, what would you say if I showed up like that in on our coffee date? Mo was talking
She'd say,
about
skip the
Alberto.
coffee.
Yeah, she will say.
Yeah. Where's your hotel room?
Oh, I got this friend down in Florida who knows about renting her hotel rooms on an hourly basis. Let's do that.
Yeah.
And I would say, an hour? Why? Let's do it for 2 minutes.
Okay. Half an hour. You're ridiculous.
Giddy up, cowboy. I could pull it off. I have about the same chesticle area as this lady. Fill it up. Come on. Easy to
And they
believe.
came right on in?
Yeah, they came right around, yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, sir, that wasn't clear. Could you repeat what you just said?
He said,
They came right around, they got to make a turn on the steps, you know.
That's one of my favorite. I keep forgetting about that one. You don't play it as much.
Okay. Do you remember any description as far as the size of these men?
Yeah, I remember the size of them. I know, I could tell by the Swayzer who that one was, you know, by meeting him different times up there at Paula's. I knew Swayzer is, get that word right, Swayzer. Uh-huh.
Okay. I don't know what that word means, so I'm sorry.
Oh, his style, his walk, his talk.
Okay.
His Swayzer. I don't know what that means, sir.
Oh, I
Roger.
love Roger.
God. I hope he lives
If I
a
show
long,
up in that
full
outfit,
life.
we're gonna go straight to the moonshine, and you're gonna get hair extensions.
Matching tattoos and everything, Danielle. Next thing you know,
Yeah.
you guys will get the marriage license.
let's all be glad he's going to prison for life, but the state's case has proved he killed his daughter. Rumors and speculation. I really hope that I think you have forgotten this. The state's case hasn't proved. Yeah, it's here. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, but he's going to go to prison for life. Roger had all the sway because he lived the lifestyle. Drinking and smoking, drinking and smoking.
And he just I know, it's my favorite. Oh, that word means sir. His walk, his talk. Like, doesn't make it any clearer.
No, and he's oh yeah, no, I'm not sure.
While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has. Everybody has.
The judge is like, the hell did you just?
Oh,
Glenn.
it's good cases.
Such good trials.
The marriage license from the place next to the smoke shop in Dollar Tree. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Stay off the
And
weed. I warn you.
And you can get everything you need at the Dollar Tree, Danielle. Lashes, makeup, and get it all done. You don't have to spend much.
Oh, Farrell is ordained. Little D. Watch out.
Oh yeah. There you go.
What music? I'm not sure Swayze's. We were thinking that it might be because Roger carried himself like a young Patrick Swayze from Roadhouse. Wasn't a word when he started, but it was a word when he left. Roger, Florida, 2024.
Well,
Exactly.
Roger should teach these Montgomerys and all the Montgomery people like something, because he held a job for 40 years, lived a comfortable life, and went home and smoked crack every night. So he kind of, it can be done.
And on this clip, just try to listen when they move up to the sidebar.
Conference to address the issue.
Oh.
I can't stop laughing at myself. I'm ridiculous. He did. You guys want to come up and discuss this or whatever?
And I love he's just sitting there like an old gnome, just totally lost from what's going on.
Oh, good old Roger. Good old Roger. Oof.
Just a minute.
Oh, my mic jumped out.
Oh my God.
Oh, Sandra, Olivia, I'm sorry, but it's really hard to hear in the clip. But when they go to the sidebar, Roger is just sitting there saying, Like, I don't, and me and Jamie listened to it, and you asked
Oh my God. Yeah, like if you miss it on that clip, you have to go back and listen. He just, right when they say, do you want to come up to the bench or whatever? Little Roger in a little witness stand going, hee hee hee. Oh, that's good. Your mic switched over, just so you know. Stop it. Oh my God.
Oh, well, that cost us 10 viewers. No, Roger wasn't the one who had a frisky mother-in-law. That was Glenn. Whew. I might have slept too little today.
But the Glenn clip is priceless because every time after he says that and the lawyer walks back to the table to talk to the other lawyer, look at the other lawyer's face. He's like,
Yeah, he's just
trying,
and he's trying to
not to
say
laugh.
something to you. He can't keep it. Yeah, I have tried to boost it, but it's really, really hard to hear.
Yeah.
Whew, and it gets me every time, just because he's such a funny old guy.
It really is.
He used all the right words. Oh, I'm so sorry. We shouldn't be laughing like that in this case, but still, I needed that today. Starting out with a kid case in my own court and then this after. I needed a laugh.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Oh.
Those are some of the fun cases. Yeah.
Well, I have that 1 minute laugh just as a soundbite. Because I know Jamie hearing herself laugh gets Jamie going.
All rise for the jurors.
Jesus. It's just so, I don't know. It's weird hearing yourself laugh. And that makes me laugh.
Yeah, Smugly. Yeah, from Dastardly, whatever was that name. It's the same sound. That's why it cracks me up. Oh my God. Well, this will probably be the last witness of the day. Then it's back to being game face on, Jamie. No more laughing in court. Serious now.
Oh, probably never happen in my life.
Please be seated. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, the state calls Mr. Brendan Middleton to the stand, please.
Who?
All right.
Middleton.
Brendan Middleton.
And again, Your Honor, we'll need to handle documents. We've already discussed this.
I can't find him in the affidavit. Oh, right.
Afternoon, Mr. Middleton.
Yeah, he's not coming in because he was already on the stand.
Sir, if you could just remain standing for just a moment.
Absolutely.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear that you will tell this jury the truth?
Look at that pretty outfit.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please feel free to have a seat.
Thank you.
There's some fresh water there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mr. Middleton, as we're being recorded here today on the record, would you please state your first and last name and then spell both your first and last name for us?
Brendan Middleton, first name Brendon, last name Middleton.
And Mr. Middleton, how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
Okay. And let me ask you, at this time, are you currently residing at the Hillsborough County House of Corrections?
Currently, yes.
Okay. And when's your release date, sir?
I just found out yesterday I get out in July.
In July. Okay. I'd like to ask you with regards to, that's where you're living now, but where were you living back in March of 2020?
The Welcome Home,
The Welcome.
Manchester, New Hampshire.
Manchester, New Hampshire. Is that on Concord Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let me ask you, when you were also one other date. So we've talked about March of 2020. I want to jump forward a little bit in time and talk about July 6th of 2022. Where were you living then?
I believe I was homeless around that time.
Home at that point?
Either welcome home or homeless. I've lived there on and off a couple of times.
Okay. I'd like to ask about a name, Brittany Bedard. Do you know who she is?
I know the name and kind of remember her face, yes.
Okay. And what about Travis Beach? Do you know that name?
I do.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I met Travis through work when I was doing tree work at Accurate Tree Service. And Brittany was eventually his girlfriend.
That when you met him, Brittany was his girlfriend, or I'm sorry, you just said
later in
eventually.
time. I met Travis and he was single at first.
Okay. All right. Back in specifically March 3rd of 2020, did you agree to rent a U-Haul van for Travis Beach?
Yes.
Okay. Could you go ahead and explain to us why did you rent a van for him that day?
To my knowledge, Travis had contacted me. Him and Brittany were dating. They were looking to move furniture from her father's house. They didn't have a card or the money to do so. I've always been told and raised to help my friends and people I care for. So I agreed to do so. I met them at the South Willow U-Haul, or the gas station next to U-Haul. I went to U-Haul, rented the van for them, drove it over to the gas station, met them, and had left it in their hands.
All right. Let me ask you a couple of quick questions about that. The U-Haul, I believe you just said it's the one down on South Willow Street?
Correct.
Okay. And the gas station where you met them and gave them the U-Haul, where was that in relation to like the South Willow Street U-Haul?
I believe it's right next door to it.
Okay.
Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe there's a store in between, but if to my knowledge and what I remember, it's right next to it.
And how did you end up paying for that U-Haul?
With my debit card.
When you rented it, did you have to fill out paperwork or check off some boxes?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And did you have to go through that before they would give you the keys to the
Yes.
van? All right. Did you have to sign for it at one point?
Yes.
Obviously, this was back in March of 2020, so I take it you don't have a copy of that paperwork with you.
No, sir, I do not.
If I could approach, please.
Of course. Thank you, Ditch. I thought that she said it was her card being used to rent U-Haul, but his driver's license.
I'm going to present you with a copy of what's been marked States Exhibit 94 for identification purposes only. And we'll go ahead and take that out for you. You can go ahead and just generally flip through. I'm going to turn a cover page, kind of look at page 1 of the substantive exhibit. Take a minute to look through that and each of the next pages. Take your time. And then I've got a couple of questions for you when you get done, okay?
It's because it's a very hard-formed crack addiction community. If you watch the gun case, they gave drugs away to each other all the time. Bebop, nothing much. This is the guy who apparently rented the U-Haul, and you missed that me and Jamie had a breakdown because Jamie made jokes. Well, maybe it's because you don't have any money, so you don't care. in the drug case, the guy, they had a weird little gnome-like guy in that one too, and he said whenever he had drugs, he would give them to Kayla and Adam. Whenever they had drugs, they would share with him, and it was such a weird way they talked about that community. Everyone was kind of giving each other drugs. Well, he seems well mannered for a guy who's in prison. It's probably because they know that U-Haul might be used in a break-in, but I could get some of those druggies. I don't know. I never done drugs.
I did. Generally, that group of information, do you recognize that as a copy of your contract that you signed for this rental?
Yes.
And when you look through there, did you see anything familiar, like your name or your license number or date of birth, something like that?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to the other details of the rental, are they all contained inside that document?
Correct.
Other than the fact that this does not have your hand signature on it, with that difference and the fact that the first page here has got a little red sticker, any other sort of changes from when you remember going through that same paperwork in those same fill in the blank sections as when you see it here?
No, as far as to my knowledge, this is everything that I remember. Yeah.
Right. At this point, Your Honor, I'd ask for the identification to be stricken from State's Exhibit 94, please, and it to be a full exhibit and published to the jury.
I would say
All right, the ID
this is actually
stricken,
better
it's
than
entered
the
as a
gun
full
case.
exhibit, and it may be
Because
published to the jury.
everyone
Thank you.
was
Mr. Wilson,
drug
I'm going to let you
addict.
hold on to this exhibit. No, you're good with it.
Okay.
What I want to do is ask you a couple different questions about some of the information that you filled in on this particular rental that's seen there in the documents, the ones that you signed for. And you can.
I would have to say he doesn't seem like a snitch.
Turn around and look at the screen.
It doesn't seem like he made. I trust
Okay.
him.
Appreciate it.
Mr. Wilson, I want to go ahead and start with a little bit of this agreement that you signed for to get this particular U-Haul. And I want to go ahead and go to the very first page of the document if I can. And so that to let you know, and the jury is also going to be looking at the same pages that you're looking at. Exhibit 94, and we're going to look at the very first page. So at the very top, could you go ahead into the area where it says customer information and contact search and tell us a little bit, the name that's filled out, is that your name, Brendan Middleton?
Yes, it is.
And did they spell it correctly?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And with regards to the address that was put down, the 60 Londonderry Road in Wyndham.
So that address was the address on my license at the time. I had gotten out of rehab and a couple years before that, and
I
didn't
don't
have my
think I can
driver's
ask any
license. My
questions.
friend
I don't know.
that lives at that address, very close friend of mine, I've known since 6th grade. They had taken me in. Her mother had taken me to go and get my driver's license reinstated, things like that. That is the address I needed an address to use. That was the address I had at the time.
All
So
right.
that's what the address they used when I filled this out, because that is what was on my ID.
I understand. That makes sense. Question for you on this is,
96.
again, you
Oh.
said that your name was correct. I also want to ask with regards to the phone number on there, that's 603-401-9158. You see that there?
28?
Yep.
Is that your phone number at the time?
One of many old numbers, correct.
And what about the date of birth, sir? Is that
Yeah.
February 14th, 1996?
That is correct.
I wish you a one-day belated birthday.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Going on with continuing to the document, I want to stay here on the very first page again, this is Exhibit 94, and I want to talk about the address of the rental and where you rented it to. Does it reflect the same place that you just told us a moment ago, the South Willow Street address where you got the rental?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regards to the time and the date, is the document accurate in that you got it on March 3rd of 2020 around 3:49 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to staying at the lower part of, again, the same page, first page of the exhibit, I want to talk to you a little bit about the information where it says dispatch. If you see there, what was the equipment number that was assigned to the van that you got?
BE 4352W.
And the specific time and date that it got sent out, what was that under dispatch date and time?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m.
And then finally, with regards to the pickup odometer, and of course, you're familiar with what an odometer is, right?
Correct.
All right. And what did the odometer, what was it recorded as reading when this van went to you?
5,092.
5,092 miles?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is kind of stay with that first one. And I want to ask you about the difference between when the time went out and when the time went in. So you can stay with the dispatch section, or if you'd like, you can also look at the screen. I want to talk about the return just underneath. So again, are we talking, what's the return date that this van went back to U-Haul?
March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
Okay. So that's the following day?
Correct.
All right. And what was the odometer reading when the van went back?
5,225.
Okay. And so if I could direct your attention to the screen just for a minute, I want to be able to put both the out time and the back time, the out odometer and the back odometer up there for when this van got dispatched out. And just to confirm with the jury, this is the van that you rented. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. So let's see, that's 19 hours, 57 minutes for a rental and what, approximately 5,225 minus 5,002, around 133 miles or so?
Yeah.
Give or take?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say
Oh,
so.
not give and take, 133 miles. It's in
I'd like to now, if you
equal
would go ahead and flip over to the second page of that exhibit, again, staying with exhibit 95. I'd like to talk a little bit about, there was an additional contact that you listed with U-Haul for the rental, and who was that contact?
Travis Beach.
And the phone number that was put there for Travis Beach, is that you gave that to U-Haul, or did Travis give that to U-Haul?
I believe that Travis gave me the okay to give his name and number for it.
Okay.
Again, I mean, this was a few years now, but to my knowledge, yes, I had the okay to do that. And he was willing to do that as well. So.
And I know you said before that, I believe you testified a few minutes ago, you met him at the gas station to get him the van.
Correct.
All right. Did he go into the U-Haul with you to do the rental?
He might have. I don't exactly remember. I just know that my vehicle was over at the gas station and I did not leave it unattended. So I don't know if one of them came with me or none of them came with me. I can't exactly remember, but I know of me personally, yes, I went into the U-Haul.
Right. And when you say them, one of them came with you, who are you referring to?
I want to say it might have been Travis, but then again, it could have been Brittany. I don't really remember.
So them is one of those two, Travis or Brittany?
He believed it
correct.
was Travis who had to move his some stuff.
Skipping now, if you could, I'd like to go to the fourth page, if you would. Oh, you were the authorized driver on that, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to go ahead and if you could go to the fourth page for us of the exhibit, and I've also got it up behind you. I would like to ask you a little bit about, again, the customer information. That's your name, again, being listed down there with 60 Londonderry Road of Wyndham. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And separate from that, also, again, the rental out time, is that reflected on there? That March 3rd, 2020?
Yes, sir.
All right. 5:49 p.m. is when it finally went out?
Correct.
Right. Moving a little bit lower, the equipment, where it's listed below where it says equipment, is that same BE 4352W that you read before? That was the equipment number back on page 1?
Yes.
All right. And what is the string of letters underneath that?
AJ78147-AZ.
And are you familiar with what the license plate was on that U-Haul?
No, I do not remember.
The big address, it's probably not a problem.
Well, I'd like to go ahead and bring you through a little bit farther into the document. First of all, there is was it your signature block that would have been down at the bottom that you would have signed on page 4?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to jump now to the next page of the document, page 5. Again, it's got yourself listed as the customer. Is that right?
Yes.
Right.
It was
and then the phone number. Again, I want to make sure that that's accurate. That's the phone number you gave before, 401-9158?
Yes, sir.
Skipping along to page 6, if you would, please.
We have
one more. And I want to talk about the rental date time for when it was returned. Do you see that at the top left-hand part of the screen? I'm sorry, the top left-hand part of the page?
Yeah.
Where it says rental date and time and then return date and time?
Yeah.
Okay. And could you read for us what the rental date and time was, please?
March 3rd, 2020 at 5:49 p.m. and the return date was March 4th at 1:47 p.m.
And later on that page, if you look a little bit below there, again, down from there and slightly to the left, I wondered if you could go ahead and read us the equipment section where it says equipment before it goes MI out and MI in. What's the equipment information that was listed in your rental?
BE 4352W.
And the next string of numbers and letters?
AJ 78147AZ.
So that was AJ 78147AZ.
Correct.
Mr. Milton, I want to show you what's been marked States Exhibit 100B for identification purposes only. With regards to that exhibit, do you see that same string of letters and numbers in there, the AJ 78147AZ?
Yes, sir.
You see that also on this particular document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Having seen this document,
It's proof of custody or proof of, just to make sure it lines up. He does.
Yes, now it does. AJ 78147.
Yeah, he hates his mom for giving him this name.
And the mileage back in where it says MIN, could you read again what that last
don't know
mileage
what
was,
he's in
the reading
for.
from the odometer?
5,225 miles.
Thank you.
Christy, welcome back from the movies. What we have heard was Travis's girlfriend Brenda rented a room for them. Not at Econolodge. They have too high security clearance. This guy rented a U-Haul for them. She claimed it was with his card. He claims it's with her his card. She claims it was with her card, and he claims it's his card. Other than that, we know he drove the U-Haul 133 miles. Nothing else really.
Finally, on the next page of the document in front of you, Exhibit 94 still, is that a promissory
Yeah,
note?
he's probably one of those guys who...
Is that listed as what's called a
if
promissory note at the top?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what a promissory note is?
Not exactly.
Today.
You'd have to kind of, I believe, from what I read, it's me promising the money that's owed.
Okay. And that's okay. If you don't know, I don't want you to guess. I just want to make sure that.
Yeah, no, I do not fully understand that.
All right. That's all right. Thank you. With regards to that, though, on this particular document at the very top of the page, is your phone number listed again? And your name, your address of 60 Londonderry Road that you gave in Wyndham. So basically your name, your email, it's all of that listed again.
Yes, sir.
And does it also include your date of birth again?
It does.
And then finally, with regards to that same document, if you would look in the middle, sir, of again, top of page 87, does it specifically list out what the license plate is of the vehicle that was rented?
Yes.
And what does it list?
AJ 78147. Well,
on this particular trip, when you rented this, or not trip, but when you rented the van, at that point,
I believe you testified on direct that you then got it to Travis Beach at the gas station. Did you ever see that van again?
No, sir.
Are you the person that returned that van?
No, sir.
When you got him the van, did you get your car back? Or was your car right there, I should say?
Yes, I had parked the van. I had gotten back into my car and I left and they left in the van.
And who did you see leaving the van, just to be clear for the jurors?
Travis and Brianna.
Brianna, Brittany.
Brittany, I'm sorry.
I just want to make sure we're accurate.
Yeah,
And was that Brittany Bedard who you were talking about
Yes,
before?
correct. Brittany Bedard.
Did you know Adam Montgomery back
I've
then?
never heard of his name at the time.
And what about Caleb Montgomery back then?
No, sir.
Back then, did you have any idea who they were?
Nope.
That he rented.
Did
the
Travis
U-Haul
ever
that was
talk
used
about
to,
the name Adam Montgomery when
dispose-
he asked you to get this rental for him?
No, sir.
Did Brittany Bedard ever talk about an Adam Montgomery or Caleb Montgomery when you were interacting with her and Travis that day to get this rental?
No, sir.
Just a moment, please, Your Honor.
Brianna was Craig Elsa.
I had asked you about where you lived at a couple different times, not only back in 2020, but also on July 2nd of 2022. On that day, do you recall Manchester police officers coming to talk with you?
I do.
And did you agree to talk with them?
I did.
The rental that we just went through, is that what you talked about with them on that day?
Yes, sir.
And at the end of the conversation, did they tell you why they were asking?
Yes, I had asked them.
Well, hold on. I'm not going to go into it. I just want to know whether or not you told them.
Yeah, I
or
did.
If they told you why they were asking.
Yes, they did.
Did you know Harmony Montgomery?
No, I did not. I mean, at the time I had heard of what was going on, but I did not know her.
And so at that time, when you rented it, you had no idea what that van was going to be used for, did you?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. I don't have any further questions for you. I believe defense counsel may have one or two.
Appreciate it.
And good afternoon, Mr. Middleton. I do not have any questions.
Thank you.
So you may sit down.
Appreciate it.
We'd ask for the witness to be excused.
Yes, Medina, I will try to remember that.
Excuse, please, Your Honor.
Any objection? This witness is excused.
Appreciate it.
But yeah, was he there to do anything? No.
They may call its next witness.
Other than just prove that there was a U-Haul rented.
Yeah.
That was what his testimony was about. It has nothing to do with the murder.
Rose Smith.
Rose Smith? Nothing in the affidavit about that one either.
Rose Smith.
Again, it's just to prove line of custody of all this stuff.
Yeah.
To see a U-Haul was rented and it drove this amount of miles.
Walk up there and you just remain standing when you get to the witness stand.
All right, thank you. Would you please raise your right hand, ma'am? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you will give this jury will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. Please feel free to have a seat. Ms. Smith, as we're being recorded here today, would you please state your full name and spell both your first name and your last name for the record?
Roseanne Smith, Roseanne Smith. Most people call me Rose.
Ms. Smith, let me ask you with regards to, are you currently a New Hampshire resident?
I am.
And how long have you been living in New Hampshire?
Since about 1980.
1980. And how far did you go in school?
High school and then some college.
And with regards to work history, what are some of the different jobs you've had in your time?
I was a child care provider. I am currently a yoga teacher. And I drive for a non-emergency medical transportation company.
I'm going to move this just a little bit closer.
Okay,
Thank
you. Good.
If there is some water there, if you'd like, feel free to pour yourself a fresh glass, if you would care to. Ms. Smith, you said you drive sometimes for was it a medical care transportation?
It is a non-emergency medical care transportation service, and that is fueled by Medicaid.
And what's the name of that service?
That's Pelican Transportation.
Do you still drive for them?
I do.
And how long have you been doing that?
For 5 years.
5 years. Okay. For providing those sort of transportation services, could you just explain to the jury briefly what your day-to-day interaction kind of looks like with a different patient who needs transportation for medical services?
Yes, I provide service to recovering addicts going to methadone clinics, to kidney dialysis patients going for kidney dialysis. I bring people to Easter seals. So I provide a service to people who cannot drive themselves.
Okay. Let me ask you, are you familiar with a person, and did you ever drive a
No, they just needed the evidence of how far the U-Haul had traveled. And to put that in, they need the chain of custody. Adam asked me to get a U-Haul. I got this guy because he had a driver's license to get a U-Haul. The U-Haul had driven 133 miles. It's chain of custody evidence, just to link it back to Adam. That's why I think they're bringing everyone in. And this lady must have given them a ride to the methadone clinic. I don't know what it is.
person by the name of Kayla Montgomery?
I have.
And have you ever driven a person that by the name of Adam Montgomery?
Yes, I did.
Where did you give them rides to? And I'm sorry, what kind of rides did you give them? What services did you drive them to?
I drove them primarily to the methadone clinics on Market Street.
On Market Street?
That's correct.
When you first started driving them for trips to the methadone clinics on Market Street, where were you picking them up generally in the city? Excuse me.
December 14th, 2019, I began picking them up from Dubuque Street from their parents' house.
And later on, did you ever pick them up from the vicinity of 644 Union Street?
Yes, I picked them up from Union Street as well.
With regards to the two of them, would you drive both of them at the same time, one at a time, the entire family with children? How would you drive them?
I would drive the entire family, and they would go in and dose, and I would sing Baby Shark with Declan and Seamus.
And those were the two children that they had with them?
That's correct.
Okay. And did they have a child with them named Harmony?
No, they did not.
I'd like to ask you specifically about one particular incident in 2020 with regards to a ride that you gave Kayla Montgomery. And what I'd like to ask you about this is with regards to a conversation you may or may not have had then with Adam Montgomery, okay? All right. You have to say yes or no. I'm sorry. It's how we record here.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Do you know the incident that I'm talking about?
I do believe I have.
So
2021, right around March and spring. Well, hindsight is 2020. It was around 2021 that the incident happened.
Well, then that's what I'd like to ask about. March of 2021. Thank you for correcting me. So in March of 2021, would you say, would you or would you not agree that this incident was not like other this driving was not like other driving that you've done for them?
Absolutely. It was something I will never forget.
Okay.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to raise your voice. It's a big room, and everybody here needs to be able to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
It was not like other rides.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, when you first saw, did you see Kayla Montgomery on that day for this particular ride?
Yes, I did.
And without going into what Ms. Montgomery said, when you saw her face, how did she appear to you?
Her left eye was badly bruised and starting to swell shut.
Did you drive her that day down to the methadone clinic?
I drove both of them that day.
And with regards to, pardon me, excuse me, with regards to that drive, had you driven Miss Montgomery the day before?
Yes, I had.
Did she have that black eye the day before?
No, she had not.
So on that day when you drove her down to the methadone clinic with the black eye, who else was in the car with you and Miss Montgomery?
Adam.
Adam. And by that, you mean Adam Montgomery?
That's correct.
Yes.
Smith, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize who this person is?
Yes, that is Adam Montgomery.
And this is the other person that you drove in that car?
That's correct.
Were Declan and Seamus with them on this ride?
I do not believe so. I think Kayla said she left them with a neighbor.
Hold on just a
Oh,
second.
okay.
I don't want to ask what Kayla said quite yet. So
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay, the children were not in the car with them that day.
Okay. So they were not with him that day.
When you saw Kayla with the black eye and you were driving down to the methadone clinic and back, how was she moving in a car? Could you describe physically what you saw in terms of her movements?
She didn't move very much, and she didn't say very much because Adam was in the car.
At some point in time, did you pull out your cell phone? And can you
She had asked to use.
hold on just a minute, Ms. Smith. I'm sorry. I can't ask you what she said to you.
No.
So I just want to talk a little bit about what happened in the car,
Okay.
physical movements, okay?
Yes.
And I apologize. That's on me. I should ask more clarifying question or a more specific question. With regards to the drive to the methadone clinic,
Yes.
did anything occur in the car on the drive down to the methadone clinic?
No.
Okay. And then for the drive from the methadone clinic on Market Street back to Union Street.
Yes.
Let me ask you, the event that I want to ask you about, did that occur when you were back at Union Street?
Yes.
Okay. When this event occurred, where was Kayla?
In the front seat beside me,
And where was Adam at this point?
walking away from the car.
And with regards to there with Kayla, what, if anything, did you try to give Kayla?
I tried to give her my phone.
What did you believe she was going to do with the phone?
She said, well, I can't do, she said
Oh.
he wanted to call for help.
And with regards to that, how was she physically at the time? I know you've described the black eye already. How was she physically when you went to try to give her the phone?
She was shaky.
Where was Adam when you tried to give her the phone?
He was walking back towards the car, but
And so at that point, you said he was walking back towards the car?
I didn't see Adam there. I saw rage. So pure rage walking towards me.
What did Adam do as he, and were you in the driver's seat?
Yes.
And where was Kayla?
Beside me in the passenger seat.
And what did the defendant do?
He reached into the window of the car and twisted my phone out of my hand and said, "You're not giving my wife that phone."
What did you say to him when he did that to you?
I looked at him and I said, "Adam, I love you. Please give me the phone back. I'm trying to help you guys."
What did he do then?
He then gave me the phone back and I was able to give it to Kayla.
Did he say anything else?
No.
So that you begged him for the phone back.
I begged him for the phone back. I did report that
Let me ask about that. You said you reported that.
to my boss, not the police. I reported that to my boss, and I told her that I didn't think I should be picking them up anymore, that I had been very frightened by what had happened. And thereafter, I carried pepper spray.
Thereafter, you started carrying pepper spray because of this.
Yes.
Can you just have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Oh boy.
Yeah, this isn't good for him.
No, this isn't good for him at all. I mean, she's this sweet woman who's saying he scared the bejesus out of her, and
Yes, made her use pepper spray. And really, the paranoid bit, really, yeah, yeah. Yep, he's done. He wants that from the start, but this lady who has given her life to help people with addiction, and he just did that to her. It's yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I apologize, Mr. Sometimes we need a minute to confer. One thing I just want to clarify with you.
No.
To make sure that I understand accurately.
Attorney Agati, if you would use the microphone and keep
Sorry,
your
Your
voice
Honor, I
up,
thought it was
please.
close
Thank
enough.
you.
One question that I would like to go ahead and ask you and just trying to clarify is I know that you testified a moment ago that this occurred in your memory that this was back in March of 2021.
Yes.
And I want to ask you whether or not you are sure with regards to that particular date.
I am.
Okay. Do you feel that at all that, or excuse me, have you ever provided statements to others that had occurred in the spring of 2020 other than 2021?
I had to meditate on that. And I concurred with my boss. We have records.
You have records.
My boss at Pelican Transportation has records.
Okay, so let me just try to clarify. So when you say I had to meditate on that,
I asked my boss.
you asked your boss. Okay, all right. Meditation out loud. So you asked your boss about the date and when you asked to not have to drive them anymore. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. And after doing that, you looked at some records?
Yes, my boss has all the records of when we pick them up and when we drop them off.
And after speaking with your boss, now your memory is that this was in 2021 rather than 2020.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions. I believe defense counsel may have a few.
Okay.
And hi, Ms. Smith.
Hi.
Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. Yes.
I'm sorry about what happened. I can tell that it should be.
Agrees as against.
But this was March of 2021.
Yes,
No doubt in your mind about it.
that's correct.
When Adam took the phone, you told him that you loved him,
I did tell him that.
and he gave you the phone back.
He softened and he gave me the phone back.
Thank you so much, Rose.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Very briefly, Ms. Smith, you
yeah.
said that he softened.
He did. The
Softened.
anger in his face went away, but the rage that he had in his face and then that knee-jerk reaction that he had to it by snatching my phone out of my hand, it was very frightening.
I understand.
It was assault. Thank
Oh,
you.
Jesus, now she's.
All right.
You shouldn't be allowed to say that.
Don't start escalating.
That's in here,
it.
Judge.
You may step down.
Thank you.
Yeah, he just asked her if it said that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to conclude the testimony for today. It's about 10 of 4. You've been very, very attentive. We all very much appreciate that. I'll remind you, don't speak about the case to anybody, not each other or anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Don't drive by any locations. Don't look up any names or any people on social media. Please avoid all media having anything to do with this case. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Thank you so much for your time and attention, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jurors, please.
I took it the same way. She was meditating on how she should do stuff and went to her boss and got the correct date. Well, not another nothing burger, because again, you want to put in there that he was very paranoid around that time to further try to provide truthfulness.
All right, anything?
Kayla.
Yes, okay.
No, Melissa isn't agreeing.
It's kind of.
It seemed
I
little-
like that. I like to have the difference in opinions.
Yeah. I love that we have a chat that's really getting into it because
Because I'm really skeptical of most witnesses, because like now that they know everything that's happened, they like to get on the stand and be like a little bit extra, to be honest with
Yeah.
you. So I get very skeptical.
But I feel, what did we learn today, Jamie? The DNA is clearly from her in the ceiling tiles. No ifs, buts, and anything about that. And then we had that stupid reenactment from Elaine about how they took down the ceiling fans and put paper on the floor, and she did a few squats. She might have needed some squatting. I don't know. Other than that, we got in that at some point around that time there was purchases made at a Home Depot, but they couldn't, other than say he took out an amount of money, and there was
He
something
took out
paid in cash.
500,
Yeah,
and then they found a purchase of a tool and lime for three something. And that's really all they have. They don't know if it was him. They don't know anything. They don't have any evidence of that. It's just, I don't know. Because you could
yeah,
go to Home Depot and probably find multiple people buying stuff like that. I don't know.
yeah. Especially at that time of year, getting ready to, as I can't remember, was it Rosman who said she bought it early, so the prices didn't go up.
Yeah.
But again, I felt that was a week, just because there was a Home Depot in a proximity within a 10-minute drive of the bank he took out the money. I don't trust that, and I don't trust Kayla's memory around the power tools. Absolutely nothing. No way he would go out and buy a brand new saw. He would just steal it.
He would steal it from somebody. I'm sorry. I believe that he would totally steal it from somebody, especially if her mom truly did have power tools. Why wouldn't he steal it from her?
Yeah, he'll just kick the door down and take it from there.
Yeah. Who took it that day that they were over there or wherever? I mean, come on.
It's I really don't get that part. The Home Depot stuff wasn't that good, but U-Haul, it was clear, convincing. Brendan was asked to help with a hotel room. She saw the bag, and she claims her card was used to rent the U-Haul, but she didn't have a driver's license, so they got Brandon in to do it. And he came in and said, yes, I rented it, but he said it was with his debit card. And we know that the car has 133 miles on that round trip. That's and then he was acting very weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
even
mean,
buy
that's
Harmony
a
new
lot of
underwear.
money he wasn't even buying, I mean, they weren't even spending the money to get like a hotel room to like shower and eat or anything. He's gonna go spend almost $400 on power tool and lime when
Yeah, and again, we know for certain that the mom had multiple power tools that could have been used, and he didn't went back there and steal it because he would know they were there, because he asked Kayla apparently if he could borrow it, and she said, no, you shouldn't do that. So he went out and took out $500, and he thought, I could get a lot of heroin, or I could just buy a power saw.
well, yeah,
To me,
I mean,
ah,
yeah, exactly. Like these people were struggling to get drugs. Like, I don't think he's gonna waste $400 on product.
he would be able to return the tools maybe even when used, but the second you let's say he bought a $400 power saw. Well, it wasn't. The saw cost like what, $300. The second you take it out of the packaging, it's what, 150 you'll get returned. And let's be honest, if a power saw had been used for what they claim it was used for, it wouldn't go back to Home Depot because you couldn't clean it.
Yeah, I don't
So
believe for 1 second that he would use that to cut up a body and then go take it back, because there would be so much. Yeah, no.
yeah, it's
Yeah, it's hard to believe that would even be an option.
No, and Kelly has a good question. Where are the evidence that she was actually made into smaller problems.
They never
We only
really,
have
even
Kayla.
Kayla said she didn't know, really.
No,
She just kept
she said,
saying that he attempted to do it.
yeah,
But if you really think about it, she never really said, like, it was just a lot of like, oh, he was going to put her in a NutriBullet and he was going to use the saw. But I didn't
yeah,
ever see the saw and I couldn't hear it because the music was so loud. And then she never saw her in pieces. So there's no really any evidence of that, right?
yeah. Yeah, the big problem is we all hate this guy, but we like procedure and actual evidence. So again, all the things he has confessed to is more or less being proven. To what degree he made a big problem smaller, we don't know. But we know he got rid of the body. We know he tampered with evidence because that's getting rid of a body. I still don't know when or where the poor little girl died. And to me, that's a big problem. That I'm 7 days into a trial and I don't know, because I don't trust Kayla further than I could throw her. And she's packed on a few in prison, so I couldn't throw her that far. You had at least 30 days to return it with a receipt and get a full, even if it's covered in biological matter.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like it's not really hard to return stuff, to be honest with you. A lot of places take it back, but I don't feel like a drug. I don't know. It's just hard to believe that would even be, because he seemed like they were just like moving around and leaving and going places all the time, like
Yeah.
keeping a receipt and returning something. I don't think that was like high on his radar.
No. And no, Julie, there was no evidence from the bathroom pipes, just that they needed to be fixed. So I don't know.
Yeah, and if something was going down the drain when that guy came to fix it, like I feel like you would notice something, maybe a smell or something. If he's snaking it, like he's gonna snag something, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's before. Later, it was stated that Kayla, when he was alone with Harmony in the bathroom, which she changed that story a few times about what happened in that bathroom, that he talked about using a NutriBullet and either a fuel saw or a table saw to make a big problem smaller.
Mhm.
Yeah, and my biggest problem is, even if he had cleaned that bathroom as best as he could, we've seen this in multiple cases, especially with an electric saw, you would have it on the ceilings and everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I couldn't do that in Denmark. Yeah, I really don't know. I don't know what happened. Walmart would take back slippers you bought from Target a year ago.
Yeah, Walmart's pretty ridiculous with their returns. Yeah, people return stuff that they didn't even buy from Walmart.
Yeah, but I'm thinking more like Dave. There would be biomaterial all over that saw.
Yeah.
Medita, I don't know. It's the Dane in me. I like throwing people around.
He does. For suspensions.
You would have to
Little
take the toilet off and access the main pipe. He said he snaked it from the overflow drain. Grade.
Yeah, and if that's where he had Harmony when he was trying to make her smaller, like
Allegedly, because I don't trust Kayla 2
yeah, allegedly.
seconds. Yeah, and again, they tested the pipes. We have to remember that. Again, they tested the pipes. Nothing was found. They tested the cars. Nothing was found. The idiots carried her around in a duffel bag and put her on the ceiling at the fit center. No question about it, because we have unrefutable DNA evidence that her bodily fluids was on that ceiling. But that's the only DNA evidence we have. And the toothbrush, but that doesn't really matter because that wasn't used to do anything to her or throws anything.
For sure.
Did you miss anything? You saw Wolverine. No, you didn't really. We saw a sweet old lady who was trying to do the best for people in a bad situation getting attacked.
Yeah, I didn't like that. Like it was assault. Oof.
Yeah, it was in the shower. It's more probable that they stole the tools and returned them to get money for drugs. That's a thing for drug addicts. Lost and ask any Home Depot. Yeah, that would make sense to me. But him going out, withdrawing $500, going to buy a power saw and a blade for that power saw, and spending $393 and I believe 45 cents.
Something like that.
I don't believe that crack addict. He would rather try to burn her in the bathtub than use that amount of money. Imagine the amount of crack you can get for that. Yeah, Kayla doesn't want that. It will probably ruin her story. Using one of these giant saws makes no sense anyway. She was tiny, half decomposed. Yeah, you could do it with a poultry scissor. I don't know what you call them in English, but the ones you use to cut up turkeys and stuff like that.
Just like an electric knife.
No, a scissor.
A scissors. Oh.
In the real world, we still use, as you can see, use the forearms for a little bit of
I guess so.
exercise. Kayla said he did something to her in the bathroom. So yeah. We have seen in other cases where the killer was caught by items found in drains. These crackheads are the genius that would actually get away with it. And to me, again, it just proves she was never in that. I don't buy Kayla's story at all. I don't buy it. Covering up a crime isn't always logical. No, but is it logical to assume a crack addict would spend that amount of money? He could just steal it. There is absolutely no proof other than she was in a ceiling. And she was at the house before they were evicted. Again, going back to the wonderful time frame. Can I find it again? I got today. You can see it over on my Discord. Where the F has that gone? Is it this one?
Yeah, because Adam was very much stealing a lot of things from what we hear. So
Yeah.
he was actually convicted of it. So
It's almost like he was a criminal.
yeah.
That wasn't that one. I know I downloaded it earlier. That's the state witness. Where the F did that go? No, I don't want that. Where the F did it go? Nope, that's a motion in limine. Don't need that. I want
I
that.
know, right, Kelly? Baker has changing some minds lately.
About what?
Kelly says, I'm starting to get on board with your theory that she was never alive in the car.
Yeah, but the more you think about it, there would, again, I know it was the car was outside in a very bad environment for the DNA evidence. But again, she had constantly peed and pooed herself in that car. That would soak in. And she said we wiped it off with wet wipes. Has anyone ever spilled anything in a car with not leather seats? It doesn't just come off. I'm sorry to be the breaker of bad news, but that's not how it is.
Yeah, I have definitely spilt some crap in my truck, and that was a pain. And I had to like get it cleaned like twice, like professionally cleaned.
Let's try and watch this again. My problem again is this chart that Ariel made. Because we have Kayla. This is a shitty resolution. I'll have to download, but I thought I had downloaded that. I'm just Jamie talk. I'm just downloading.
No.
Nope, I got it now.
Yeah, there's so much, especially, yeah, going to the bathroom in a car. First of all, you're not going to get the smell out, and let alone just have no trace. Come on.
Yeah, and again, according to Kayla, December 7th is when Harmony allegedly passed away. And when we go back, no one saw her between after the 29th of November. And the only person who says she saw her on the 29th of November was Kayla's mom. And someone said it felt, I think it was Jamie said, it felt kind of weird the way she said it. No one ever saw her other than Kayla's mom. And Courtney Garcia said she saw her on the 28th. But I'm not sure about that one. But let's just say these two are correct. Then no one saw her for an entire week until she passed away. And I would really, really like to hear from Tabitha. Oh, she isn't on here. Tabitha Scott Smith, whatever her name was, because she allegedly was in a car accident on the 29th, where Harmony should be in the car, according to Kayla. I really, really, really want to know if she saw her, because the police officer claims he didn't see her, and Kayla's excuse was she covered her with a blanket. In her affidavit, she says, no, we didn't do that. Where the seats, no, not the baby seats. I don't think they were in it. Yeah, and if you're sleeping in the car for a week before it broke down, your DNA would be there. So yeah. If they had $395, it would be used on drugs. It doesn't make sense. I don't. But again, if he wanted to get away with it, why did he carry the body around for 5 months? Again, it doesn't make sense. And not like they did this, but even if you're in a minor accident, you have to buy new baby seats. They would never do that. But again, it's just not likely that he would see 2 kids and the third one is there, but he didn't see it. I know he didn't went through the car, but still, a police officer, I don't know if we have any former law enforcement officers here, but they'll look into a car. Because police officers are really happy to go in and look for anything. Scott McGinnis, we just had more of it was just foundational laid for the U-Haul truck and stuff like that. There were no big things in it. I agree, it's not the sharpest spoon, but the last time the uncle saw her was before he went to Florida with the grandma. So that would be back, I believe, September. Can you remember that, M. Young? I believe it's September.
Yeah, it was early on, way early on.
Yeah, because he reported the abuse in July or August. Yeah, they always do. You got in an accident, they made sure to note the person who hit me had iced over windows and was difficult to see it. Yeah, no police officer would just go to, You were in a car accident. Yeah, I could see 2 kids in the backseat. No, a police officer would just cast a glance in. I know he noted down 2 kids in the car, but you can't convince me, even if she had been under a blanket, he wouldn't have had written down 3rd kid in the backseat. Nope. Well, the state looked really stupid because, again, how stupid does the judge look who gave the kids to them? And he's the only one who will get away with it. All 3 kids were in baby seats. Yeah. And according to Kayla. And Kayla still claims the day on the accident, she was in the back with the kids, with all the 3 kids in baby seats. August 2019. Yeah, thank you. I knew it was August or September, around that time. So that's the last time. I believe that's the last time we really could be sure she was alive, because I don't trust the mom and I don't trust that druggie.
Nope.
How much witness testimony remains yet? We don't know. We don't know how many. They had 65 witnesses on their witness list. We don't know how many is coming in and coming out. So I actually thought they could be done by today, but right now they're just tearing on the heartstrings.
Yep.
When did she turn 5? Shouldn't she have been in kindergarten? Her birthday was, I saw that too. She just turned 5. It wasn't that long before. And again, shouldn't all of them have? It's drug addicts. The officer has to list each person in the vehicle. If there's a child, the officer checks for car seats that make sure that kids were in them. Just ask law enforcement spouse. Yeah, and that's why it doesn't. Well, we covered her up because she wasn't in a car seat, even though she claimed she was in a car seat and another testimony. But to me, that's it. And your husband, even though he's one of the good guys, he would always try to look if there's anything suspicious going on. So he would notice a 5-year-old kid, even a small 5-year-old, with a blanket covering them. It's just a stupid excuse. But again, after it started smelling, would you still keep moving her around?
Yeah, that's what's so crazy to me, because if she was unalived under a blanket, it's just going to be like, what's that? Oh, that's the other. She's sleeping. Oh, okay, I'm not going to check. No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's possible, but I doubt it.
Ariel, yeah, court just ended. How many witnesses will the defense have? Again, they have a witness list. How many will they call? I don't know. They have a few of the states from the state. Kayla might not be released. Bordero wasn't released, and Michelle Rafferty and Michael Hardew is some of the witnesses. So and Michelle Rafferty, that's the foster mom. So and Sergeant Michael Bergeron is on the defense witness. Travis Koppel, MPD, authored a report dated 11/9/2019 that was forwarded to the DCYF. So, yeah. That's it's very interesting. But if you are a member on the channel, you can go into the Discord where people are. This Ariel and M Young and Star are having some good conversations over there. You can join them. I will end this stream. I'll find somewhere to send you before that. Then I'll be jumping into talking with Baker on the Discord for a little while. If you want to talk to me, and might try to convince me where I'm wrong, or her birthday is in June. She should have been registered for kindergarten unless it's not required in New Hampshire. But in Richmond, they will go Richmond. I don't know. after your truancy if your kid's not in school. Oh. But I will be in voice chat maybe half an hour while I'll set up streams for tomorrow and stuff like that. And thank you so much for being here, even though there was a heck of a lot of other trials going on today. It's nice that you choose to be with us, because Jamie really likes it when people are here.
I do.
She doesn't like being alone with me.
Oh, goodness.
But we'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully for a little less of all of this filler and more of the good stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe try to include the most important evidence. Do you know what the most important evidence is, Jamie?
Evidence 100.
Yeah. Do you know what's not? Do you know what's not that important? The good relationship with your mother-in-law.
Your Honor, I apologize.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor. 100, because it is 100% correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
Do you see the lawyer's face? Okay, we have to go back and they.
Widower case.
Did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't care.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
Wait a minute, I need this story time.
Everybody has.
Everybody has.
Everyone has slept with his mother.
If I showed you.
Oh my God.
I'm having a Jamie moment. And the way he just said it, he was just like, everyone that. Things on YouTube.
Mr. Randolph, do you?
I got to get some man.
You called him chicken shit.
That's right, you was chicken shit.